Here is the last batch. Bernier placed a couple of blades onto the workbench and was having trouble fitting all of them next to the other items. When he looked around the workshop, it looked jam-packed with weapons and armor parts. Are you sure about this, boss? Even you will have trouble with all of these. It's fine, Bernier. I'll just get this over with. If you say so, good luck. I'll go tend to the runic smelter. The half-dwarf gave a smile and a thumbs up before leaving this section of the workshop. Since the expansion, they had installed separate rooms. The largest one was the main smithy with all the tools, the forge, and all of the runic tools. Then, in one side room was the generator room. It was soundproof as well as cooled. The generator that he made produced a lot of heat, which had to be kept in check with magic. Then, in the newest room, there was the new smelter. Roland had made a card that Bernier would be able to use. It was programmed to work with deep steel for now. When he figured out the other ratios, he would try the more exotic metals. A last room that was mostly unoccupied was also there. It was devoid of tools and furniture. Inside of it was just a board with a large schematic nailed to it. It depicted strange runic parts and symbols that almost no one would be able to decipher. First this, and then I can get that project underway. Roland gave out a sigh before chugging down a large blue potion. It was bitter and tasted awful, but the moment it was gone, he could feel a strange prickly feeling wash over him. With the mana regeneration buff from this potion, I should be able to do this. He picked up one of the blades and brought it over to the furnace. After heating it up gently, he started hitting it with his runsmithing hammer. It didn't take more than 10 minutes for the lesser rune to be formed and the enchantment was done. This was his workload for the time being. He had gotten some of the better deep steel and deep silver blades from his associates. The decision was made to not overdo it. Other craftsmen would produce the items while he just inscribed runes on them. This wasn't all, as each and every one of these items would also possess a mana stone. The blacksmiths that prepared them were given the diagrams and fashioned the hilts accordingly. What Roland only needed to do was to engrave the runes with his skill and place the mana stone in the socket. With this phase, one of their plan would be going in motion. They would flood the market with runic weapons that also lowered casting requirements. The runes were all simple ones like sharpening or impact. Thanks to this, Roland could work fast. His skills were quite high at this point, and he was able to make these weapons when he was a runic blacksmith. Now, as a runesmith lord, this didn't pose a problem, and he could go through them quite fast. The only problem was his mana. The more he worked, the faster it dropped. Luckily for him, he was working for the Adventurers Guild, and the mana potions were given to him at 50% of the normal price. He hoped to get them for free, but the guild master was quite stingy. There was nothing of the sort in the contract, and mana potions were not a requirement for his work. They would make it faster but wouldn't really profit the guild that much, as Roland intended to make other items for himself. The guild master knew this, so he only went down to about what the guild was buying them for. Even this helped, as Roland could now buy mana potions at a great discount. This was only possible when someone bought such items in bulk. There was a downside to the potions. A person couldn't just drink them constantly. With time, they would cause a debuff which would be akin to feeling melancholic and tired. The only reason he was willing to put up with this debuff was that he wanted to go back to his own projects. Even with Bernier working the smelter, they were understaffed. The trip to and from the city for more resources always took up a lot of time. With that in mind, he would need to ask the guild to lend them a porter. He was even willing to pay their wages if they just took care of the errand work. The work continued late into the night. Roland was seen with bags under his eyes and a somewhat glassy look. There. That's the last one. Roland covered his mouth after burping. To the side, he looked at the empty 6 vials that were previously filled with the mana regeneration potions. With their help, he was able to power through all of these low-level weapons. In one day, he was able to do what other runesmiths would need a week or more. His large mana pool and all of the bonuses that came with it were the reason. This, along with all the skills that lowered runecrafting requirements, allowed him to get this done. The only downside was that he still needed to boost himself with the mana potions, but it was nothing that a good night of sleep wouldn't cure. I'll be able to focus on the golem now. Before that, I also need to take care of that. After taking a warm bath and for once not passing out in it, Roland headed to his bedroom. There on a cabinet was a crystal ball, the same one that he bought from the strange magic shop. He had already gone through the runic structure and everything that was important was scribed down into one of his notebooks. What remained was to go through with his promise. It was already late at night, so he wasn't planning to talk just yet. What a person had to do at first was send something similar to a direct message. After this, the mage on the other side would know the number of this crystal ball and only then a call could go through. The crystal balls were large and required a lot of magical energy to run. It was hard to catch the mage on the other side at the correct timing. There was also a way to talk via writing which required a lot less preparation and was a lot faster. This was Roland's preferred way of talking as he never liked long phone calls even when he was in his old world. It was already close to midnight, so he didn't expect to get a reaction. With a little prod to the crystal ball, he sent his message. It was just a simple greeting and he intended to call the person on the other side when he woke up in the morning. After getting through so many potions, he was not really feeling too great. But as luck would have it, the moment he turned around he could feel the crystal ball gave out a chime. This sound was an indication that a person on the other side received the message and was going to respond. This was something that he could not stop. When the connection went through and there was a response, it would commence the magic call. Thus, when the person on the other side popped up on the crystal ball, she could see a very grumpy-looking Roland. "Greetings, sir." "Roland." It didn't seem that she was able to read into his mood too much, though, as she sounded rather cheerful. "Greetings, Lady Lucille. Didn't expect you to be awake at this hour. I've been busy with my studies. After our little adventure I've been inspired. There is so much to learn from the runes. I still remember, sir, Roland's runic magic during that battle." He was not able to get a word in while Lucille went on a tangent. As always, he was praised by her, though it seemed she was mostly praising the runes that he made and not him for using them. "I was worried that you wouldn't contact me, or that something bad happened. It has already been over a month." "Ah, yes. I apologize. I've been busy with my work." "Work? What are you working on?" "Ah, I constructed a runic smelter for ether alloys, but that doesn't matter. I just wanted to give you my coordinates. It's late, we should go to bed." Roland tried to end the conversation fast before the devilish woman there started barraging him with questions. He had already forgotten how much of a dark hole Lucille was when it came to runic stories. Mentioning the runic smelter was already the wrong choice, as she quickly figured out the meaning behind it. "A runic smelter for ether alloys? Does Sir Roland intend to build something with those? But if you speak about ether metals, those are mostly used for golems." "Oh my, is Sir Roland building a golem?" It seemed that Lucille was pushing her face up against her own crystal ball. It was as if she wanted to climb through it and come over to his workshop to look at the golem plans. "Why, yes, something like that. Lady Lucille, could you tell my brother that I'm doing fine?" He quickly steered the conversation elsewhere in the hopes that he would not need to talk about his runic wares. "Sir Robert? Ah, yes. I'll be sure to include this information the next time I see him." Lucille seemed to quiet down, but soon she recalled something. "Speaking of Sir Robert, I think his shield did quite the impression on the professor." "The professor?" Roland recalled that Lucille mentioned such a person before. This was supposed to be some old teacher that was also a rune mage. Being a reclusive introvert as he was, Roland was not looking forward to the introduction. There was a finite number of people that he could stomach. On the other hand, this person could help him with his research if he ever got stuck on something. Lucille had already informed him about his extensive knowledge and years of expertise. If this professor was a runic mage, he would probably be very knowledgeable about the software part of the runes. This was probably his biggest weak point. He even felt confident in recreating Tier 3 runes if he was ever able to procure them in the future. As it stood now, he lacked the funds to get them, and he didn't feel like rushing it was the right plan. While he still lacked a perfect understanding of the software component in the Tier 2 runes, there was no reason to jump those steps yet. He would arrive there sooner or later, and with time his heightened skills and stats would also make things easier. Ah, yes, there was a person like that. Yes, when the professor saw Sir Robert's shield. Lucille covered her mouth and started giggling. It seemed that something happened between the second runic nut from the Magic Institute. This time around his brother fell victim to it. Did Robert give his shield to the professor? Give it? No, he borrowed it and it was returned to him after a week. You should have seen how he pouted. Roland had a hard time imagining Robert's pouting face. The man was quite gruff-looking. He probably looked like a powder keg waiting to explode. Yes. I promised the professor that I would introduce the creator of that shield. Could we arrange an appointment? An appointment? Yes, how about in 2 days? The professor is busy for now. Don't want to intrude, but it should be fine in 2 days. 2 days. 2 days it is then. It's getting late and I'm running low on mana. We will have to continue this conversation later. Before Roland could decline the invitation to the appointment, Lucille vanished from the crystal ball. It seemed that he would need to have a talk with this professor. He recalled his old university days and was reminded how some of those professors there acted. If he didn't go through with this, his only connection to the Magic Academy could be void. Ugh. Fine, what can go wrong? He tossed his hands up into the air before flopping down onto his bed. The fatigue from the full days of work washed over him and he fell asleep. Even his skill that resisted skill was not strong enough to counteract mana deprivation and build up stress. Ugh. There was not supposed to be a headache. On the dawn of the next day, Roland awoke with a splitting headache. He dragged his tired body into the kitchen to drink some pain-alleviating tea. It was possible to do this with more potions, but there were also less intrusive ways of countering such pain. The migraine didn't go away fully, but it was bearable enough for him to work now. Damn. It feels like I'm working back at the old repair shop. While placing some food in Agni's bowl, he recalled his old life. There he did spend time on the computer late into the night. In the morning he woke up half dead and still needed to go to work. Good morning, boss. Hey there, Burning. Could you bring the weapons back to the guild? Oh. Did you take care of all of them? You don't look so good. Maybe you should take a break today. A break, huh? While Bernier gave him the idea to take a break, Roland didn't really know what to do with that. In his past life, playing games on his computer was his only pastime. The rest of the day was spent on work or cooking for himself. In this world, on the other hand, he didn't really have a normal hobby. Even if he wanted to take a break, he found himself thinking back to runes and how he could improve them. There wasn't really anything he wanted to do. Instead of wasting time like that, it was better to go down into the dungeon to train up Agni. I'm fine. I just need some tea and a couple of hours to recover. Also, give this letter to Elodia. She will know what to do with it. Bernier grabbed the sealed letter that Roland wrote not so long ago. In it, he just asked for a part-time porter that they could spare to work for him. Oh, what is this? Bernier looked at the letter in question and tried to peek into the writing. At the end of his examination, he gave Roland a big grin followed by an elbow to the side. I didn't know that you had it in you, boss. Little Elodia isn't bad. I would have gone for the elf myself. She feels like the fun type, if you know what I mean. Roland just sipped his tea while looking at his pervy assistant with an empty look. Could you for once stop thinking with your underside? It's business-related. But I like my underside and the ladies love it too, hee. Bernier started laughing before removing himself from Roland's house. Woof! What is it, Agni? Soon Roland was left behind with his ruby wolf. He was jumping around a lot this day and he had a sinking suspicion as to why. You probably want to go into the dungeon. Huh? Woof! Agni's level was approaching 50. It would probably only take one more dungeon run before this adolescent wolf became a proper adult. The only problem was that Roland wanted to focus on his golem, but for some reason, there were other things pulling him away from constructing it. Can we do it next week? I need to work on something. Agni started whining and his tail curled up. No, don't look at me like that. Roland was given the puppy eye treatment that he was weak against. It didn't always work, but this time around it seemed that Roland was getting swayed. God damn it, fine. My head is killing me anyway. Let's go to the dungeon. He stood up while Agni started jumping around and making circles. His head was feeling hazy and he felt that if he started his work he would be making a lot of mistakes. It would take about half a day till he recovered, so killing a few monsters would be a nice change of pace. Luckily for him, using runic weapons didn't require much concentration. Just let me grab my armor. Woof! That should do it. Roland stood back while looking at his tamed beast. Agni was in the process of brutalizing a volcanic salamander. At level 49 he was already able to handle these monsters that were a tier above him, with a little help from his master that applied some chilling spells. There were a few ways to gain the system in this world. Most of the experience went to the person that did the most damage, thus it made hitting practically dead enemies give low amounts of experience points. The only option to power level others would be applying debuffs instead. These debuffs would count for less and could disable the enemies, which was happening now. The monsters that required high temperatures to operate were very easy to disable with a simple chilling spell. Volcanic Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. The adult version of a common canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. Their mane and paws are covered by even more volcanic rocks. Ruby Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. The adult version of an uncommon canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. With the increase in size, their rubies become even more apparent. Gemstone Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. An adult rare canine-type monster found in deep dungeons. This adult Tier 2 variant size is close to a small horse. It gains an armor-like pelt that is good at resisting physical attacks. Mystical Ruby Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. A rare adult variant of the Ruby Wolf. The gem on its forehead grows in size. This monster is highly intelligent and can learn basic spells. He could see some of the old evolution options still being there, like the Volcanic Wolf and even the Gemstone Wolf. From the description, it seemed that the Gemstone variant was quite big. If it was the size of a smaller horse, it might have been mountable. The Mystical Ruby variant was also there, but Roland saw a small problem. While all the other options looked the same, the one that he wanted was grayed out. There was one explanation for this: some of the requirements have not been met. Well, boy, I think you'll have to work on your skills before we can evolve you further. Agni gained most of his levels thanks to sharing experience with his master. Due to this, he leveled up a lot faster than the other monsters. This meant that his skills naturally lagged behind, as he could only progress with them when they were used. Woof! Agni gave out a weak woof this time around. It seemed that he knew what the problem was. The main skill that he gained from munching on mana stones had not reached the 9th level yet. His skills that controlled mana were not quite there yet as well. He would probably need to level them all up before this option became available. You can have some more mana stones back home, but you're not getting that big mana stone. Ever since returning from the last expedition, Agni has been eyeing the large mana stone he got from the dinosaur-looking monster. It was quite big for a Tier 2 monster that had already evolved once. He was saving it for something else. It would be melted down into ether alloys that would then be used for his own armor. With the quality of that mana stone, he was sure that he would be able to get a better grading on the metal. Before we go home, we still need to take care of one more thing. Let's go. The man and Ruby Wolf party went on their ways towards the deeper areas of the large open lower floor. There was one monster in particular that he wanted to hunt, as he required parts of it for his next project. After about 30 minutes of walking, he came into a section that the noble party evaded before. There he saw one. It was big and it looked dangerous. It was a golem that was about 4 meters tall, which made it twice Roland's size. The ruby golem that he faced before was even bigger than this one, so he wasn't worrying as much. This monster had a brownish orb sticking out from its left rocky shoulder. It was hard to notice as it was barely exposed, but Roland had come just for it. It was the golem's core that spawned at random places inside of these golems. They were hard to spot, which brought troubles to adventurers that tried to fight it. If this golem core was destroyed, so would be the monster that had it. He needed this item for his own golem, as it was much easier to use a monster golem's core than to fashion one instead. It was also a lot cheaper for him to grab one down in the dungeon than to buy one from the market. Roland was already quite strong, so he decided to gather his resources while also getting Agni to level 50. Some might say that he was being a penny pincher, as he could afford a golem core while just crafting. He could only nod to that accusation, as if he had a way to save money that wasn't too hard he would use it. Okay, Agni, wait here. You might have leveled up, but your teeth won't do much damage on a golem. Agni whined a bit but stayed behind like his master ordered him to. With slow steps he approached the monster, the runic symbols on his gauntlets glowing blue as he got ready to cast a spell. The monster finally noticed the human opponent approaching and started to sluggishly attack. Roland didn't panic as he opened up his palms. A blue orb of chilling energy formed in front of them. Before the monster could get into striking position, Roland activated his runic spell. While pointing the orb of blue light in the golem's direction, a burst of cold was discharged. The monster took a direct hit but continued to lumber towards its enemy. Each step it took caused the bedrock below to crumble. Each time a thumping sound was heard and it was not stopping. Finally, it was standing in front of the human that was attacking it. The golem moved its lumbering hand up, but as it attempted to move it down to squash the smaller enemy, it found itself unable to. That should do it. The golem stood still as it was frozen in place by Roland's magic. For someone like him, that could switch magic attributes for every occasion. Fighting monsters like this was quite easy. Now then, on his back, he had a large sledgehammer that he brought over for just the occasion. With one powerful swing to the golem's leg, he brought it down to the ground. With a couple of more, its legs and arms were all shattered at the joints as he rendered the creature immobile. The golems were hard enemies to beat for low-level adventurers. They were resistant to bladed weapons, and even heavy blunt ones had trouble causing much damage. For Roland, that boasted overwhelmingly higher stats and buffing effects, this was not a tough enemy. After the monster was disabled, Roland brought out a chisel and hammer from his spatial bag. These golem cores were quite brittle, so he could not risk landing blows at the shoulder area. They were quite resistant to magical effects, which made them perfect for runecrafting. "There we go, you can come over now, Agni." Agni wiggled his tail while approaching the frozen golem. Once the core was removed, this monster became nothing more than rocks. Even then, Roland had to shake his head at his wolf that started desecrating the dead pile of rocks as if it could fight back. "Let's get a few more and return home. My headache is gone too." After spending most of the day down in the dungeon, Roland returned home. Just as before, he used the shortcuts in the dungeon to quickly make his way up. This was still something that he did not report to the guild. He feared that they would task him with mapping out the entire dungeon and searching for all the hidden chambers. This was something that he intended to do on his own later. The probability of another runesmith going down and spotting these hidden rooms was quite low, so he wasn't worried. It was already getting late, but there was this itch that he just needed to scratch. With everything ready, he descended into his workshop and into the mostly empty room that was reserved for just this type of work. He placed 5 orbs of various sizes and colors on his workbench. All of them belonged to golems that he faced down in the dungeon and would be used for his experiments. It's not good that they don't all have the same dimensions, which might alter the results. Roland gave out a sigh after holding 2 of the golem cores in each hand. One that came from AL-51 golem was much smaller than the other that came from one that was 10 levels above it. The larger the core, the more punishment it could handle, but it was also harder to runecraft on. For the time being, he decided to start with the smallest one and work himself up. He hoped that he could start building a working prototype by the time he got to the 5th one. Otherwise, he would need to descend into the dungeon yet again. There were many types of golems in this world. Ones made from rocks, ones made from metal, ones made from flesh, and even ones made from pure energy. The one that his class was focused on would be the metal one. There were various ways a person could get a golem to do their biddings. The most rudimentary way would be to just use a pre-existing spell. Such golems could be summoned by the summoner-type classes, and supposedly these summons came from some kind of different dimension. They were practically the same type of being as the golem monster that he took care of today. Even though they were easy to come by, they could not remain in this world for too long. They burned up the caster's mana, and the longer they remained, the more they would require. Supposedly, there were ways of extending their stay. Some included contracts that would make a golem like this a caster's familiar than other ways that remained a mystery to Roland as he lacked the book smarts. If someone wanted a more permanent golem, they needed to work for it. Making one was the other option, and it also came in many ways. Even magicians could produce a golem by gathering the right materials and casting the right spell. As long as the golem had a core and a power source, it would be operational. The ones magical smiths like him made came in various shapes and sizes. The golem core was the brain of this construct. It would need to be ingrained with the correct operating system. This was where he would inject the runic system that he studied from the miniature toy golem. Before the system could be implanted, he needed to fashion a body for its shell. Depending on the shape of the golem core would need to be altered. Due to this reason, Roland decided to make his first golem to be similar to the toy that he studied. The small golem that he had was a bipedal 1, 2 legs, and 2 arms. The operating system came with a few pre-existing features that he was afraid to touch at the moment. Only after having a working prototype would he be able to see what his alterations did to the way it behaved. After glancing at his notes and the schematics on the wall, he could not wait. He grasped the golem core and started to concentrate. His mana traveled to his fingertips and started to slowly insert itself into the golem's core. The core started trembling as if it was resisting. The material he was working with would not be able to resist his regular rune-smithing blows, so he was forced to do it by hand. The core still had some data left from the monster it came from. First, he needed to delete all of this data before inserting his own. It was similar to formatting a hard drive from an old operating system before putting on a new one. Even if there was space to fit another operating system, it was ill-advised. It would only take up space and could very well corrupt the parts that the runesmith was working on. Then finally, with a resounding burst, the golem core shattered into many tiny pieces. Roland was quick to close his eyes and turn his face. The crystal-like substance that the core was made from shattered against the walls of this room and even collided with the other cores that were on the workbench. I guess that was too much mana. 5 cores turned to 4, then he was down to 3 as another one exploded. By the second attempt, he had put on safety goggles so that he could see when the core became unstable. I might need better quality cores. As with everything in this world, the cores were also ranked by grades. This Tier 2 golem core was still on the lower end, thus they were more delicate to work with than higher quality cores. Some were so resistant to mana that they would never break, while others like Tier 1 cores were almost impossible to work with as they shattered with the smallest amount of magic. Finally, on the 3rd core he managed to erase the chaotic monster program. It was not runic in nature, so it looked like a bunch of chicken scratch to him. The original monster brain that was ingrained into this core would probably be a good way to study it, but he had no idea how to decipher this language. The monsters in the dungeon were able to form some degree of battle strategies. It would be quite a simple process if he could just translate everything into runic form. Then he would have something akin to a summoned monster. That is, if he could get it to recognize him as its master. Otherwise, he would be just making a machine that would murder him instantly. Ugh, this is harder than I expected. The 4th golem core shattered when he was about halfway through his rune inserting process. Now left with only 1 remaining core, he was troubled. Should he go for it, or should he wait till his skills leveled up before attempting more? Roland glanced at his status screen and could see that he was still lacking in a few places. His mana-controlling skills were not maxed out and his rune-related skills weren't either. The progress with them had almost stopped. He could now see why people had troubles advancing towards Tier 3 classes. Even now at his first Tier 2 class, he was having troubles and he still needed to get another one before he could attempt another advancement. Maybe it was stupid of me to try this so late into the night. He gave out a sigh and placed the last golem core down. It seemed that he was overzealous in his first attempt. Maybe if he got a good night's rest he could try it once more. There is also that thing tomorrow. Roland went to bed while dreading the next day, as then came the time for his appointment. When he was eating his breakfast he started hearing a sound. It was coming from his bedroom. I should have more time? Why is Lucille calling me already? The communication crystal was already beckoning him over. It was the day that he was supposed to talk with that professor person. He feared that he would make a bad impression on the man or that he would be called an idiot by someone more experienced in the runes. Even though he didn't like asking for help, he could tell that he would make a lot more progress if he had someone to bounce his ideas off of. Thus, with a bit of resistance, he finally answered the call. There he saw an unfamiliar face, a face that he did not expect that would belong to someone called the Professor. Ah, there you are, the fabled country bumpkin runesmith. He could vaguely see Lucille standing in the back and waving. She had a strange, apologetic expression on her face. What he saw was quite the sight, as instead of a person he was looking at a black cat. It looked to be a regular old cat. The most characteristic thing about it was the monocle covering its left eye. Well, this is certainly unexpected. There he was, the Professor in the flesh. The fabled person with extensive runic knowledge that could push his progress to another level. The only problem with him was that he was a cat. Did a mouse get your tongue? What's with that expression, young man? Did my presence overwhelm you already? Quite the cocky cat to boot. Ah no, I just didn't expect you to call me this early, or that you would be… I would be what? Roland scratched his cheek and started wondering if suddenly Bernier would pop up and say that this was all a prank. A cat. He said it while not really knowing what this creature before him was. There were certain magical and mystical creatures in this world. Just like Agni that was getting smarter with his evolutions, this also might have been someone's tamed beast that had grown in intelligence. You would refer to this Professor as a domesticated pet? Why, I never. Ah, you'll have to excuse my friend Professor Arion. He didn't mean it. Soon Lucille interjected from the side, as she could clearly see that Roland was in distress. On the merit of being a runesmith of skill, I will excuse this transgression, but remember well, child, I am not a mere housecat. You have my apologies. Roland just replied, as he did not want to argue about things like this. Still, it looked like he was getting pranked by Lucille. The real Professor could be somewhere to the side laughing at his confused face, but as they continued to talk it didn't seem that anyone else would be showing up. Well then, Mr. Wayland, was it? Young Lady Lucille has told me that you were the one that enchanted that magnificent runic shield. I see that it has slipped her mouth. Roland was a bit surprised by the reaction of this cat that was supposed to be the runic expert here. This creature clearly wouldn't be able to runecraft with those cat paws that it had. How it went about using the runes as a rune mage was intriguing. Yes, quite. I must say, lad, you sure did outdo yourself, and while at such a young age. If young Lucille hadn't insisted, I would have thought it was done by one of those old drunks. As you can see, I am not a dwarf, just an ordinary human. From the cat's tone, it seemed that he had no love for the dwarven kind. Being that he was a rune mage that was interested in runecrafting, it made sense. The Dwarven Union was already giving him trouble now. He could only imagine how bad they would cooperate with a talking cat. How did you manage to come to this level of skill? You don't seem to be that experienced. Is it some kind of unique skill or mayhaps some lost knowledge of an old runesmith master that you have unearthed? The cat started walking around while trying to figure out how Roland's runesmithing skills came to be. The magical crystal ball was on a table and the strutting cat on it was a strange sight to behold. The Professor was right with his first assumption, but not like Roland would reveal his secrets just like that. This level of perfection is unprecedented. Even though they were only common runes, the way that the mana guides through them is quite fascinating. But? Was there a problem? Oh? You didn't realize? The runic matrix was not as refined as the rest. You seem to have a full grasp when the outer shell of the runic structures but fail at fully understanding the runic matrix. The runic matrix, this was something that he had read about before, but just once. It was during his change into the Runesmith Lord class and only there. When he reached the library he was given the basic knowledge about that term, which he referred to as the runic software. The rune matrix was what made the whole spell structure tick. It was the most important part of them. With it, he could change the runic spells on a higher level than when he only used the outer runic components. Even a basic runic structure could be turned into many spells with a better understanding of the software. There were still limitations to how much a person could do. Only when both hardware and software knowledge was combined to its fullest would Roland finally be a true runesmith. Yes, this is true, my knowledge of the rune matrix is still lacking. I can only produce simple spell effects that had already been created by others with minor alterations. Roland could look into the runes and copy the code that was inside of this matrix. What he usually did was just copy-paste it and see if something stuck. This was a strenuous process, Without a full understanding of what he was doing, he could only go with a grueling process of elimination. I see. This might have truly be a fortuitous encounter indeed. How so? He asked while the cat with the monocle chuckled to himself. Can't you see it, young man? You lack the knowledge to fully access the runic matrix, while I require a skilled runesmith that can create impeccable runic structures with no faults. The black cat started laughing maniacally for some reason while Roland pondered what he had said. It did seem like a good pairing if what the cat was saying was true. If he could get some extensive knowledge about the inner workings of this runic matrix, he might be able to produce some interesting spells. Roland's basic knowledge about how magic worked in this world was quite rudimentary. It was always aided by skills, though he somewhat knew what he was doing. He didn't fool himself, though. What he was doing was just remembering and performing the acts while not fully understanding them. With this approach, he might be able to pass some tests but not apply them to a real-world scenario. To actually become someone that could create and innovate, he needed to get more information. If not, he would be stuck experimenting for years upon years. Even this golem that he was trying to make was already giving him a headache. You are right. I do lack the knowledge when the matrix is concerned, but would you be willing to disclose information to someone like me? Someone like you? Yes. An unknown country bumpkin. Ha. I see you have taken my little jab to heart. I must apologize for my small joke. I did not mean to offend. You are right. First, we need to build up some trust. What say that we exchange some of our knowledge first and see how it goes from there? Roland rubbed his chin a bit as he contemplated. Would it be okay to trust this person that wasn't even human or any of the other humanoid races? His new friend Lucille trusted this cat, but she had her head up in the clouds. She did see past Robert's hard outer exterior to see that he was not a bad person inside, though. Maybe she was a good judge of character, even though she mostly seemed that her head was up in the clouds. How would you envision this exchange of information? Yes, how about I send you some rune schematics that I have been working on? If you can correct the faults to the outer runic traces, I would be grateful. Then, when I am successful at correcting them, will you disclose some information about the runic matrix to me? Yes, you do catch on rather quickly. I will accommodate the transfer of schematics with haste. The kitty cat started bouncing on the table as if he was quite excited. It raised its tail and started walking away from the magical crystal without really discussing how this exchange would be happening. Instead, Lucille found herself next to the crystal ball with a big smile on her face. Wait, how do you intend to deliver the schematics? Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. Wayland. We will just use the Academy's gales to deliver everything. They will arrive at the location of your communication crystal. Ah, all right then. He was not sure what these gales Lucille was talking about, but if he asked, he would probably be teased about being a country bumpkin some more. Then, I'll see you later. Soon the connection ended and Roland was left in his home with a lot of information. Did I really spend the last half hour talking to a sentient cat? He flopped back into his seat and looked up at the ceiling of his house. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, it was time to eat some breakfast. Then it was time to go back down to his workshop where his only leftover golem core was waiting for him. Might as well. After getting a good night's rest and remembering what happened yesterday, he was willing to give it another shot. Even when he failed, there was a mine of golem cores waiting for him down in the dungeon. He could slowly learn through mistakes and progress along the way. With failure came experience, with experience came skill level-ups. In this world, a person was rewarded for continuously building themselves up. The constant system prompts that reminded everyone that they were slowly progressing only made a person try harder, as there always seemed to be a light at the end of the tunnel. So he grasped the last remaining golem core. This one was the largest and came from the highest level golem that he faced off against. He concentrated, and the old monster matrix that was inside of it was slowly erased to make place for his own. Sweat formed on his forehead as he concentrated. Slowly the light brown core started getting dimmer as it was cleared out of what was left of the old golem. Ha! Just as he was done with erasing the old data, he was shown a prompt of acquiring a new skill. Due to it taking him by surprise, the golem core that he was working on started to tremble. Soon it exploded into many tiny shards that collided with the protective goggles that this time he remembered to wear. Fuck! Roland threw the shattered remains of the core into a container with all of the other failures. Then, after calming his nerves, he went over the new skill that he had learned. Runic cleansing. With this skill, a runesmith is able to remove old existing runes from various materials without damaging them in the process. It seemed that the skill would allow him to just erase old runes from items. This might have not seemed that useful at first glance but could prove quite handy. If he was working on costly materials and fumbled during it, he could be granted a second chance. Then where this skill probably had its uses the most was on items like this golem core. When using it on materials that would break easily, it would aid in keeping them intact. Probably with a high enough level, he would not even need to concentrate while working on a golem core like this. That's nice, but now I need more golem cores. Having taken care of the runic weapon backlog the day before, Roland didn't really have anything else to do other than to work on his golem project. He hollered for Agni and both of them descended into the dungeon once more. With having a set-up grind spot, it didn't take Roland much to return with 6 more golem cores. The sun was already down over the horizon and it was getting dark. Thus, when he saw the strange green glow over his house, Roland was a bit alarmed. "Oh, hey boss. Glad that you are back. That thing has been perched on top of the chimney for an hour now. I was not sure what to do with it, so I waited." Bernier was there and he was pointing at the glowing thing in question. "What is that?" "A bird." On his chimney, a nightingale was perched, but it was illuminating the night with some kind of greenish glow. The moment Roland had arrived, the bird turned its head to him. Soon it zoomed down from there and started circling around him. This caused Agni to growl, but Roland raised his hand up to stop him from making so much noise. "It's fine. I think I know what this is." He reached out with his hand towards this magical creature, and just as he had thought, it landed on it. Soon the glow that was coming from this magical bird faded along with it. Tiny green particles of light rose up into the air as a small satchel was left behind. I guess this was the gale that the cat meant. Sure got here fast. The magical academy was quite a distance away from where Roland was located. This magical creature must have been flying at an astonishingly high speed to get here. "Would you look at that? Is this one of your runic contraptions, boss?" "Mine? No. It's just a message from the Magical Academy." Bernier looked at the small satchel that Roland placed back into his own pocket. "Oh? Did you make some new friends with those uptight mage types? You have to watch out for them. My father told me that they have no respect for the craft." Roland nodded at Bernier and soon headed to his home. There was a certain way that most mages carried themselves. Lucille was the exception to the rule. Most of them were rumored to not think much of the common folk, thinking themselves to be more intelligent than almost anyone. Back in his room, Roland undid the little bow tie that the satchel was tied with and was created by more bright light. He was lucky that he placed this small bag on the table and didn't open it in his palm. After the light faded, he could see a few items. The first thing he noticed was a large, thick book. The Introduction to Runes. It read, and after skimming through it, he could tell that it was some kind of basic handbook. It explained some basic runic knowledge that he already knew, but also delved deeper into some content that he was not aware of. It also included a couple of new rune schematics that he didn't know. Besides the book, there was also a letter. It looked quite official with a wax seal and an emblem. It was clear from who this came after he looked at the seal, as instead of a noble crest, it had a cat paw print on it. "To my dearest new acquaintance, Mr. Wayland." Roland started reading through it, and it was clearly written by the cat. How it managed to write it without opposable thumbs was anyone's guess. Maybe Lucille was the one writing it, as the penmanship was quite nice. In the letter, the cat explained everything to him. He was given a schematic that he would need to correct. When he was done with his work, he was supposed to place it on the magical scroll that it came with and activate it. When he did, it would transform into another green bird and carry it back to the academy. This scroll, it's runic in nature. The moment he looked at the scroll, he could tell that it was a high-grade Tier 2 spell. From the outside, the runes didn't look at much, but what really made it complex was the program inside. So you can make complex spells like that even with common runes? Creating something like an intelligent messenger bird like this that could distinguish people and deliver items to the correct person was not an easy task. The magical bird waited for him to get there, and only then would he give up the goods while ignoring Bernier. Then there was the last item. A folded-up block of paper which he quickly unfolded. What he saw was a complex runic diagram that he had never seen before. The runes were somewhat strange as their pathways were overlapping over each other. It was as if there were two separate runes imposed over one another in a stack. Wait, could this be a Tier 3 runic schematic? Roland licked his lips while quickly attaching this schematic to the board on his wall. With it there, he had a clear view of his new task. Is this their new product? Aye. A group of dwarves were looking over some magical weapons again. This time around, Dunan's facial expression was extra grumpy as he examined a short sword. The craftsmanship has improved. It seems that their runesmith stopped making the weapons himself. What he was looking at was a simple blade with a sharpness rune on it. Dunan handed the blade over to Bammer, who was their magical weapon specialist. The other dwarf injected some of his mana into the blade and it produced a nice blue glow. While this blade was activated, he retrieved another blade from the side. It was of similar shape and size, but the magical markings on it looked to be larger. While the runic blade only had smaller runes closer to the hilt area, the other one had long writings in an unknown language. Well, wit? Do you want me to acknowledge that my weapon is o' lower quality? Bammer, slightly enraged, tossed the runic blade down to the floor, which caused the other dwarves to quickly pick it up. Hey, don't damage to sample. I don't want to have to get another one. It had been a few weeks since the new runesmith in town started distributing his wares. They hit the shelves, and at first, the dwarves weren't worried. No one seemed to be buying them due to the higher price compared to the tried dwarven magical wares. That all changed after one day. Greetings, fellow people of the Adventurers Guild. Could you lend me your ears? The rowdy adventurers that were bickering and looking at the mission board looked to the side. There, a blonde elven girl that they knew to be one of the guild receptionists was giving a speech. I'm not sure if you are aware, but our guild will be hosting a presentation. Be sure to all come to the training area in the back, as we will be starting in 30 minutes. Solana gave a wink at the crowd of manly men, which made them shout out in unison. Some of them were quickly punished by their womanly companions that started kicking their shins. What is this about? No idea? Should we stay? Not like we have anything better to do. How about it, Rudy? Some of the adventurers that came back from missions shrugged and decided to see what all the commotion was about. This was something unusual, as the guild rarely hosted any events. Most of the time, the most interesting thing were the Tier 2 tests, which mostly ended up in the new adventurers eating dirt. Though with one certain adventurer having done the same to an instructor, the guild was swapped with more rank-up requests than ever. I'm sure you are all aware of our own city's runesmith. You might have also witnessed him down in the dungeon. Yes, I'm talking about the gentleman in the crimson armor with a very gruff exterior. Oh, red armor? Wasn't it that person? We should go and see it, Common Rudy. Why are you in a rush, Kira? The lady said that it's going to start in 30 minutes. The red-haired adventurer called out to his companion but was met with deaf ears. His party member was already heading out towards the area where the guild performed rank-up tests. The only thing that he could do was to shrug, finish this drink, and move out. Where is she going? Rudy turned his head and saw his other party member, a larger male that was wearing full-plate armor. The guild is making some kind of presentation or something? He just shrugged as he had no idea what this was about. Oh, a presentation? A second girl with long jet-black hair popped her head out from behind the larger man. Soon the three headed outside and spotted her friend leaning over the wooden short fence that was supposed to keep people from opening the training field. Oh, hey Sansa. Look at who it is. Kira pointed into the distance and the other girl followed the finger. There she saw a handsome young man wearing some strange armor. His gauntlets had intricate runic designs which made him look more like the son of a rich merchant than an adventurer. Wait, is that? I don't think I ever saw him without the helmet. Yeah, it's a wonder that he hides his face if he looks like that. If only our two could look like that. Kira looked at Rudy and started shaking her head. The young man in question was taken aback by the act of blatant disrespect. When he looked at the person that the girl was pointing at, he could only admit defeat. A man's face doesn't matter. It's all about spirit and conviction. The two girls looked at each other and started to chuckle. But wait, those runic patterns. You're a little slow as always, Rudy. Don't you remember that time? That time. The red-haired youth crossed his hands and closed his eyes as he contemplated. In a moment it dawned on him as he recalled a certain person in runic gear saving their lives. When they became trapped and surrounded by lizard men like monsters, he came to their rescue. It's him. Finally remembered? If you're slow like this, you'll never stop being a noob. Hey! Ever since that little event, the party spread the word of the Crimson Adventurer saving their lives. This trend continued as this was not the only party that Roland had lent a helping hand during his travels down into the dungeon. He was one of the few adventurers that was known for helping newbies out if he ever found them in troublesome situations. The word noob was quickly taken up by the younger crowd as a slang word implying that someone was still green. Soon people started to gather. The beautiful elven receptionist was quite good at bringing attention while her glasses-wearing friend remained silent for most of it. I see that quite a crowd has gathered. Let us start the presentation then. Solana was the main presenter, but next to her people could spot some familiar figures. One was the runesmith that was known as Wayland. Next to him was another large man that was mostly known by his visits to the red light districts. The presentation started with Armand moving out into the ring along with the runesmith. While Armand was wearing the usual gauntlets, the man next to him only had a tower shield with him. At first glance, it looked to be a normal shield, but if someone looked closely, they would see runic patterns on the outside and inside. I'm sure that most of you are aware of the magical weapons, but have you ever witnessed ones with more than one enchantment? More than one enchantment? People started murmuring as something as a multipurpose weapon like Roland liked to create was not widely spread. The vast majority of adventurers used weapons and armor that only had one active spell. Multiple buffing spells were easy to come by as they possessed a constant effect that didn't need the user's concentration. On the other hand, multi-purpose spells were rare and also troublesome to create for the crafter. Not many people knew how to alter the runic or enchanting schematics to combine spells together. It might have seemed like an easy process for Roland, but for people without the debugging skill, it was already hard to create an intermediate-grade rune. Thus most were of the mindset that it was a fool's errand to go outside the specifications of the schematics that they received. Only when they reached higher echelons of their own craft would they start experimenting, and then they would focus on fewer commercial spells. With this, a large hole in the middle of the market was made. There were many lower-level enchantments that many craftsmen used to build up enough experience to move up into Tier 3. Without many variations, there came no innovation, and the adventurers were stuck with the same old weapons everywhere. Yes. Please turn your gaze to our two handsome presenters. Solana shouted out as she motioned people to look to the guild training area. Their Armand was glad to show a smile and wave at all the pretty ladies that were there. On the other hand, the man that was opposite him just shook his head around. Go home, Armand, you stupid drunk. I hope your prick falls off. While people gave curious gazes to the fabled runesmith, Armand, on the other hand, started getting cussed out by some of the other adventurers. It seemed that most of them had run-ins with him that didn't go too well. Screw you too. You want a piece of me? No wonder your party member left you if you're this much of a mama's boy. Why you damn? Please, calm down and let us resume with the presentation. The elven lady had to bring the attention back to herself as it seemed that a brawl could break out soon. It didn't take much to imagine what might have happened between Armand and a few of the adventurers here. While the men were giving him deathly glares, some of the women were blushing. Might I bring your attention to the shield that Mr. Wayland is holding there? It might look like your everyday enchanted shield, but there is more to it than meets the eye. Soon the presentation started as Roland assumed a defensive position with the shield pointed towards Armand. After having a nice talk with his old friends, Armand finally went into a battle stance. His fist started shining with some strange flame-like energy as he punched out. His fist was met by a shield made of ice. The moment this fist of flames collided with it, its force was nicely dispersed and it looked like the shield did its intended purpose. This wasn't the end though. Armand moved back and they started from the beginning. This time around, instead of flames, his fist was covered by a transparent, colorless energy. When it descended on the shield again, the people were surprised that this time around the shield was not made of elemental ice but flames instead. Armand was then seen moving back while waving his hand around to get the flames out. This made some of the men chuckle out and point with their fingers as they could see that their most hated foe was in some pain. As you have noticed, the shield can switch between elemental spells, but 2 is not the limit. Soon the shield shifted from flames to rock and then to wind, which caused everyone's hair to flutter. It was a nice presentation showing that this item could serve them through many types of elemental-based enemies. You might ask yourself, why would I use such an item if I can just use a mage's enchantment instead? But dear friends, how many times can you get an enchantment? Will there always be an enchanter on your journey? What if you encounter a foe that you didn't prepare for? Will the little coin that you have saved be enough to cover that visit to a priest? Solana continued with her pitch as she listed a few things that would make a more costly multi-purpose shield a good investment. That's all fine, but what if that thing breaks? Will the other runesmiths be able to repair a shield like that? I did work with one of those dwarves before. They don't take kindly to change. One of the older adventurers shouted out his concerns. To him, the shield might have been a nice product, but it didn't seem to have longevity. Most of the enchanted gear was kept the same for a reason. This reason was repairs. Working with runes was not an easy task. If the runes were destroyed too much, an unknown runic structure would be impossible to mend. Something unique like this would most likely be turned away, and the person that bought it would only be able to repair it by the person that made it. That is a valid concern, but Mr. Wayland will also be offering his services from now on. You may bring your runic items to him for repairs and improvement. Solana, knowing well that this was a true concern, tried to shift the attention elsewhere. The people looked at the person of interest that was standing there. He did not smile nor did he frown, but instead he just nodded to confirm this claim. While some people would be turned away by lack of repairs, some more experienced adventurers didn't see a problem with this. They understood that quality was hard to come by. If an adventurer found a good craftsman that they could trust, they would not worry about long waiting times when it came to magical weapons. While the presentation was over, Solana continued to discuss a few concerns with the adventurers. The fabled runesmith returned to the side as he was done with his part and was now hoping to return back home. Finally, it's over. Hope they stop bothering me for a while. He was still in the middle of working on the Tier 3 rune schematic that he was given. Even though his debugging skill was able to produce a better version of this rune, he was not able to actually bring it to metal. The way that these Tier 3 runic pathways stacked over one another was not an easy thing to figure out. It was clear to him that there was some skill required to do this part, but some skills could be discovered ahead of time. With enough testing, he might discover a way to produce these Tier 3 runes and get the stacking skill just as he did get the cleansing one. There was also a nice surprise that brought him back to his cheating days. It was possible to receive experience from scribing this schematic onto paper just like he did with his first rune. He was rewarded with not only a large pile of experience but also an upgrade to his runic scholar title. With it, at the 3rd stage, he would probably be receiving a nice boost to his next class change. The only problem was figuring out to produce these Tier 3 runes before he actually reached this class level. Excuse me, Mr. Wayland, was it? While Roland was deep in thought, he heard a female voice call out to him. When he turned to it, he saw a group of 4 adventurers. One of the younger men had characteristic red hair and was eyeballing him for some reason. The girl that called out to him also noticed this and delivered an elbow to the youth's side. "Hey, stop it, you idiot. Ack. I wasn't doing anything. Can I help you with something?" Roland could not put a finger on it, but he could swear that he saw this group of adventurers somewhere before. Even with his good memory, it was hard to piece the faces together as he came across many such youths when he went down into the dungeon. Do they want to request some runic weapons from me? They don't really look like they could afford them, though. With an eye for gear, Roland could tell that these were steel-grade adventurers. Even when they achieved the silver rank, it would probably take a bit of saving up till they would be able to buy a pricey runic item. Ah yes, we didn't get the chance to give our gratitude for saving us back then. Back then. Yes, in the dungeon. You saved us from certain death. After taking a good look at the group, he finally recalled saving some newbies from a bunch of troglodytes. It wasn't as hard to remember them as they did ruin his grinding session by activating the trap most people avoided. Ah yes, I see. Glad that you were still alive. Roland was not sure what to say. The group of youths here was about the same age as his body was, but he felt like an adult among high schoolers. How about we buy you a drink at the tavern? I don't really drink. I must apologize, but I still have a lot of work to do. So I'll have to excuse myself. He quickly shut the girl down as he had no time to be picking up new friends. Due to having to perform a presentation, his social battery was running on fumes. Now he just wanted to get back home and return to his runic research. Ah! The two girls pouted and looked saddened by his reply. The boys, on the other hand, looked relieved for some reason. Luckily, Roland was able to get away from this event, but soon he would be getting a lot more customers. Hey boss! I know you said that you didn't want to be bothered, but… Is it another one? Yes. But there is more than one this time around. Should I tell them to leave? Ah! Roland gave out a grunt while closing his notebook. The room he was in had its walls covered with large strange runic schematics that Bernier had no way of figuring out. There were crumpled up papers thrown to the side. In the middle of this room, there was a small stand on which an orb was on. This was no simple orb but a core that came from a golem monster. This stand was fashioned from silvery metal that also consisted of many runic inscriptions that were immaculately crafted to somehow work with it. I'll never finish if this continues. I should have never gone to that marketing event. A few weeks ago, Roland found himself called to the guild. The guild master was all smiles and he commended him on making the runic weapons so fast. At first, Roland thought that the man was just trying to make him work more. He might have been a bit overzealous in fashioning the items, which proved his output being quite high. Luckily for him, the contract had a set minimum number of things that he was required to make per month. Any surplus depended on his mood. This was true. The conversation started with this, but soon it was pushed into a different direction. Even though there were new items in the stores, not many people were buying them. Thus they came up with an advertising campaign to boost the sales. To Roland, who was not that against making some money, this didn't sound like such a bad idea. For a successful business, a good brand was a requirement. Only if his wares were known would people flock to them. By being the only runesmith in the city, he had a leg up against his competition that could only order wares from outside. The people also trusted more what they saw. Some would rather get things from the locals, as they could always return the wares if something broke. If they got their weapon from the auction house, there was always a risk of costly repairs. Such repairs would need them to travel to specialists that could very well be on the other side of the island. Just as most rare class holders, they mostly flocked to the more developed cities that they knew would not waste their talents. Albrook, on the other hand, still needed a few more years to be able to attract more people. He was talked into taking part in the presentation, and the rest was history. It was his first real public appearance and quite the learning experience. Even though he was not good with social interactions, when it came to business it was different. When he knew what to expect from the exchange, it wasn't that bad. After this event where he showed off his runic shield, his name had become widespread. He was unsure what was happening behind the scenes, but suddenly a week or so ago, there was the first knock on the gate and the floodgates were open. What do you want? Roland had Bernier install a little peek hole that could be slid open from the inside. He was doing this just now as he was still reserved about letting people inside of his home. Not till he had figured out a better way of handling intruders than landmines. Good day. Isn't this where the town runesmith works? I heard that I could get my magical items repaired here. What he saw was a somewhat well-geared adventurer couple. With all the Tier 2 monsters running around, the city slowly filled up with silver and gold-ranked adventurers. The latter ones were quite the big spenders, as with a lack of magical equipment it was hard to battle some of the creatures. Yes, that's me. What needs repairing? The man was wearing some deep steel armor which was not magical in nature, but then he took out a nice-looking silver longsword. I see. Please place it on the tray. After saying this, a long tray popped out from the door that could even fit in a whole armor set. The person that was holding the sword looked to his female companion that just shrugged at him. The guild said that we could trust the runesmith. The man nodded and placed the sword into the tray, which then Roland pulled back inside. After taking the sword into his hand, he could tell what the runic enchantment was. The blade's handle looked somewhat worn out, but the blade was nice and sharp. Frost Blade Rune. Oh, you can tell from one glance? See, I told you that this will be quicker than going to the main city. Roland murmured to himself, and it was heard by the man that handed him the weapon. It seemed that he was really the only craftsman in the city that could do quick repairs. The word was slowly spreading, and he would probably be getting a lot more customers. The handle needs to be remade, but that's not what I'm offering. The rune has deteriorated below half of its original. I'm sure you've noticed that it's not working as well as it should. That's right. When I got this sword 6 months ago, it worked like a charm, but now I can barely use the enchantment. Can you fix it? The man replied while agreeing with Roland. Overuse of runic equipment caused the runes to deteriorate. Depending on the rune's grade, this could happen sooner than later. With a lack of runesmiths around, it would be hard to get this in working condition. If a rune dropped below 30%, it would more than likely stop working. Yes, it will cost 1 small gold coin. A whole small gold coin? Yes. If you don't like the price, you can try another runesmith. The man thought for a second and nodded. All things considered, this was not that steep of a price, as adventuring to another city to find a good runesmith would prove a lot pricier. Please come back tomorrow to get your sword back. Soon Roland closed the latch while noticing the surprised expression on the man's face. He knew that look, as most magical craftsmen took sometimes a week to get such an item into working condition. For this runic craftsman, on the other hand, repairing this rune would not take more than 30 minutes. The only reason that he told them to come back the next day was so that people didn't get the wrong idea. They could start demanding quick repairs on the spot if they knew that he could do it. It didn't take much time, and he earned a lot of money. Due to this, it was hard for him to refuse this business venture. He could earn quite a penny by just repairing runic items, which was much easier than fully runecrafting them. There was also the added bonus of him getting free access to more runic schematics. With his debugging skill, he also didn't really need to worry about not being able to repair a never-before-seen rune. Thus, he had come to a decision that would save him a lot of time. Another one, boss? You sure are getting popular. Heh, popular. Good that you are here. I need to talk with you about something. Wait a moment here. Roland descended into his workshop while Bernier waited in the living room. In a minute, he returned with a rolled-up parchment, which he then placed on the table. Isn't that the plan of this property? Yes. I redrew it and added a couple of things. Here, have a look at it. Roland knew that Bernier was the building type, as he had worked as a carpenter for a part of his life. Did you add a new building here? Are you finally? Bernier rubbed his red beard and soon realized what this add-on to the land would be. It was quite spacious and would be placed inside of his property. Yes. I wanted to wait longer, but how things are now? Your renown is growing. If things continue like this, we'll be swamped with work soon. Roland nodded, as what the new building plans entailed was a new building that would house his own shop. Inside of it, he would place all the runic wares that he made as well as the ones that Bernier produced. There were just too many people getting aware of him. There was a certain advantage that he had over the dwarven craftsmen here, which was that he was actually not part of their union. Any union member gained a lot of benefits from signing up with them, but there were certain drawbacks. One of these drawbacks was something akin to taxes. The union would take a part of their earnings. For new and upcoming crafters, it didn't seem like a bad deal. They received help from a giant that was the union and would be able to work with the best masters from the kingdom. On the other hand, the further they progressed, the more they would see that they skipped the small text in the contract. The contracts were mostly the same, and the fees that might have seemed nice and just at the start of their craftsman journey soon became predatory. The only way to get away from those was to prove themselves as worthy of investments. Roland didn't suffer from this contract and could take all the earnings for himself. The contract that he had with the guild only forced him to offer some wares to them. While he was not allowed to sign up with the competitors like the guild, he was free to open up his own business. He was sure to be adamant about this part of the contract. If he didn't get the flexibility of running his own operation, he would have refused to sign it, to begin with. He would still need to go through the guild providers for resources that he didn't gather himself. With a treasure trove of magical metals waiting for him in the dungeon, he was hopeful that this would not pose a problem even if the costs increased. The guild master was a bastard, but he didn't seem like the type to screw him over, at least not too much. But boss, if we open up this shop, then we will need someone to run it. Can one person even handle it? Bernier was right. There was no way that Roland and his assistant could stay in the store while also working on their craft. They at least needed one salesperson to take care of it. Yes, I know, and I'm aware. Then do you mean? Roland nodded while Bernier for some reason looked quite ecstatic. Yes, please boss, can we hire a young lass? Roland face-bombed as the reason was quickly revealed to him. After talking with Diana, he was aware of his assistant's lecherous nature. There would certainly be a problem of keeping him away from the other workers if he allowed it. The other shops that were serious about their business all had lady workers on the forefront. They were just better at smiling and attracting the clientele. Even back in his old world, this was a tactic most stores used, as men were willing to pay more whenever a cute girl was looking at them. We probably will. Not sure if we'll get many customers if you sit there instead. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Roland shrugged before pointing back to the building plans. Let's get this done first. I can't be bothered with looking over the runic items every time someone wanders over here. We will have our new hire take care of that. With this expansion, he wished to lower the burden on himself and Bernier included. He was not sure how many workers he needed. Some stores had many while others were run by just one person. With more workers, it also meant that he would need to wall up the backyard that was more or less a death trap for anyone that didn't know what was hidden there. This would also keep people away from snooping on his wind turbines, as more of them would soon be placed there. We might also need a new storage shed closer to the new store. How about we connect it to the underground workshop directly? This will save us the trouble of having people wandering around and getting blown up. Bernier commented, and Roland agreed as he remembered a certain noble lady almost doing that. I think we will need to hire some guards as well. Do you know anyone trustworthy? Can't say I do. I could ask the lasses at the guild for some recommendations. With the added notoriety and the opening of an actual store with lots of costly items inside, there was a need for protection. They could not just leave a defenseless person alone in a store filled with runic weapons. They would be asking to get robbed if they did that. In Roland's mind, it would be great if he could just produce golems for protection against thieves. This would alleviate the problem he was running into with the mines. This wasn't something feasible for the time being, as he was only at the stage where he could erase the Golem Core's old programming. What about the pricing, and will you be keeping the books? Aye. This was one of the more difficult questions. Roland was somewhat aware of the prices the items on the market had, but he was not an expert. He didn't really have time to research the market and follow the trends. It would be best if his new worker would be able to do this, but finding someone that could run the store and was also good at calculating the expenses was hard. There was also the question of trust, as it was quite easy to withhold information. It would be easy for someone to hike up the prices even slightly and take the excess for themselves. Some people could even smuggle in their own wares that they could sell at his store, which could cause problems down the line if they were of poor quality. It will be hard to find someone trustworthy. Someone that is good with numbers, is a solid worker, a looker, and that we could trust. Hey, isn't there one person that fits that description, boss? Bernier looked at Roland with a grin on his face. It took a moment for him to figure out who Bernier meant with that description. There was one lady in particular that somewhat fit what they needed. She did seem like the trustworthy type. Her? But she already has a job. What of it, boss? You just need to offer her a bit more of what she is getting now. I'm sure she is also tired of working with the rabble. I think she will bite. Roland thought of this new potential worker. From the people that he knew, she did seem the most trustworthy. She did have a good work ethic, and her situation did imply that a better-paying job could entice her to quit her old one. Yes, she is perfect. She does feel like the best option from the people that I know, but what, boss? Oh, nothing. The talk was of course of Elodia, the guild receptionist. Roland was well aware of the orphanage situation that was now suffering due to Armand losing some of his privileges. It would be up to him to make the right pitch to get her over to his side. Would the bad blood that he has with Armand keep her from accepting the deal? He did put a big hole into their family's budget after he fought with him in the city. She could very well be holding a grudge even though she was not showing it. Maybe I should get Bernier to go talk with her instead. Roland looked to his assistant but soon started shaking his head. She always wears those baggy and reserved clothes, but I'm sure she has a sinful body underneath. I'll go find a nice uniform for her. I guess it's up to me. Roland groaned a bit while slumping his shoulders forward. This would be a battle that he needed to fight himself. You're a lifesaver, Elodia. An elf with golden hair could be seen hugging a woman wearing glasses that had a stack of papers in her hand. I don't know what I would do without you around. Elodia took a step back from the overzealous elf as the stack of files in her hand had almost tipped over. Soon her coworker left the area as she had a very important appointment with a new admirer. Yes, whatever would you do? Elodia grumbled to herself while looking at the extra work that she would have to do. This wasn't the first time her friend left her with some extra things to do. If it happened that some of it wasn't completed till the next day, the guildmaster would probably give both of them an earful. Being that she was already on shaky ground since that incident with Armand, she would rather not risk it. All of this would take her about an extra hour to finish, which was that bad. Ever since the guild master started dipping his toes in the weapon-dealing business, the workload had increased. There were a few new hires here and there, but it fell on her to show them the ropes. Being the top worker had its ups but also had its lows. Being the most knowledgeable person around just made everyone look to her for advice. This in effect took away from her own workload that only stacked up till the end of the day. Knowing that something like this could happen, Elodia had already spoken with Lobelia, her younger sibling. She would need to take care of the kids till she came back home. Luckily, she was not out adventuring this day as they had recently come back from a dungeon run. She could remember the day before. That morning more shouts between her brother and other adventurers took place. Armand was still quite hot-headed, which caused him to butt heads with the other adventurers. He and Lobelia came as a team, but they didn't belong to any larger adventurer group. They either went together or joined smaller groups that were searching for some helping hands. Armand's track record was not that good. Whenever he got involved in any of the better parties, they kicked him out after some kind of silly incident. The only reason that he was able to somewhat get work done was his skills. Compared to the other warrior types in his level range, he stood out. This could be attributed to the way that he grew up, and his big sister here knew why. At least that person can knock him down a peg. She thought back to a certain armored man that had tussled with her younger brother. Even though he was younger than Armand, he was able to come out on top after each clash. Now it seemed that her brother had somewhat calmed down when being around the one that bested him. Elodia gave out a chuckle after remembering the last time that she witnessed her new friend at the presentation. As expected, he looked like a fish out of water. The way he talked to the audience was remarkably fast. It was clear that he wanted to get it over with haste, but this only made him stand out more. He did feel a bit strange and unique when she compared him to the other people that she met. At first, he looked like someone that was trying to hide and run away from something. This was something that she could relate to, as she and her family had also moved here to start anew. His existence felt like a bundle of contradictions. He seemed to want to avoid people, thus his choice of living in a secluded part outside the city was logical. Then, on the other hand, he wore quite the set of flashy red armor with various runes on it. Even she found herself looking at the craftsmanship. It was as if he was trying to get people to look at him. The visits to the Adventurer Guild were always swift and direct. At first, he seemed to be avoiding her, but sometimes he did visit her part of the guild. He always seemed to know what he came to do and how to maximize his earnings. There were no bothersome questions or harassment like from some of the less stellar adventurers. Then came the fateful day where he had done something surprising. In defense of his assistant, he rushed into one of the pubs and beat up one of the infamous adventurer parties. The rest was history, and her attempt of sweeping Armand's involvement under the rug didn't go through well. What was I thinking? Elodia gave out a sigh while placing some papers to the side. While remembering the scolding she received and also how much money their household had lost during the whole event, she could only shake her head. Luckily, Wayland did not push for further punishment, with which Armand could still continue his work as an adventurer. Her hard work to make a good impression on the guildmaster went down the drain. She was hoping for a raise, but now it would be hard to ask as she angered the guildmaster. The hour passed swiftly and the stack of papers was neatly organized to the side. They were accounting records of the guild's new venture. Normally, guild masters didn't really dip their toes in this line of business. Most other guilds only possessed shops with the most basic equipment that only the lower-tier adventurers used. When they moved up in ranks, they all found their own blacksmith to fit their fighting style. Orden, their guild master, seemed to be somewhat of an entrepreneur. He used the fact that a runesmith was also an adventurer and somehow was able to reel him in. After the presentation, the runic weapons that were put on the shelves were slowly bought out. At first, the adventurers were wary about using untested wares, but Wayland's name was becoming known. This was mostly spread by the new adventurers that were said to have been helped by him during the dungeon runs. With his name spreading in good faith, some of the adventurers tried the new weapons out. The preliminary reviews were good, and the runic versions of the enchanted weapons proved themselves to be better than their lesser counterparts. They required less mana and were able to produce better effects, which was all that was needed. But will this be enough? While the accounts showed the rise in the runic weapons, this could not be said for all the other wares. The stores were unable to sell much of the regular gear as the dwarven run shops had dropped the prices. It was clear that it had become a war of attrition, which would be tough for the new arrivals. Even though the dwarves could get the backing of their union, this was not an infinite resource. The big shots would need to actually agree that it was worthwhile to invest in Albrook. If this didn't happen, the two sides would need to somewhat coexist with each other. I should get back home. Elodia stretched out as it was finally over. While leaving the guild, she could see some of the other receptionist ladies working. They all had to spend quite some time in the guild. The pay was good, but the hours were long. There were not many free days, and all the receptionist girls had to somewhat discuss it amongst themselves. They would be given money for the extra hours, which was why Elodia mostly found herself filling that spot. Big Sis is back. Hey, what did I tell you about running in the house? He. When Elodia finally returned to her home, she was greeted by a scene of Lobelia chasing one of the small ones with a ladle in her hand. She could only smile at the scene as more kids came out to greet her. For a change, all of the adults were here at the same time. Even Armand didn't seem to have slipped out for his nightly adventures. All of the family had been gathered here. The oldest of the kids was only 10. With a lack of resources between the three adults, it was hard for them to spend it on an ascension crystal. She and the others knew that every moment mattered. Only when they received a proper class could the kids progress through life. Even the simplest class would help them get a way to survive. Without it, they would be left to the mercy of others. Together with herself, Armand, and Lobelia, there were 23 heads to feed in this orphanage. This number had been smaller when they arrived here, as with time more children without a family moved in. Even though the dungeon seemed like a way to get rich fast, it was not such an easy task. Many people wandered into it without realizing their limitations. It was easy to lose your way in the dim-lit corridors, and the heat only added to the confusion. Many young men and women went in and never came back. This only left their loved ones out in the streets with no way of paying for their lodging fees or food. Some of the young ones found themselves here, while others remained in the streets in hopes of a faster payout. The mayors and the nobles only looked up. Expanding and building the better parts of the city was a priority, but this left many others behind. Not all were fortunate enough to earn a useful skill that would aid them through the harshness of life. The building that they were living in was not in a good state. There were holes in the ceiling, and sometimes large rats greeted them in the morning. With a lack of time and funds, it was hard to get this place in order. Armand, the man of the house, was still immature and would rather spend his time outside hunting monsters. He did bring in most of the money, so now one could complain, but he left it up to the others to take care of the uncomfortable parts. Elodia was saddened by the fact that she didn't receive a battle-related class. She felt a lot less useful as she could not earn as much to take care of the kids. The only thing that remained for her to do was to manage the family expenses. It was as if the gods were playing tricks with her, as the class that she received was fashioned with this. She would have probably been a perfect headmaid in a lord's house with her skill set of accounting and housework. She was good at cleaning, cooking, and economics. Her skills let her analyze any faults in calculations with but a single glance. Thus she also found herself doing the bulk of the work at the guild, as the other workers knew well that she had skills that helped her finish her work faster. "Hey Elodia, take this." After all of the kids were fed, Armand approached her while she was cleaning the dishes. In her hand, she saw a crystal, the same one that she once used to get her very own polymath class. This class allowed her to learn a lot of skills like accounting and statistics, but was not very specialized. "Give it to Rune. She will soon be 11. So that's why you haven't been coming home for so long." Elodia smiled at Armand and petted his shoulder. At this, the large man moved backward with a certain awkward expression on his face. "Thank you." "Ha! It was an easy task for this great me." Her smiling face quickly turned sour as after her compliment her younger brother started laughing. "Maybe if you didn't cause trouble last time, we would be able to afford the crystal sooner." The laughing stopped suddenly as Elodia met Armand's gaze. This gaze he evaded as he quickly left the room in a hurry. "I think he learned his lesson already. Even I'm starting to feel bad for him." "Then don't. Unless he does something about that attitude. I'm going to remind him of it." Elodia fixed her glasses and went back to washing dishes, and soon the next day approached. With her being gone, it fell to the oldest Rune to take care of the younger kids. She wished that she could remain here longer, but the work at the guild would not finish itself. The day started off the same as always, with large sweaty adventurers visiting her side of the guild. While she took care of the work with haste, her friend Solana lost precious time with useless banter. Even then, the customers that were at that side seemed somewhat happier. This was one of the big mysteries of the craft which she still didn't fully understand. She was the best, but this didn't reflect in customer satisfaction. Whenever she asked Solana about it, she only received laughs, and the only advice was to smile more, but whenever she tried, it seemed to turn the customers off even more. After few hours of dealing with the usual rabble and less than stellar stares, a curious visitor arrived. Not that long ago, it would be hard not to spot him, as he usually went around wearing flashy red armor. Now, on the other hand, his clothes were less reserved, but he still had that strange atmosphere around him. Elodia couldn't put a finger on it, but she felt somewhat lordly, as if he was of noble birth. Though that aura started to diminish whenever they spoke, as he was not much for talking. It was not time for him to pick up his cut from the store earnings, nor was it time for him to deliver them. So she was a bit curious, as it seemed that he was walking towards her. "Mr. Wayland, how can I help you today?" She stood up straight and made sure that her uniform was without a blemish. For one reason or another, the young man's eyes started darting all around as if he didn't know what to say. Thus, with a little push, she repeated, "Mr. Wayland, is everything all right?" "Ah, yes. Everything is fine, Ms. Elodia. I have a question." "A question? What is your question?" Before answering, he looked to each side and finally started with a somewhat resolute voice. "It's better if we don't do this here. When do you finish?" "When do I finish?" "Yes, when do you get off work?" It's still morning. I'll be here for another 7 hours or so." "Great. I'll come to pick you up then. I have something to discuss." After having said that, the young man nodded and excused himself from the guild counter that she was working at. Elodia was unsure of what the meaning of those words was, but soon her coworker Solana's face appeared right next to her. "What is this? You and Wayland? You never told me you like younger guys. How could you?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Elodia had to take a moment to figure out what her elven coworker meant. Having focused on working and family safety made her a bit blind to romance, which caused her to space out for a while. This was followed by a certain reaction to the notion of having any kind of suitor. "You look like a ripe tomato. It must be the truth." "What are you talking about? Me and Mr. Wayland are in no such relationship." "But he just set up a date." "No, he didn't. The adventurers in line stood watch at the back and forth between the two women. It took a few minutes for them to settle, but this did not alleviate the questions that Elodia now had. Did Armand do something again and Wayland wanted to complain to her about it? Was it about work-related things? But why would he need to wait for her to finish work before talking to her? Could what Solana was talking about be true? Could he really be wanting to pursue her? These questions continued to fill her mind throughout the whole day. It was hard to focus as she did not know what to do. She was of the mind that relations between people working together was taboo. The young runesmith was somewhat employed by the guild, but he was more like a contractor than a regular employee. Good luck, you will need it. It's not like that. Solana gave Elodia a wink while she just rolled her eyes. Her mind was telling her that it was job-related, but for some reason, there was a certain strange feeling inside her chest. A part of her hoped that he wouldn't show up, but another one did the reverse. Ms. Elodia. The moment she pushed the guild door open, she heard his voice. There he was in his new clothes and with his face revealed. He slowly walked up to her, which caused Elodia to take a step back. Ah, good evening, Mr. Wayland. Yes. I apologize for keeping you from going home. If you want, we can talk along the way. It really won't take long. For one reason or another, she found herself walking with the town runesmith back home. While he said that it wouldn't take long, he remained silent for a prolonger period before she finally broke it herself. Mr. W. Wayland. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't really have much experience with these things. With these things? Yes, you'll be my first if you agree. Wait, what? I'll be his first? He is younger than me. Was that idiot elf actually right? Ms. Elodia. I think we danced around it long enough, so I'll just ask you. Wait, Mr. Wayland. I'm not ready. Would you be willing to work for me? I'm willing to, of course, pay you more than what the guild is offering you, but we can agree on the terms later. Huh? You want me to work for you? Elodia almost tumbled forward at the revelation of Wayland's true intent. She felt equally relieved while also somewhat angry for an unknown reason that she was not sure about. Roland was not sure how to approach his second potential employee. While Bernier came to him and begged him for it, this time around he would be the one trying to poach a good worker from the guild. While he didn't feel bad about that part, he still was getting closer to his goal of becoming a business owner. After a long moment of awkwardness, he was able to gather the strength to ask the question. Elodia was acting somewhat strange during the whole debacle. She was not composed and her eyes darted all over the place. You want me to work for you? Yes. I've been meaning to expand my smithy and add my own wares, but this is not something I can do alone. Roland tried continuing, but he could feel that something was wrong. The woman next to him had stopped walking and was making a stern expression. Would she refuse him outright? She could have had some circumstances that kept her away from taking up other job offers. She also could be the type that was loyal to her workplace. Yes, of course, it would be work-related. He could hear her mumbling some words before fixing her glasses and straightening up. Elodia was back to her old self, and it looked like she was going to give him a reply. That is, if a certain person didn't call out to them from afar. Oh, what do my elven eyes see? Big Sis and Wayland coming home together. Roland looked to the voice and spotted Elodia peeking out from the corner of a large property. He had been around here before but never took the time to go inside. From what he knew, this was one of the orphanages that this new growing city had. There were actually only two, with the bigger one belonging to the Church of Solaria. That one was much larger and had more funds that came from the worshippers. This allowed the kids to get through their childhood days without many woes as they were provided for. It had some drawbacks as the children were asked to get clergy-related classes if they ever wanted to stay past a certain age. One of Roland's old acquaintances came from such a place, and she made her disdain for it quite noticeable. Through this fact, sometimes orphanages like this could be better for the development of the child. They would not be forced to go in one particular direction, but this depended on the caretakers. There was no money to be gained here, and without a sponsor, such establishments were mostly doomed to fail. It was surprising from Roland's perspective that Elodia was somehow able to make it work. But She had to still work long hours, so there were probably times where the kids remained without supervision. From what he knew, there were 3 proper adults here. Well, one of them was more like a child in a man's body, though. "Good evening, Lobelia. We were just talking about work." Roland just nodded, as he was not sure what the half-elf was getting at. Lobelia, on the other hand, looked over to Elodia and started grinning for some reason. Through the long walk, he had managed to explain the gist of the deal. There was not much that he could do here until he had the plans for the new store. Elodia would require a contract, her wages needed to be decided, and for what she would be responsible for. Roland wanted to force the bulk of the operation onto Elodia's shoulders. He did not want to worry about the accounting side of the business. That didn't mean that he would not be checking the books to see if someone wasn't cheating him out of his money. Things like interior design, store uniforms, and what the market looked like would be on her. He wished to have a manager to take care of that part of the business while he focused more on his craft. Spending long hours just sitting behind the store counter was not something that he ever wished to do again. "Ms. Elodia, I hope you think about my proposal. You don't have to hurry, as I haven't decided about the store layout yet, but if you decide to accept, I would be glad for your input. If you find yourself unconvinced, I would also appreciate it if you could point me in the right direction. You probably know someone who would be interested." It was clear to him that the woman was acting strange through the entire walk. He wasn't sure, but maybe she was more loyal to the guild than he previously thought. If she refused, then his only option would be to make a notice and then interview people. Without knowing many people in this city, he would rather ask for the opinion of someone that he somewhat trusted. He knew that this woman had a head on her shoulders and would probably point him in the right direction. Yes, Mr. Wayland. I'll give it a thought." She trailed off a bit at the end while bowing down with her head and slowly turning around. It seemed that he would now be able to return home and give his new endeavor some more thought. Bernier was tasked with getting the contractors ready. With the city still being in development, the waiting times were still long. "Wait! You can't just leave like that." While Roland was about to turn and go back home, he saw Lobelia bolting out of the orphanage. She was followed by 2 kids that quickly followed her instructions. "Get him!" His legs were grabbed and clung to by 2 young boys while Lobelia started yanking on his arm. "Don't be a stranger, Wayland. It's already late. How about you stay for some tea?" Even while the elven girl was yanking and the kids were trying to push him towards their house, he remained without movement. His basic stats were quite high, and with his multiplier of 2, he would give warriors at level 100 a run for their money. "Damn! What are you made of?" Luckily for him, Elodia was quick to deliver divine judgment to Lobelia's head with a quick fist strike. The 2 kids that were pushing and pulling him were instantly frightened and started running away. "Run for it! Big Sis is angry." They scattered in 2 separate directions, which caused Elodia to stop. It was clear that these 2 knew that if they separated that she couldn't get them both. This was clearly not their first rodeo, but he wasn't sure if they realized that they would have to return home sooner or later and probably get punished anyway. "Wayland, what are you doing here?" While he was free from the clutches of the 2 kids, another bigger child arrived. It was Armand, who was holding a half-empty bottle that was probably filled with cheap booze. Roland didn't answer, as he was still ready to just go. Instead, he saw Lobelia sprinting over to him and then whispering something into his ear. "No! Them?" He then turned around and looked at Elodia with a raised brow. His gaze then turned to Roland before going back to Elodia once more. Armand then turned to Lobelia and the 2 started grinning at each other. "Well, then I'll be going. Ms. Elodia, please think over my—" "Oh, where do you think you are going?" Instead of being able to leave, he felt Armand's muscular arm being slung over his shoulder as the man got dangerously close. "What are you doing?" he asked, but was just petted on the shoulder instead. "Don't be a stranger. I'm sure you'll love the stew." Now, instead of Lobelia and the kids trying to pull him inside, it was Armand. With the strength difference being a lower now, he would have to actually actively resist Armand if he didn't want to get pulled inside. For some reason, the 2 kids returned with more people, and now he was getting yanked inside by 2 adults and 5 kids. In the corner of his eye, he could see Elodia rubbing her forehead, which was showing a large forehead vein. It was clear that she was about to blow a gasket. While deliberating on what to do, an image of Bernier popped into his head. He recalled him mentioning that he should stop locking himself up in the forge and should meet more people. His relationship with Armand has mellowed down through the months. While he still thought he was an idiot, he was more or less a harmless one. Lobelia was a chatterbox and Elodia was more similar to him in the way she acted. Maybe staying over would not be such a bad idea and it could sway his potential employee to accept him as her new boss? Okay, fine, stop. I'll stay over. The moment he said this, the kids burst out in celebration. It was as if they won some kind of battle. It took Elodia's angry look to quiet them down. Soon, he and the rest entered the orphanage. Instantly, when he entered, he was greeted by the loud sound of child laughter. This was already different from the orphanages that he saw at the church grounds. Loud talking, running, and even laughing was forbidden. The kids would be punished if they didn't behave properly. While here it seemed that the young ones respected the authority of the three adults here. There was a certain sense of freedom that they were allowed. It was also interesting how much they quieted down whenever Elodia gave them the glare. She was clearly the boss around here and the kids fell in line when asked. When he stepped inside, he noticed some other things. First was the state of the building. It looked to be quite old. It was made from red bricks that were slowly crumbling. It was clear to him that they only managed to get this place as no one else would be willing to invest in it. The floors were cracked and with each step, he could hear some strange sounds. While the place has been cleaned out and he could not see any dust or cobwebs, its state was not good. The building was wide and had 2 stories. There was a certain lack of doors and the ones that were there looked like they could fall out of their hinges any moment. Children, supper is ready. While he was being led forward by Armand, Elodia went away somewhere and he could hear her calling out to the children. Her voice was surprisingly loud and domineering, which was a contrast to the down-to-earth way she talked during business hours. He was pushed into one of the side rooms by Armand, who also for some reason had a slightly stupider expression on his face than usual. Lobelia as well. She was acting strange while whispering with Armand and always having a dumb smile on her face when looking at him. It felt like the two were playing some kind of prank on him. "Take a seat, we need to have a talk between men." Armand pointed to a wooden chair while he himself occupied one that was opposite it. Roland and he were in one of the side rooms. There were chalk drawings that probably the kids drew all over the walls and some wooden toys were scattered on the floor. Okay. After sitting down, Armand leaned back and started asking some questions. "So how long have you been eyeing my sister for this?" Roland wasn't sure what this was all about at first, but then he finally realized. Elodia must have informed her siblings about the job offer. This did somewhat explain their strange behavior. "I've been considering her for a few weeks. After going through it in my head, I don't think I could find a better person in this town." Armand's eyes opened wider and he was clearly surprised by the answer. He leaned forward and the conversation continued. "Damn, not even denying it at all. I thought you'd be more of the reserved type, but you speak like someone with a lot of experience." "I wouldn't say that I have a lot of experience, but I think I at least have more practice with such things than others." Roland had been running his own little undertaking himself, which brought him more experience in the field. Managing other people to do the correct work would be something new, and for that, he needed people that would not screw him over in the long run. "Ho, not hiding your previous conquests either? We two might not be that different after all." Armand nodded as if he realized something. Roland, on the other hand, didn't know what he was talking about. Armand clearly had no business sense, nor should he be able to relate to a craftsman like Roland. "So you want Elodia? Is that it?" Armand asked, and Roland replied just as fast. "Yes." "Good, but can I really leave my big sister up to you? How should I know that you won't abandon her or just replace her?" "Replace her? I don't think that could happen. I don't think that I could find a better fit than Ms. Elodia. We will of course form the right contract for the occasion, so I don't think there should be a problem." "What? A contract?" Armand quickly jumped up as for some reason he was stunned when the contract was mentioned. Then he grasped his head as if he realized something. "No, wait. If you do that, won't you be my older brother? But aren't you younger than me? I didn't think this was so serious." Soon he stormed out of the room somewhere. Roland was confused about his behavior. Then, after a few minutes of silence, he could hear Lobelia shouting as well. The whole orphanage erupted in a sea of voices. He had no idea what was being discussed, but Elodia joined the fray as well. When he peeked out from around the corner, he could see both Armand and Lobelia kneeling down on the ground. Elodia was holding a ladle that was slightly bent out of shape. There was also an imprint of it on Armand's head. After waiting for some more, he was picked up by one of the young children. The girl looked cheerful and somewhat reliable even at such a young age. It was a bit funny, but the moment he saw her he could tell that the girl was imitating Elodia. Her mannerisms, the way her hair was done, and even the glasses made her look like a miniature version of the guild receptionist. Soon he found himself at a large table with a lot of kids. There were at least 20 of them here. Elodia and the others did a small prayer to Solaria, but it wasn't as excessive as some of the sermons that went down at the proper church. The kids were quick to dine in while he himself didn't eat much. With so many orphans around, it just didn't feel right. Only when he was stared down by Elodia did he take up some of the stew that they offered. The ingredients were quite basic, but it was surprisingly tasty. Roland recalled that the food at the inns and pubs he used to eat was far blander than this. He found himself finishing his bowl rather quickly and having to hold himself back from asking for seconds. With Elodia being such a good cook, he even started deliberating if he should have her make something at the store for the customers. Maybe opening a little dining area where they could rest and eat would work out. Roland then noticed something. Even though these kids weren't living under optimal conditions, even though their clothes were all filled with patches, even though the home wasn't the best nor was the food, they looked happy. This brought him back to his old memories from the 5 years he spent at the Arden estate. The food was better, the house was luxurious, and the food was made by people with special cooking skills. But there was a certain empty feeling whenever he was around his old family. This certain feeling for some reason was not there in this room. The way the people acted, even with Armand and Lobelia acting silly. This felt different. They all seemed to have a somewhat deeper connection with each other. This doesn't feel so bad. Soon a stray thought entered Roland's mind and was followed by the faintest smile. It's surprising that they can live in such conditions and still have a smile on their faces. Roland was walking back home after being forced to take part in the family get-together. It was loud. Some of the kids smelled rather odd, and he did his best to leave early. Even with all of those downsides to the experience, there was a certain warm, fuzzy feeling. A feeling that he long forgot after coming to this world. He didn't ask too many questions as he didn't want to be too nosy or get too involved in their situation. It would be easy to solve their problems with money, but he didn't really have a reason to do so. This was still a harsh environment that they were living in. His funds would be better spent on expanding his workshop than looking after children that seemed healthy enough. The guards nodded their heads at him and allowed him to leave. The gate was closed and he had to exit through the side door. As with other cities like Albrook, there was a curfew. This hour fell at 9 p.m. All the gates would be closed at this hour and the guards started their patrol. This didn't mean that the locals couldn't go into taverns to have some fun. This only meant that they would be controlled if they ever wished to leave the city at this hour. Things like large carriages would be stopped and would need to wait till the gates opened in the early morning. It's good to be a higher-grade adventurer at these times. Not all things were equal, though. The adventurers had a free pass to move back and forth between the dungeon and the city. Everyone knew that the adventurers were the reason that this city was prospering. It would not be the best idea to slow down their biggest revenue stream, which was monster parts from the dungeon. Without his helmet to show him the way, Roland switched to a pair of glasses. With his skills to compress the runes even further, he was able to enchant them with the night vision spell. It was a bit annoying, but walks like this brought him back to reality and how this was not his previous world. If he was in a leading position in this city, he would get some construction workers to set up some streetlights. The road that was leading up to the dungeon was also not in the best condition. It was just your average dirt road that was paved out by adventurer footprints. Luckily, there were some attributes to this world that didn't totally make it a backward medieval world. For one thing, there was no stench of a horse or human excrement some people would attribute to such times. This was all thanks to classes like beast and monster tamers, that is, Creatures like slimes and some slug-type creatures like to feast on those smelly things. This kept the streets clean. It didn't take much to tame a few slimes, so low-level adventurers could earn some coin by just pointing their pets to do the work. There were actually some large-scale operations that focused on slime cleaning. The little creatures were quite handy to have around. I should hurry up. Roland increased his pace as he had an appointment to keep. Today he would give back the improved Tier 3 schematic that he had worked on. Even with it being the correct one, he could not make it work. It was clear that he lacked some kind of layering skill to make it connect. The Tier 3 runes were clearly not made by a simple stacking method. There was a part that he was missing, and maybe the person he was exchanging notes with could help him with it. Back at home, he was met with a rather drunk Bernier and a sleepy-looking Agni. The wolf was busy munching on some mana stones. With his skills not being topped of it would take some time before he could advance him into the higher Tier 2 adult ruby wolf. Hey boss, how did it go? Did little Elodia agree to the offer? I'm not sure. She was acting a bit strange at the beginning. The girl was a bit more panicky before he presented his offer. She even looked somewhat disappointed afterwards, but he still hoped to make it work. Oh, did she refuse? No, I think she will think it through. Ha! If she is smart, she will come work here. The biggest benefit that he was offering was not the increased salary, it was the weekend breaks. If someone took a moment to think about it, they would be asked to work less and get paid more. The only problem he could see Elodia having with his offer was his store being new. If she left the guild and his store went under, then she would be out of a job. But seeing as she was talented in that regard, she would probably be able to get her old job back. If she refuses, we'll have to go to the city hall and post a notice. He would rather get Elodia to work with him, but if she refused, that would not keep him from going through with his store. There was just too much work to be done for him and Bernier alone. They already had a part-timer arriving in a few days that would take over some of Bernier's duties. Roland entered his house while Bernier remained outside of his shed. The log shed in question had been extensively worked on by the dwarf. It now even had a nice side bedroom where Bernier placed a regular bed in. His own little place that was all his. Back in his own house, Roland moved to his own bedroom where the communication orb was in. Thanks to it being a runic variant, he was able to discover a few outside uses. While the program inside was above his skill level, he would be able to recreate the rune. It was Tier 2 and didn't require much work besides a similar medium like the golem core that he already had some practice on. The program inside of this rune was like a router that connected to a gate outside. This was all that it was doing, along with some other runes that were used to forward the user's voice and image. While if he just recreated the rune's design, he would only get another crystal ball. If he altered where the signal was transferred to, he could create his own closed system. This was something that he was working on, as he wanted to create a set of communication devices around his workshop. One would be placed in the new store while another would be down in his workshop. With a set of these devices, he would not need to run back and forth if his workers needed something from him. What am I doing? Roland gave out a sigh as he was looking over his own face in the mirror. Having spent a big chunk of his time hiding it, he was not used to displaying it to others. Even less to people that he meant to impress. It felt like he was back in time and trying to get through a job interview. The communication crystal gave out a sound, and after poking it with his index finger, it was activated. Soon he was greeted by a familiar-looking black cat. Good evening, young friend. The moon is splendid today, isn't it? Ah, yes, it is. The clouds in the area made the full moon a bit less pronounced in his city, but this little comment had Roland thinking, was this cat a believer of the moon god instead of the sun goddess? I've received your schematics. Roland could see the cat stretching out on the ground as before he was lazily sitting on some kind of giant pillow. It didn't seem that Lucille was anywhere in this room. In the background, he could see some shelves filled with books and strange alchemical concoctions being brewed. This was a peculiar sight to behold, as they were floating up in the air by themselves. To someone that was not informed about magic, this might seem like much. To Roland, on the other hand, it was nothing out of the ordinary. It might have seemed like this was some hard-to-do spell, but the reality was different. Something like this was mostly done through memorization. The The spellcaster would perform the task manually first while a spell was cast in the background. This would record the motions they went through, and when it was recast it would perform them in the same fashion. This was only the simplest variation of this kind of spell, which was also the worst. It didn't give much space for error. For instance, if the potions that were being floated around were in the wrong vials or the weight was not quite the same, it would break the spell. A spellcaster could add layers onto the spell. It was similar to a program that followed logical conditions. If the weight was not in order, one could program in a function to halt the spell, get rid of the excess of the potion, and so forth. This was no simple matter, as most of the mages followed the pre-made spells just like runesmiths did. Only the higher-tier archmages could hope to unravel the secrets behind the spell's inner workings. And how was it? The cat took his time in strutting around the area to just sit back down on his pillow before he answered. "Ah, yes, it's fine. It's fine. What? Did you expect me to sing your praises for correcting a basic tier 3 rune boy? Don't get ahead of yourself. This was only the beginning." Roland wanted to do nothing more than to go over to where the cat was and drop a slice of cheese on his face. Regretfully, in this exchange, he had more to lose if he angered the cat. His general spell knowledge was meager, so he was unsure of what he should start with. The beginning? Wait, I did what you asked me for. Wouldn't it be time for you to return the favor? This didn't mean that he would not try to gain more knowledge out of it. Oh? Did you finish with the material that I sent you over? Yes, it filled up some holes in my knowledge, but most of it was quite basic. Roland shrugged, as through the years of self-study and experimentation he gained his own way of thinking. While the runic books covered some bases, they didn't go into too much beyond what he already knew. Most of what the books focused were on disclosing the schematics and didn't go too much into detail about why. The books mostly divided runes into larger chunks of runic schematics that were then put together like puzzle pieces. This was very similar to his old approach, where he just mapped out all the runic components that acted similar to circuit board components. The only difference was that the books didn't do a good job at dividing everything up, which then limited the uses. Quite basic, you say? Those are strong words for someone that knows little about the mysteries of runes. The cat replied while his tail danced around back and forth. Alas, you have risen to the challenge. You probably won't disclose how you managed to achieve this while being at your level? Roland just shrugged, as he did not want to discuss his debugging skill. This was a clear give-and-take relationship, and he didn't think that the cat would disclose all of its secrets if he asked for them either. I figured as much. If you wish, I can send you some theorem about the inner workings of the runes. But did you have something specific in mind? There it was, his chance to make a move. Yes, actually, I've been having some trouble with my golem research. I could use any materials that you might have about the way that runic golems are constructed. Runic golems? The professor, who was a cat, asked. Yes. Is there a problem? No, but I expected you to be at least a bit different than those bearded buffoons. I guess you are still a runesmith, and they only have those clunky contraptions on their mind. Is that so? He wasn't really sure how to reply to the cat's rant. To him, golems and their variations that could be made were quite intriguing. What kid didn't once dream about having a robot do their biddings? The golems were quite similar to their modern-day counterparts, but they actually worked. Fine. I'll send a Gale to you, but I'll have you look over some schematics. That's fine. I'll correct them if I can. If you can? Does your little secret skill have some limits, Mr. Wayland? Roland didn't reply, as he wasn't sure himself. The only time that his skill had failed him was when he looked over the runic bank card. If the card was a tier 3 rune or a tier 4 rune, he had no idea of knowing. I'll take your silence as a yes. Interesting. The cat started grinning for some reason while nodding. Very well, this will be all for today. Soon they said their goodbyes, and Roland was left in his own bedroom to ponder. He was sure that what the cat sent him to alter would become increasingly harder. But this was all fine, as it would only aid him in discovering his own limits. While he was unable to make tier 3 runes himself, he was gathering important research materials for later. The components that these tier 3 runes were composed of were similar in some spots while totally different in others. There were some findings that he made after working on this first one. For once it seemed that the rune had one base rune that acted as the core. The stacking effect would be multiplied from it, as the other stacks had similar base patterns which then added more changes. Roland knew that he could probably map the Tier 3 runes out just as he did with the common and lesser ones. The biggest problem here was, as always, the inside spell structure that made the whole rune work. If he didn't understand that, he would not be better than all the other runesmiths that just copied runes over from old books. He wanted to be able to customize them to his own wishes, only then he felt like he would be able to call himself a proper runesmith. The gale should arrive tomorrow. He rubbed his chin while sitting down. Luckily his cat friend did things with haste. The new Tier 3 rune schematic would probably arrive early in the morning. With it, he would receive some insights into golems. Roland made a mental recap of what he needed to do. First on his agenda was finally creating his first prototype golem. Then the creation of the store would be next, along with hiring more people. The thought of buying up more of the land around his house had also sprung into his mind. While he left some of the empty, unkempt fields out of the picture, he might be able to use them. If he managed to fashion golems, then next in line would be automation. Having a small factory building with golems and machines that could create basic weapons might not be that far off. The more I think about it, the workload just increases. With a sigh, he went to bed. While his dream of becoming a business owner was somewhat already in motion, it wasn't the end. On his mind were many ways of improvement and innovation. Just how much could he build up this runic workshop? Could it reach the heights of some companies that spread through the kingdom? Maybe it could even go beyond that, and he could become a household name on the whole continent? I'm getting ahead of myself, one step at a time. Good night, Agni. A certain ruby wolf gave out a woof while laying next to his bed. Soon the two fell into a deep slumber, one dreaming of being a baron of runes while the other's mind was filled with pesky squirrels. Runic cleansing has reached L4. Roland looked at the cleansed golem core in his hand while grumbling. The item had been cleaned of any remains of the monster that it had belonged to. Normally this would be a moment to cheer, but the number of shattered cores that ended up in the dumpster still made his head hurt. Several weeks had passed ever since he received the basic books on golem creation from the cat professor. They introduced him to some golem designs that he could use and explained the pros and cons of them. As this was his very first iteration, he would need to go for the most basic model. There were a few designs that he could go with, but he chose a simple one. The golem's base would be shaped like a rectangle. From the sides of it, he would insert 4 legs that would be used to give it motion. The first basic quadruped design was a good starting point, as he wouldn't need to worry that much about the balance. Getting a golem to have a human shape was not such an easy task. The biggest problem was the balance of parts. One badly fashioned part could make the whole creation be unable to move and stumble all over the place. The human body went through hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. It was not easy to just recreate the joints in metallic form. Even then, if the program that the golem was running on was buggy, the whole thing would just not work. Thus, for his first try, he decided to make something that didn't need as much attention to detail. Animals that run on 4 legs had less trouble with balancing themselves. He also had a good test subject to work with, his trusty ruby wolf, Agni. While Roland did intend to try mimicking a wolf's walking pattern, this first prototype would be more similar to a small spider. Instead of 8 legs, it would have 4 now, as a similar basic golem model was presented in one of the books he received. It was quite astonishing how these golems worked. At first, he thought they would be similar to robots, but they weren't quite as complex. At least not with their outer shell. While robots required complex joint design and a lot of movable parts to make them work, it wasn't the same for golems. For instance, a knee joint could require a separate motor to be mounted on the side. It could also use pressure pumps, springs, and all sorts of other solutions. With runes, on the other hand, magic was the driving factor. The magic could generate all the push and pull forces that joints needed. This also didn't require separate small motors or valves of any kind. The golem just needed one power source on its body along with the golem core. Thanks to this fact, he didn't need to worry as much about the design. For his first spider-type golem, he would use simple joints with some constrained movement. The first iteration would have legs composed of 3 parts. They would start out by being connected to the main body and to the main joint. This joint would have limited back and forth movement that wouldn't allow it to bend downwards. To it, he would attach the middle part of the leg, which would have the reverse type of movement. This would allow it to somewhat be able to squat down to the ground. The last part would have the same movement joint as the previous one. This would be the foot portion that would actually be making contact with the ground. With all four spider-like legs connected to the main body, the golem should be able to somewhat move itself around. By moving the joints that were connected to the main body part, it should even be able to turn itself around. The last important part of this golem would be the head. This would be the part with all the golem sensors that it required to see the world. This was a part that he had already worked on before and created his mapping device with. Making his golem identify him as its master wouldn't be hard. Just as he thought it over before, he would create additional items that would be recognized by his golems. Luckily, in the books, this was all discussed and the craftsmen could imprint their magical signature onto their creations. This was similar to a fingerprint and was hard to copy by others. Hard but not impossible. There of course were ways to take over golems that didn't belong to the creator. This was not an easy task to perform while the golem was active and defending itself. Thus, the only real way of doing it was after it was disabled. An easy way to go around this would be when a person knew the creator's magical fingerprint or had access to the golem's key. These magical automatons could be given to other people. The craftsman just needed to imprint them as the true master. Even then, the person fashioning this golem mostly put a backdoor in for themselves. No one wanted their own creations to be used against them, even less when they were giant war machines. Here, boss, the last one, just like you wanted it. But are you sure this is what you wanted? Bernier was to the side, bringing in the golem's legs. With the help of his assistant, he could focus more on the runes than the basic skeleton for his new creation. With all of these parts here, he would just need to weld them together and then apply the runes. With a good enough diagram and a splendid helper in Bernier, it wasn't much of an effort to get the golem's body into place. The prototype wasn't that big, with its chassis being about the size of a modern laptop. The golem's main body had special attachments for the legs, which were just screwed into place. With time, these hastily produced joints would start to loosen up. When that time came, any golem would need a varied amount of repairs. Only when using superior materials could a creation like this work for years and not fall apart. When all the parts were put together, the creation looked like some kind of four-legged creature with a silly square-shaped head. The main camera in this golem was just a small square box with a brown matte gem. This was not a mana stone, it was a crystallized mineral called the Levin crystal. It could be polished down to form a nice-looking orb and came in various shapes and sizes. It was one of many other various materials used for magic-related items. A runesmith was able to inscribe light runic inscriptions in these types of crystals. The crystal was needed as a sort of lens that let light in. Through it, the golem would be able to see and distinguish between targets. This was not the only way for his contraption to distinguish between targets, but it was one that he was more familiar with. He could mimic his mapping device that he previously inscribed onto a ball of metal. This type of sensor was more of an add-on, but it could not replace a true one that allowed the golem to actually see. Without the eyes, the golem would be only able to see the general area it was in and the spot its targets were in. The amount of movement it would be able to react to would be also very limited. The map worked at a large delay that could only be brought down to 1 second per update. This made the feature good for a wide area scan but not for close-quarters combat. Through working with the golem cores, his fine mana skills had been upgraded as well, so Roland didn't fear this crystal bursting in his face. Well then, boss, I'll leave you to it. Bernier helped out with the initial assembly, but Roland would be doing all of the rest himself. The initial runecraft procedures were done by him on the separate parts while Bernier was working on them. This was one of the first times that he had worked on so many separate parts. This project required a lot of planning and mapping out. All of the legs needed to be inscribed with runes before the assembly. After all of the parts were brought together, it would be quite difficult to proceed from there. He would not be able to heat up the whole golem to make it easier for himself out of fear of something getting broken. Using his hammer on the parts when they were all connected together was also out of the question. he could attempt a hands-on approach by forcing the runes in through his hands. This would take some time but was possible if he managed to increase his limits further. Just as his level went up, so did his stats grow, but with how harder runecrafting was on the better materials, Roland expected to stick to his hammering for quite some time. This meant that with this one he just needed to use the hard method of doing it by hand on just the spots that connected to the pre-made chassis. Ethereal pathways for the joints were a must, as it was a requirement for any moving parts. With this being Roland's first time, he was meticulous. The spots where the joints were connected were touched in a gentle fashion, and his mana flowed in at a slow pace. Sweat covered his forehead as he worked. Compared to the previous years, his skills had increased exponentially. Thanks to this, it didn't take him that long to complete this part of the project, and in only a few hours he had everything fused together. The debugging skill was a godsend at moments like this. With only one glance he could tell if there were any mistakes made. Even though he saw a few red lines here and there, it seemed that the whole process was a success. Now came the last phase of the plan, giving his creation a proper power source. While he would be happy to just plug it into his runic generator, this was not a possibility yet. Instead, he used this world's equivalent, which was Elikin's crystals. The one that he managed to receive from his dungeon expedition would finally see its use. This, as everything else, had already been prearranged. While the golem core was right in the middle of the rectangular body, the small compartment for the Elikin's crystal was right below it. After opening a little latch, he just slid the crystal in. This power source was quite pure, as it was able to retain a solid form. With time it would start to turn to liquid, which after a while would be burned up and vanish. The inside of this little square compartment was fitted out with special siphoning runes. The power source didn't need to be placed in any kind of socket, as the runes would just suck the mana away by themselves. As with all of his previous creations, Roland didn't shy away from adding a couple of mana stones to lower the power consumption. Only after he had worked the kinks out of this prototype would he attempt making it from ether versions of deep steel. Then maybe he could move up to more exotic metals that could produce a real powerful golem that could go toe-to-toe with high Tier 2 monsters or even Tier 3 ones. While the creations of runesmiths were mostly slow, they did possess an uncanny defensive capability. Even strong monsters would find it hard to do any damage to a golem's metallic body. Without a noticeable weak spot that was a golem core, it was quite hard to take one out. This also made ones created by human or dwarven hands much better. The craftsman could hide the core deep inside of the metallic body, which would make it extremely difficult to battle such a metallic behemoth. Finally, it's time. Roland swallowed his own saliva hard as he completed his checks. All the runes looked to be in order, and the inside software had been implemented from the books. In theory, this would be enough to activate it. Before going through with it, he looked back onto his notes. After double and triple checking everything, he finally decided to go through with it. The activation process was quite easy. There were a few ways a craftsman could go about it. One was by just activating it by giving the runic structure a jolt with their own mana. Such an activation would just place the golem into a perpetual on state. The only way of shutting it down would be by touching it again to turn it off. This was fine when working with a prototype like this, but would not work if he wanted to have it function for other people. Normally, a craftsman would first create a remote item that they used as a medium so that they would not need to do everything by touch. This would also save them from having to run after the golem if it ever ran into some kind of system error. Roland was in a somewhat rush with this one, so he decided to just go with the hands-on approach. His hand was placed on the golem's main body and it started to glow. The runic structures lit up in a bright blue light before settling down. The golem was down on the ground and had some space to move in. For the first test, he decided to use a closed environment. If this thing went berserk and started causing chaos, he could contain it easily here. The gem that represented his creation's eye glowed for a moment before settling back into its brownish color. The light show soon stopped and Roland's facial expression went through a few stages before it settled down on a frown. Did it fail? But the moment he asked, he heard a familiar sound which was followed by a pop-up screen. You have gained a new title, Runic Golem Architect. Runic Golem Architect. Title. A person with this title has managed to construct a runic golem of their own making. With the help of this title, some of the secrets concerning golem creation are revealed. Roland grasped his forehead as he could feel a surge of information getting shoved in there. This was a bit similar to how he used to receive knowledge about how to cast certain spells when he was still training his mage class. While the simple spells like Mana Bolt didn't give him much trouble, this injection felt a lot worse. After it was done, he could feel that he already knew a lot more about his new creation than he did a few seconds ago. The title was quite grand as it had the architect part to it. Roland deduced that this might have been some higher title that he achieved due to his using the debugging skill on the golem designs from the books he was lent. It seemed that by altering a few things made him more of a designer and the golem's creator in one fell swoop. While he was confused why the golem was not working at first, with the title giving him some aid, he realized what the problem was. The golem was in working order, but it needed outside input to make it function. It was as if he managed to turn on the PC, but he didn't go into the operating system just yet. Thus, while stretching out his hand towards his creation, he finally gave it a simple order. "Golem, stand up." The little gem eye of this small automaton shone for a moment before the legs started rattling around. It looked a bit strange for a moment, but soon the insect-like legs started moving around and the golem rose up slightly from the ground. "Golem, move one step to the right." The small contraption creaked a little bit, but it managed to slowly move its legs in such a way that they carried it to the side. Even though Roland was not responsible for the runic program running these calculations, he was quite fascinated that his newest creation was working. A smile appeared on his face as he clutched his fist in victory. The title was there and it was working. His preparations that took him months to plan finally bore fruit. "Ha! Wait, what's that smell?" His little victory pose was brought to a stop as he noticed that something was off. He looked at the small golem and noticed that a certain part was starting to glow orange. "The hell?" Bernier almost fell down from a chair as he heard a loud sound of something exploding. He looked to Agni for a moment before both of them sprinted to Roland's workshop. "Boss, are you all right?"
Bernier?
"Yeah, I'm fine. When I try to use untested minerals as power sources from the dungeon next time, please kick me." Roland was spotted on the ground with a lot of dirt on his face. The golem's parts were scattered around the whole area and Bernier could not hide his amusement. The sound of some kind of liquid being poured could be heard. It was then followed by the sound of metal being singed. "There, that should do it." "Are you sure, boss? What if it explodes like the last time? That's why we are doing it outside this time around. Just hide behind those metal plates if something goes wrong." Roland and Bernier were standing outside his home and where an empty, unoccupied field was. On the ground was a four-legged contraption that looked similar to a very blocky insect. 10 meters from it were thick slabs of metal shoved into the ground. "Okay, I'll activate the Bugbot Mark II now," Roland proclaimed while Bernier ducked behind the protective metal. Agni was also there and was ordered to keep his distance and alert them if any people came too close to their testing area. "You sure come up with interesting names there, boss." He frowned a bit after Bernier started chuckling. He was not sure how to name this thing, but it needed something to distinguish it from others. Everything that he learned from making it would be written down later into his notebook so that he would have a point of reference. The prototype looked like a big metallic bug, so it was named like one. It seemed just natural to him. After placing the wand that he used to close the golem's fuel tank, he was ready to activate it. Previously, he used something that should have been powering a heavy-duty golem or a train. He truly made a blunder due to being actually excited to see if he would be able to produce a real magical robot. Click! This time around a remote was used to turn the creation on. Then Roland quickly ducked behind the other slab of metal to cover up. Even though he survived the previous explosion with some minor injuries, it didn't mean that he enjoyed it. The small insect-like golem activated and rose up. Roland started giving it a few voiced commands to move back and forth. This time it didn't look like it would be exploding. Previously, the compartment that stored the mana fluid had gotten orange from overheating. This time around it looked fine. "By Solaria's tits, you've done it, boss, you've made a golem." Bernier peeked out from behind the cover as he saw the small metallic contraption shuffling its legs around. It followed Roland's instructions and didn't seem to be falling apart either. "It seems to be working, but I couldn't have done it without your help." "Ha! Don't sell yourself short, boss. Any craftsman could make those parts, but almost none could actually bring life to them. Bernier had a certain strange look to him. His eyes were glued to the golem and they were sparkling. While this was a large achievement to Roland, it was even a bigger deal to Bernier. Dwarves were born craftsmen. They strived to further their craft, and golems were right on top of that totem pole. While there weren't that many runesmiths that could actually put runes to metal, it was enough for these dwarves to just be part of the creation process. Heh! I don't think those old scruffy bearded bastards would actually believe that I helped a runesmith create a golem. While Bernier was in his own little world, Roland approached the small runic robot that he made. It didn't seem that it would be exploding, so he started to inspect the joints and the power source. It looks to be holding. I guess we can move on to Phase 2 now. Phase 2. Yes, we need to stress test it. If you notice something, be sure to tell me during the test. Just like with any other prototypes, they weren't the finished product. While this small golem was now working, he needed to try to destroy it. It needed to push it as hard as he could. Thanks to this, he would figure out the limits of his new creation. Thus the testing continued. First, the little golem needed to run as fast as it could. It shuffled its legs back and forth. The first problem was spotted, as after a certain threshold the magic robot started fumbling over its own legs. It also had a problem in keeping itself steady on uneven ground. The generic program that it had did a bad job at letting it detect smaller obstacles like rocks. Sometimes it would trip over them or fall into smaller holes. Going over softer ground also posed a problem, as it got stuck and couldn't get itself out. Only when following some specific voice commands was it able to dig itself out. Throwing rocks at it also proved unsatisfactory, as the golem was not able to react to anything in time. It was clear that even a weak adventurer could easily dance around this contraption that he made. Next came the strength test. They started putting large rocks and then boulders onto the golem to see if it could move the same with added weight. It was actually surprisingly sturdy, but the slowdown was quite noticeable after a certain threshold was reached. Next was an easy pull test, where the golem had to try pulling a large rock behind it, which was quite surprising as it did have some pulling power. This was then followed by a flipping test. This was one of the tests that it outright failed. It remained on its back like a turtle with its legs flailing around. It was clear that if he wanted it to be able to function after getting flipped, he would need to add some changes. One such change could be to add a wider range of motion to the legs. The joints could become looser if that was attempted, so he could also add something to the golem's back that would flip it over instead. Are you sure about this, boss? Yeah, go ahead. Bernier gave out a sigh while hefting a sledgehammer over his shoulder. Soon he swung it down on the golem that he helped make. The hit forced the metallic construction to buckle under pressure, and Roland was quick to note everything down. Put some strength into it. This would be the last test of the day, and Bernier clearly was saddened by the fact that he needed to destroy the Bugbot Mark II. Following the instructions, he delivered a hard blow to the body, which now left a clear mark. The golem's legs gave out and one of the joints came loose. Roland kept looking, as after the damage was done the golem started acting strangely. It was all over the place, it couldn't keep its balance, and the 3 working legs were spasming out. Interesting, even though it should be able to keep itself upright with only 3 legs, it can't. It was clear that the runic program that was responsible for this golem's functions was not designed to take losing even 1 leg into account. If it shifted its weight and let the other 3 legs take some load off, it should be able to still function. Try hitting the other side now, but don't damage the golem core. While it was fine to destroy the golem's body, it would be a big loss if the golem core was damaged. Roland didn't know much about the golem's inner workings, but inside of that core would be the information. It might have looked like he was just destroying his golem and testing its resistance. But the runic program he put into the golem had a helpful feature. This feature was discovered in one of the books that the professor gave him. It allowed the golem to store limited amounts of data that could be analyzed later. With the timestamps that he was sure to make in his notebook, he would need to figure out to what this data corresponded. Luckily for him, he would not need to go through a tedious process of elimination like he did when he first tried working with runic components. No, this time around he had some research that the runic magus had lent him. With it as a reference, his progress would be a lot faster than before. Well then, think we are done here? Roland looked at the beat-up remains of his golem. He bent down to pick it up, and even now the contraption was still moving. If the golem core was not damaged, it would keep sending signals to the intact runic components. This caused this contraption to look a bit strange as it was flopping the half-broken legs around in random directions. With a click of the switch onto the remote that he made, the golem was disabled and it stopped moving. As he was about to leave, though, he heard a loud howling that came from where Agni was ordered to remain. "What is it, boy? Did you sense someone?" Roland and Bernier moved to where the ruby wolf was making noises. When they arrived, they could see him growling at the nearby forest area. Neither Roland nor Bernier had any real detection skills, so they could not detect anyone hiding in the bushes. What Roland could only do was to take out his mapping orb to see if he could detect something. The map was soon displayed before him, but he could not see any people nor monsters on it. The only dots that he could see were the ones for simple animals. It looks like he might have seen a squirrel or something. You should have seen him chase that one poor squirrel all up onto a tree. I didn't know that he could climb so well. Bernier gave out a chuckle while petting Agni on the head. The dog seemed somewhat offended by the gesture, but there was nothing that Roland could do or say. It didn't seem that they were being watched, or at least that if they were, the person was not here anymore. All of them returned to the workshop, and together with Bernier they started taking the golem apart. Everything was mapped and the damage was written down into his notebook. The last thing that he had to check for was the mana fluid tank. Surprisingly, the golem didn't burn through that much mana. From what Roland could tell, golems didn't require that much energy to function. Only when someone tried giving golems some spell-slinging functions would they require a lot of juice. It seems that when it comes to pure mechanical force, then the golems are quite cost-efficient. The day turned into night, and Roland was now in his bedroom noting a few things down. When he recalled all the golems that he had seen in Edelgard, they all lacked such spell-a-dons. They were mostly used for their large frames to do manual labor. Only the golems down in the dungeon were seen to perform magical attacks. This was probably all thanks to the dungeon's nature, as the monsters there were provided with mana by the dungeon itself. If he ever wished to create golems that could actively shoot magic at people, he would need to take the energy problem into consideration. While Elikin's fluid was a power source that worked well enough, it cost a lot of money. Unless he was able to head down into the secret room in the dungeon, he would need to develop another way to get around this. Should I bring it up with the cat? Roland had the option of asking the strange magical cat for help. He could very well know a better way to power the golems. If it's a stationary model, then I think I could make it work with my current generator. There was a certain version of the golem that he was thinking about. This one would not be able to move, but it would be able to detect and eliminate intruders. With the wind turbines working quite fine and already powering his whole workshop, there was space for innovation. While he could not create a fully functional humanoid defensive golem, he could do something else, a defensive turret of sorts. To some craftsmen, it would probably not really be a golem, more of a trap. It wouldn't really need many moving parts, just the ability to turn its cannons around to face the intruders. This was something that he needed, as the mining field was already giving him a headache. Even these golem tests that they were performing today. Normally he would like to do it behind his walls, but with all the mines there, it would pose a problem if the golem went berserk and ran into them. Then there was the way that Agni acted. He was not sure, but whenever he went outside to test his wares, he felt like they were being watched. Even after all of these years, the bad experiences from the past kept coming back. The run-in with Robert only made him more paranoid, as it was clear to him that people from his family could just pop out at any moment. Even worse than them would be the members from the cult that had no idea what we're doing. Before and after coming here, he did some research, and this island was supposed to be free of cult influence. Luckily for him, in the underground, there were more powers fighting among each other. The area he was occupying was said to belong to a different faction, which should increase his safety. Roland shook away the bad thoughts and returned to the more important issue, his store. While Elodia didn't give him a reply just yet, this didn't mean that he would not be moving ahead with his plan. He was already affiliated with the Adventurers Guild, so his shop could strike a deal with them as well. They could help him by selling him crafting materials that he could not otherwise get. The Dwarven Union was still denying him access to any of their wares. Even Bernier was blacklisted from their shops and was finding it hard to buy anything out in the markets. They were really set on denying him, but not like he cared that much, as the guild prices weren't that much off. They had enough affiliated merchants from the outside to keep him stocked with the required goods. While he was prioritized for being a runesmith, this couldn't be said for some of the other shop owners. There was only so much that could be spared, and the union was really making it hard for the others to earn money. One of the ways that the guild was trying to save their stores was with the help of the dungeon. There were some large mineral deposits there that were uncovered that could be mined. Even now, some adventurer parties would be tasked to go down to get some of the dungeon-specific ores. Roland crossed his arms and looked up at the ceiling. After the golem had borne fruit, he had all sorts of ideas, but he also felt like he didn't have enough time for most of them. He was only one man. Going through all of the materials and books already took up a lot of his time. He quickly grabbed his notebook and started going through it. Next to it, he had the book manual with the golem's runic program that was somewhat unclear about a couple of things. He started looking through the code that now, thanks to his new title, was more understandable. An hour passed, then another, and soon it was already 1 in the morning. Even when it was this late, his eyes didn't feel tired. Ever since his stats had increased, he did not sleep more than 5 hours a day, and when he was awake he either looked at his research material or was contemplating runic code. If I was this hard-working in my old world, I would have probably been a lot more successful. With no skills to guide his progress, Roland did stagnate. In this world where work was displayed on a spreadsheet on a system screen, it was easy to have something to work for. Even now, when he was ready to close his notebook, a certain nudge would be given to him by this friendly world system. Unlocked Determined Scholar. You gain the parallel thinking trait. What? Determined Scholar. Title. A title given to scholars that, in the wake of their studies, have pushed through their physical limits to attain enlightenment in their academic field. Parallel thinking. Trait. Grants the ability to think about multiple things and notions at the same time. Speed and amount is determined by the intelligence stat. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he was rewarded by a new title and even a trait. The title was obviously given to him because of his unhealthy sleeping schedule. With the help of his sleeping resistance that then has evolved into an immunity, he was able to maintain himself with only short naps. While the skill had the immunity world to it, it didn't allow him to quite resist the temptations of sleep. It was possible for him to stay up for about 3 days with no serious strain to his mind or body, but after that, he would feel quite drowsy. This skill was only at level 2 for now, thus Roland wondered that maybe if he maxed it out he could actually attain true sleep immunity. While the title was a nice bonus, what he really was interested in was the second thing he received, mainly the parallel thinking trait. After reading through the explanation, he got the general gist of it, but he was unsure of how it was supposed to work. Is this trait supposed to help me be better at multitasking? Roland was not sure how to activate this trait, but while going through the explanation he tried testing it out. He tried thinking about a hard mathematical problem while also trying to recall some activities that he did the previous day. It was a bit odd at first, but he found that he was actually able to visualize all of it separately. He managed to perform this thinking exercise at the same time without having to strain his brain too much. I wonder. With some inspiration, he pulled out 2 pieces of paper. This was part of the research material that he received from the professor. One had research concerning golems, while the other went into more detail about the runic programming. His test started as he attempted to read both of these pages at once. It was difficult at first, as he found it hard to spread out his gaze between the 2 papers. After a few minutes of straining his eyes, he was finally able to read both of them at the same time. When he stopped, he could clearly recall the information that he just went through without any holes in his memory. This realization made him lean back and chuckle. Such a trait was a godsend for this situation. With so much research material and golem-related research, he was having a hard time keeping it together. He still had to craft runic equipment for the guild while also thinking about his own shop, the house defenses, and then his family problems. With this handy trait, he could double his research speed, maybe even triple or quadruple them. The description added a part about his intelligence stat which made the trait better. Intelligence was his best stat from them all. It was also possible that his rare class multiplier would be accounted for. After the golem testing was concluded, Roland found himself doing a whole different round of testing. He needed to know the limits that this newly gained trait would give him. First came the reading test, which brought him to about 3 separate texts at once. The biggest limit when reading was concerned depended on his line of sight. It was hard to focus if the books were not close to each other. It was also a bit awkward to read at first, but Roland discovered that he could also move his arms independently from each other. While he was reading some texts, he was also able to scribe down a runic scroll. The grade dropped a bit at the first try, but after he got used to it, he was able to actually scribe and read at the same time. Roland was sure that if he wanted, he could create 2 separate runic scrolls at the same time. It was as if he had 2 separate heads working half of his body when he was performing this task. Luckily, this trait didn't give him something like an alternate personality. He was still only one person that could just use his brain functions at a higher rate. It took him the whole night and ever all morning to go through figuring this thing out. He realized that even though this trait was meant for gathering more knowledge, it could very well be used for battle. His mind was able to react to more than one stimulus at the same time. It would clearly be handy during combat. While he focused on the enemy's weapon with one part of his mind, at the same time he could look for that deceptive strike that was coming and instantly react to it when it happened. This was easier said than done, as he did not really have that much battle experience in using this trait. It could help him combat the gap that was slowly increasing between him and people with true battle classes. While they trained themselves to have lightning-fast reflexes and react to everything within a split second thanks to practice, he could use brain power for a similar effect. Instead of muscle memory, he would actively react to everything by being able to split his thoughts between actions and multiple opponents. His eyes weren't the only thing that he could separate from his body. Hearing and touch were also accessible. Taking this into account, it would help him hear or feel people coming in from unexpected vantage points that he couldn't see with his eyes. "Hey boss, you wanted to see me? What's with the runic launcher? Are we getting robbed?" Roland called Bernier over as he was somewhat intrigued by how flexible this new trait was. The plans were to work on the 3rd iteration of his golem, but that could wait. If he managed to master this skill, he could very well triple his output. "No, I just need to test a few things. It's loaded with empty shells here." Roland gave the slightly improved runic launcher to his assistant and then told him what he needed to do. "You want me to aim at you and shoot as fast as I can?" While the runic launcher still needed a crank, it could shoot out large spheres of metal faster than Bernier could throw them. Roland just wanted to see if he could react in time to dodge them. "I don't think this is such a good idea. You have that look in your eyes. Have you not been sleeping enough? How about?" "I'm fine. I don't need sleep. Now shoot me, we are wasting time." While it was true that Roland had been buried in research material and he was starting to feel strained by the work, he was somewhat excited to test this new skill out. Bernier, on the other hand, knew that his boss was being hasty, as this wasn't the first time when something like this happened. Roland was smart enough to place a helmet on his head and also use some body armor. He did a peculiar thing, though, as he didn't face Bernier directly but turned so that he would see him out of the corner of his eye. Boss? Shouldn't you look at where the shots are coming from? If I did that, then there would be no point in testing this skill." The intent of this test was if he could react to a fast incoming threat while not directly looking at it. It would be somewhat easy to do it for him, as he was a Tier 2 class holder with enhanced reflexes. What he wanted to do is to see if his parallel thinking trait was as fast enough to help him react as if he was looking at the muzzle of the runic launcher himself. He could still see Bernier to the side, but his attention was elsewhere, on a particular scratch on his fence. Bernier could do nothing but shrug and aim the runic weapon. If Roland had made up his mind about something, he knew that he could not change it. He knew that the orbs were hollow and would not cause lasting damage even if they hit Roland. "Are you ready?" "Sure. Fire them as fast as you can and try aiming for the body." Roland got ready as a little green glow appeared on his helmet. This runic spell traveled towards his eyes and made them shine in the same hue. This spell somewhat enhanced his vision and would aid him in this test. He was not quite convinced of his own physical capabilities and wanted to test it first with some help. The first orb traveled towards him and he could clearly see it going for his chest. Even though his attention was on other things, out of the corner of his eye he was following Bernier's every move. This new trait allowed him to see his assistant lean forward and take aim. He could clearly tell when the trigger was pulled even though he was mostly focusing his gaze elsewhere. Thus he stepped to the side just in time for it to pass him and for the next one to be fired. While it wasn't hard to concentrate on the first and second shot, the more pellets traveled his way, the more concentration it required. This new skill seemed to be working just as he had thought. Normally, he would not have enough time to turn his head and react fast enough to evade this speedy projectile. Okay, that's enough. Roland started rubbing his chin while looking at the pellets that he had dodged. While he was able to do this when the weapon was right in front of him, could he do the same if two people were firing from other vantage points? His class was runesmith. He could not reliably detect people that were standing behind him. He relied on the scanning device to detect hidden enemies, and even Agni was better at detecting non-magical traps than him. Even if he could use his hearing to notice that someone was behind him, he had no training nor skills to judge how far away they were. But this didn't mean that he didn't have something in mind. With an enhanced reaction time and good eyes, he was thinking of implementing a small aid into his next helmet. Did he really need to keep the detection device in orb form and activate it constantly? What if he placed it in his helmet and had it show him what was happening behind him in real time? It would be nothing more than an active radar that would show him if something was at his blind spots. Then it could be improved to a sort of camera that would actually show him what was happening there. With his parallel thinking trait, he could still keep his eyes on it while dealing with whatever was in front of him. At first, Roland thought that he might need to switch to some sort of battle class to protect himself. But now, on the other hand, he was thinking that he should focus more on what he was good at. He might have been depending on crafted items too much, but so were classes like Master Swordsman. Without the right weapon in their hands, they would not be able to unleash all of their skills. Roland's weapon in this situation was his brain and all of his crafted creations that he could bring along. His biggest advantage over others was that he could customize his weapons and also prepare more if he needed them. Though this also put him at a bigger disadvantage. While a swordsman only needed one sword, he needed a whole lot more. A suit of armor to protect his body and for casting spells. Then he also needed specialized weapons for certain situations. Like for the ruby golem that required a heavy sledgehammer-type weapon. Even though he might be able to make himself a number of golems to protect him, it would be impossible to take them along on his dungeon runs. Having them walk all the way from his house and down into the dungeon would probably increase the exploration costs. What he really needed was a certain storage technology. The golems were not living beings, so he would be able to place them in spatial items. This would conserve valuable mana fuel that was needed for them to operate. This was also something that he was willing to put his research into, but there was a small problem. Apparently dimensional magic was quite the difficult field and runesmiths were not really the scholarly type. This was also why all of the storage bags that he had come across were made by other means. He needed to somehow get his hands on that knowledge, but he was refused by the only person that could make that true. The kitty professor apparently didn't think that he was ready to delve into that field of magic. He gave him a little speech about trying to run before being able to walk. It seemed that he would need to prove himself to his academically inclined friend before he gave away the spatial runes. "I think we shouldn't do things like this here, boss." Bernier called out to him while walking towards the large fence that was reinforced with logs. One of the orbs was embedded in the wood, and after pulling it out, an indention was left behind. "You might be right." Roland looked at his house again before going back inside to go back to work on his golem. Now equipped with the new trait, he wondered how much faster he could improve. While finishing up with his golem research, he and Bernier were also moving along with the expansion. He was deliberating on buying up more land around his home while he was at it. With his home still being far away from the city, there wouldn't really be a big spike in prices just yet. But when he actually made a successful spot for adventurers to visit, someone might see it as an opportunity to expand towards this location. There were already moves being made to build up taverns outside of the city. While it was more dangerous, it was also not taxed as much. Some people didn't really care about danger and had their own little bands of mercenaries ready to protect their assets. while Roland would do nothing more than build up defensive turrets and place massive golems all over his property. This dream was a bit far-fetched. It would probably take years till he would have enough skill and money for something like that. Instead, he would need to add more people to his side. One was the shop attendant, which he still hoped to give to Elodia. The other would be to some guards that would stand there and look intimidating. I guess it's time. Luckily, the taxing system in this world is a lot easier than in the old one. Roland commented while walking down into his workshop, in which he would spend the remainder of the day in. After a good night's rest, it was time to head into the city, where he would check the prices of land once more. Then only 2 days from now, the construction workers would be arriving, and he could finally move forward with what he was striving to do for many years: start his own little business. Say, what did they fin out? Not much. The informant didn't want to get too close, as they have some strange mutt guarding the house. A couple of dwarves were talking to each other while grumbling slightly. How come you are we paying them if they can't do their job? One of the dwarves spoke up, as he was unhappy about the lack of information that was given to them. They had been spying on their competition and even hired one of the town's known ruffians to keep an eye out on the house that was outside the city. They did fin ot something, and it doesn't look good. He reported that they brought up some strange-shaped lump of metal. Strange lump of metal. 'Twas supposedly move in. Move in? Is the bastard already making golems? While the information was vague from what their informant described, they came to a conclusion that it could have been a basic type of golem. This information was not taken well, as they all finally recognized that they weren't dealing with a simple runesmith. That human missed ave someone backing him, or he is hiding his real identity. A Jewist will not believe that someone that young could make a golem. The dwarves here nodded with their heads. In their eyes, the man that was calling himself Wayland was a true mystery. They saw his wares. In some places they were average at best, while in other aspects they overshadowed old masters. The biggest mystery for them was how a human was doing this. Without the proper guidance and knowledge, it was extremely hard to produce a working rune, even less something complex as a golem. They could only conclude that he was getting some outside help, or he was some old craftsman hiding behind a young man's face. It wasn't unheard of people to use illusion spells to alter their appearance. They were up against a crafty runesmith, so it was plausible that he could do such a thing. He might be trying to make a name for himself heir. The dwarves came to the conclusion that the man named Wayland was probably trying to root himself in this town. He probably had some prior knowledge about runesmithing from an outside source and was trying to undermine the Dwarven Union's monopoly on runecrafted items in a lesser-known location. So how do we go about getting rid of him? Should we try to employ him ourselves? I'm not sure if that he would go for that after that we had done. The dwarves from the Union that had gathered in this town were sent here on a mission. First, they needed to see if it was worthwhile to invest in the city. Albrook passed that initial test, and they sent over more people to establish their own smithies and shops meant mostly for the adventurers. Most of the Union's manpower was focused on the main city of Isgard. They were just a branch with very few blacksmithing masters that were not even Tier 3 craftsmen. The two most established were Bammer the enchantsmith and Dunan that was both an armorsmith and weaponsmith. While the two were not Tier 3 class holders, they were the closest ones to achieving them. It was a planned move to have these two achieve a breakthrough in this city and entrench the Union's grasp on it. With how it was looking now, they were faltering, as the human runesmith's runic wares were more popular than the enchanted ones. Too late for dat now. How goes the business though? What off the other artisans? Dunan asked while scoffing at one of the other dwarves that was wearing glasses and seemed a bit more refined than the other craftsmen. 'Tis proceeding as planned. We hae been successfully undercutting their profits. Even the guild can't complain, as we aren't doing anything illegal. While the runic weapons and trinkets were selling rather well, this wasn't for all the other wares. The dwarf run stores could lower their prices to an extreme and just price the competition out. This was quite the basic approach which they implemented in all of the cities that they tried to get a footing in. They just lowered the prices to a point until their competition could not sustain themselves. Then they either ran them out of town or had them sign contracts with their union to profit even more. It didn't seem like this approach would work with the person called Wayland though. His wares were actually selling, and they couldn't cut off his resources either, as he was getting them through the Adventurer Guild. The Union and the Adventurer Guild were somewhat in a turbulent relationship. Both of them somewhat relied on each other to make a profit while also having other avenues to earn coins from. The dwarves could also outfit armies, while the guild could get some items from the dungeons and other artisans. The two behemoths walked a fine line and tried to coexist without damaging their own business model. While no one wanted to get under the skin of the current guild master, the guild stores weren't really a big part of the adventurer brand. Thus, the dwarves here didn't really feel like they would be getting that much backlash if they ran them out of business. After everything settled, they were convinced that the people above them would strike a deal that benefited both sides. What they were responsible for now was how well this deal would be in their favor. If they took over most of the city's market share, the guild would be forced to do business with them, as their store reputation wouldn't allow them to go forward with their business model. Good. Let us wait now. If everything goes as planned, we won't need to do a thing. The dwarves nodded at each other as the decision was made. This concluded their little get-together. The meaning of the last words could soon be seen a few days later at the Adventurers Guild quarters. What is it now, Elodia? It's the shop owners. They wish to talk to you. Talk to me? Tell them to go away. I'm busy. The guild master was looking over some papers in his office while Elodia tried to inform him about an unruly mob of people. I don't think they will listen to reason this time around. The months were not good on them. Not good? Is it the blasted dwarves? Elodia nodded, but as she tried to go into some more detail, she heard a loud knock on the door. Orden. I know that you are in there. Get your ass out here, you have a lot of explaining to do. A maddened voice of a woman was heard by both the people inside this office. It was followed up by some more voices and more banging on the door. Shit. This is more serious than I expected. Orden gave out a sigh but then nodded to Elodia, who then unlocked the door. The moment she did, about 10 people entered the room. It was clear that these people were craftsmen and artisans that had all signed a contract with the guild. All of them pushed themselves inside, and at the front was a peculiar beast woman with cow-like horns. There you are. Explain yourself. Diana? What's gotten into you? Arduhan looked at the maddened blacksmiths. They all started shouting at the same time, so it was hard to understand at first, but he quickly figured out what was going on. Due to the Dwarven Union's stranglehold on the city, these people were being shunned. Please, everyone calm down. The guild master will hear you out. Elodia interrupted from the side and was able to somewhat calm the angry mob down, and they finally started talking. Nothing is selling. The adventurers just take one peek at the prices before leaving. Yeah. How are we to contend with halved prices? I've even seen them dropping prices further than that. It was clear that these artisans were not able to make a living now. Their products weren't bad, but they just could not compete with discounted wares of the dwarves. I have a family. My children will starve if I can't bring in any coin. The only thing that the adventurers are willing to take are those blasted runic weapons, but that's not enough. Yeah, it's that runesmith. It's all his fault. Everything was fine until he showed up. Now wait a moment there. The guild master tried to interrupt the conversation as it started going in a weird direction. It was clear that these people were mad and were looking for someone or something to blame. They started blaming the runesmith that was providing them with some magical items. Before they started selling those, they were doing fine. Thus he was an easy target to blame because of the time frame was produced. To them, it didn't matter that the Dwarven Union was to blame. It was an entity that they didn't see themselves fighting against. Instead of fighting, they would rather try to appease. Yeah, I bet if we kick him out, the dwarves will return the prices to normal. The angry mob continued to shout, and most of them agreed with each other. It was all the fault of the runesmith that they were losing money and their livelihood was at stake. Shut up, all of you. A loud booming sound that sounded like a bomb going off was heard by everyone. It was the guild master's giant fist that connected with his reinforced desk. Being a Tier 3 class holder was enough to force people's respect. It was enough to intimidate the artisans to quiet down, with just a single one of them continuing to glare. Well, what will you do about it? If we are to continue like this, we will need a better plan. Those dwarven bastards will keep outpricing us, and we all know that their coffers are deep and our pockets are almost empty. If you don't help us out, we will all go under. Diana commented while looking Orden straight in the eye. I heard you. I will make a decision, but I'm not going to make it now. Now leave. The craftsman looked dejected, but not like they do anything to the guild master. If he wanted, he could easily use his superior strength to toss all of them out of his office. Soon all of them left, and only the guild master and Elodia were left inside. You can't seriously be thinking about what they proposed, right, guild master? Elodia broke the silence as Orden started spacing out while thinking. The bald man leaned back in his chair and gave out a sigh. That could be a possibility. But guild master, we could. We could do what? Pay our artisans the bottom line and continue this battle with the union. But couldn't we make a report to the higher-ups? Orden shook his head as if that was not an option. Those idiots would be glad to laugh in my face if they heard about this. Elodia wasn't sure what this reply was about, but she had heard that the guild master didn't get along with some of the other masters at his level. There was a rumor that he was forced to come here for one reason or another, but the information was unclear. What will you do, guild master? That's a good question. Orden leaned back in his chair and started to think. While the small number of craftsmen that he employed would really affect the guild's coffers in the long run, it would give the guild and him a bad name. There were only a couple of options that he could realistically go with. One of them would be to stand his ground and not let up. He would need to cover the store owner's expenses if he went with this way. The Adventurers Guild had a finite amount of resources that were given to him from outside. This little venture of his was created to increase their budget that was barely enough for the guild's expenses. Everything cost money. The bulk of what he was given went into establishing the guild building and bringing over veteran adventurers to start things off. Bribing the town officials to get the current building and then establishing relations with all the best merchants was a must. Asking for more funds from the main guild was out of the question. The Adventurer Guild did things slightly differently than the Dwarven Union that was more united. Unless he went bankrupt, they would not act. Then if they did act, he would be removed from his position due to failing at establishing a strong foothold. Orden clearly underestimated the lengths to which the dwarves would go. They weren't doing anything against the law, so he could not use his connections to the mayor. He could also not ban adventurers from using the dwarven wares as they would come for his head. Thus, if he wanted to go with this option, he would probably need to use his own savings and compete with the dwarves with lowered weapon prices. While he had some coins, this was not a big enough number to compete with a giant company like the Union. Then there was the second option, to give in to the demands of the dwarves and the shop owners. This would probably force him to cut ties with the runesmith that he had a contract with. He was the main reason that the dwarves reacted this way, and he had a suspicion as to why. They were scared of someone else gaining the top crafter spot in this city. Smithing runes was somewhat of a special profession to these bearded drunkards. It didn't seem that they even tried to strike a deal with Wayland, even though they would be in a better position to use his skills than he or the guild could. Due to their pig-headedness, they were unable to accept him as a fellow runesmith. They probably deemed him as an impostor that had gained runic knowledge through villainous means. Ardahan knew the young man long enough to know that this was untrue and that he probably stepped into his class by accident. If cutting the contract short with the young runesmith would appease the dwarves also remained to be seen. Even if he did that, it would not remove the dwarves' problem from the city but would shift their attention towards Wayland and him only. Orden was apprehensive about doing this as he spent a lot of work to gain the young man's trust. He also knew that if Wayland continued to improve, then he would be a better investment than all of the artisans that he was employing. I could also go with option 3. The guild master grinned slightly as he came to a conclusion. While the second option would probably be the most practical one, he wanted to try something different. He was not really scared of some dwarves, thus he made a plan while moving forward. Elodia, I need you to do something for me. Yes, guild master? Arrange an appointment with the dwarves from the Union. I need to talk with them. The dwarves? Are you going to? Before the woman could ask the question, Orden moved his hand up to stop her from continuing. This isn't something you need to know. Just perform the task and don't ask questions. While Orden knew that Elodia meant well, the fewer people knew about his plan the better. She didn't need to involve herself in his schemes and just needed to do her job as told. I apologize, Guild Master. I will contact the Dwarven Union. Elodia bowed and then removed herself from the Guild Master's office. The bald man stood up from his chair and walked over to the window. There he could see a busy road where various people were shuffling around. This will certainly be interesting. I hope the little runesmith will be up to the task. That's it. Bring it over here. All right. The shuffling of feet was heard along with the shouts of grown men. About 10 workers were moving various construction materials consisting mostly of red bricks. Roland was to the side looking at the people that he had hired for the construction of his own store. At first, he was thinking about building a wooden building from simple logs and planks. Then, after discussing it with Bernier, he went for a more stable solution. A building from bricks was a lot sturdier and could be reinforced from the inside with some runic magic. While the bricks could not be inscribed with runes directly, there were other methods that other various magical stores used. The easiest way, as always, would be to line the place with thin metal and inscribe runes on it. He could also use runic scrolls, and then there would be the third method where a person could use special magical paint. This paint would be able to hold a runic charge for a bit, but was a lot more costly than a regular runic scroll. Before he came up with the defensive measures of this store, there were other things that he needed to worry about. The first one was to actually build it and then fill it up with his wares. While the technology in this world was far below his old one, the building process was actually quite speedy. With the help of various skills and magic to help the craftsmen, everything went smooth. The high-level carpenters would not need things like measuring tapes nor indicators to tell them if they were cutting in the right spot. They could tell if what they were doing was equally placed with just a glance. Thus, the process of laying bricks and cutting them was increased several-fold. The alchemical equivalents of cement and plaster were also here. They were actually better than their modern counterparts as they dried faster and didn't require things like heavy concrete mixers to bind. This was all thanks to the field of earth magic, which allowed these builders to use specialized techniques. They had a certain magical tool that would cause the bonding mixture to harden when it was used. This tool used mana fluid to run, and the one that these men were using had runic inscriptions. Roland was quick to scribble down the runic patterns and components for future use. He knew that he was stealing costly company secrets in doing this, but it would allow him to fix things around here without the help of the construction company if anything ever broke. He still needed the alchemical mixture to pair with it, so the newly gained tool might not even be usable. Mr. Wayland. While thinking about the new shop, he noticed a familiar person call out to him. It was a human youth of about 18 years. The young man had blonde hair that was styled into a bob and had quite the blue eyes. Claus? Isn't the shipment of runic items due in a week? Yes, sir. I didn't come for that. The guild sent me to deliver this letter to you. He was handed a letter that had a seal on it. With one look he knew that it was a special seal that if not removed correctly would cause the letter to go up in flames. After the item was given, Claus nodded at Roland and made his way out of there. His eyes were clearly glued to the muscular construction workers that were bringing materials out of their spatial backpacks. Wasn't that Claus? But we should still have a week. I know, he brought a letter over. Can you look over the workers? Aye, boss. I'll be sure to watch them like a hawk. If they try to steal something, Agni will bite their dicks off. Roland looked to Agni that gave out a happy bark. Please stop teaching him strange things. Roland shook his head and returned to his room. There he used a simple technique on the letter to dissolve the seal. These types of letters could be attuned to a person's mana fingerprint. Such a fingerprint was given to the guild as he was signing the contract with them. Through it, they could keep in contact through these types of sealed letters. Why they decided to contact him in such a way was somewhat odd. This meant that something had happened. Greeting, Wayland. We need to talk about something, so come to the guild today at sundown. Roland narrowed his eyes while looking at the piece of paper. He examined the back to see if there was something else, but he couldn't detect anything. Did he have to use such an elaborate thing to contact me? It was strange for the guild master to go out of his way to present him with a letter like this. He could have easily told the delivery boy to tell him. What was this secrecy for? He didn't know, but after reading the letter the magical ink on it turned red and it burst up in flames before him. That guild master has always had a screw loose. While Roland didn't want to go, he was obliged to visit the guild and talk with the guild master. He was still a Tier 3 class holder and a person that was backing him. Thanks to the guild standing behind him, he had a convenient shield that protected him from outside forces. The interactions that he had with him were a bit peculiar. He could never really figure out what the man wanted, as sometimes he acted very relaxed, but on other occasions he had violent outbursts to reel everyone in. Still, he was someone in a higher position in this city and in the guild through which he was making most of his money. Thus he waited for the construction workers to be done for the day before heading into the city. The day was kind of murky and the clouds indicated that soon it would be raining. He was lucky enough to make it into the guild before it started raining. The guild was filled to the brim with shouting men and women as always. While in the beginning he disliked these types of displays, with time Roland had grown accustomed to it. He much preferred these sort of rowdy individuals to the nobles. The adventurer types laid out their emotions before themselves, while the nobles were more reserved and scheming. The latter were hard to read, and a person had to always worry about what they were saying. Offending a noble could be the end of a person's long career, while on the other hand, the adventurers preferred to let their fists do the talking. He sometimes saw two men going at it over some silly dispute to only be drinking buddies the next day after knocking each other's teeth out. Luckily in this world healing magic extended to teeth, and thus people could let loose their pent-up aggression without things holding them back. Even the adventurers that he took out his rage on had their bones healed up within a day's time. "Afternoon, Mr. Wayland. You'll have to wait a moment as the guild master is busy with a previous engagement." Roland was greeted by Elodia, who was as professional as ever. Without Armand and Lobelia being there, she did not really have anyone to rage at. "That's fine. I'll just wait inside." The guild was already known to him and he was under a contract. Thanks to this, he could use some of the inside rooms without being kicked out. Thus he went inside, and the loud noises of the adventurers were left behind as he decided to sit out in the corridor. There he could just wait till the people that were talking with the guild master went out and know when he could enter. This didn't take that long, as he could hear some movement at the staircase. The people that came out weren't anyone that he knew, but he could feel a somewhat extensive mana signature from one of the people. This was quite odd, as the person was a dwarf that weren't known for having lots of mana. There were two of them. Even without looking at their stats, Roland could tell that they were competent craftsmen. This didn't keep him from using his analyzing skill to try to figure out their identities. Seeing dwarves at the guild while their feud with him was underway was slightly alarming. Name: Bammer L122. Classes: T1 Mage L25. T1 Blacksmith L25. T1 Mana Scribe L25. T2 Enchantsmith 47. Name: Dunan L131. Classes: T1 Blacksmith L25. T1 Miner L25. T2 Armorsmith L50. T2 Weaponsmith 31. While the person called Dunan didn't really have any classes that were out of the ordinary, the other dwarf was different. This was the first time he laid his eyes on a proper enchantsmith, and this one was actually at quite the high level. The analyzing skill worked less on people that were above his level, so this was the most information he could get out of them. Luckily for him, they were not wearing any magical items that hid their classes from view. They would not be able to inspect him, which would make his Runesmith Lord class hidden. The Enchanté-Smith progression was very similar to the Runesmith progression. One became a Mana Scribe first, along with having to be a blacksmith and mage. Then the person had to learn specific skills during the Mana Scribe phase and enchant items as a blacksmith. Then the Tier 2 option would become available. Normally dwarves preferred to go with the Runesmith Tier 2 option, as it was an all-around better class. There were some requirements from the base stats which put a wall that was not easily breached. With the high requirements, only about 1 from 4 people could actually achieve the Runesmith class. This made enchantsmiths a lot more prevalent around the world. It was also easier to learn and easier to progress without having much outside knowledge. Thus runesmiths were somewhat worshipped in the dwarven circles. But, while they loved their own runesmiths, they despised any other race that achieved this status without their approval. Their whole identity was based on crafting. When someone came around that could affect this, they mostly reacted in the way they were doing it now. Roland could feel the looks of the two dwarves on him. At first he thought they would start frowning and staring daggers, but instead, they seemed to be in a good mood. When they passed him, he could have sworn that one of them gave out a chuckle. The two strutted outside while he stood up and headed up the stairs into the guild master's office. It was clear that the two dwarves that he passed belonged to the union in the city. It seemed that this strange visit that he was summoned to would be somewhat interesting. "It's me, Wayland." He knocked on the door and quickly heard the guild master's voice. "Come in." On the inside, he took up his usual spot and could notice that something was off. On the guild master's desk, there were some torn-up papers. At first, he wasn't sure, but then he quickly realized that what he was looking at was the contract that he had signed with the guild. The contract didn't really put much strain on the guild. They could fire him without losing much. This was all due to him receiving the knowledge required for the runic smelter he was using now. They would have to pay a small fee, but it didn't look like the guild master cared about that fact. "I see that you have given into the union's demands?" Wayland asked while standing up. It looked like this conversation wouldn't take long, and he wasn't really interested in hearing some kind of long-winded explanations from this man. At this point in his life, he felt like he would be fine. The dwarves could try, but his skill set was far too rare to be halted by their little tricks. But, while he was somewhat sure that he could sell his wares, the problem of getting the right materials arose. Before he could think about that conundrum, the guild master called out to him. "This doesn't matter. Just sit down and listen," Orden quickly shouted while tossing the torn-up contract to the side. "This is just meaningless paper. It's not how relations between people are built. This shit is just for people that lack integrity, and I don't think you are someone that lacks that." Roland sat back down, but the confusion from his face didn't vanish. The contract was torn apart, and the guild was obviously cutting ties with him. What was with this strange talk of integrity? You probably realized that the dwarves are a stubborn bunch. They would rather go bankrupt than let an outsider dabble in what they think is part of their traditions. Roland just nodded, as it seemed that the dwarves were a bunch that didn't think only in profits. There was more money to be made if they cooperated with him. If his wares were in their stores, more people would come to buy them, and they could even share their magical technology with each other. "I'm not really sure where you are going with this," Roland answered, as the guild master was kind of getting off topic. Time was money, so Roland didn't really want to listen to some bullshit explanation by this man that made his decision to cut ties just in some way. "I see that you are eager to go home and continue your work, but do you think it will be that easy?" "What do you mean? Do you think that your runic wares are enough to get you through this? Will it be that easy? Why wouldn't they? Even if you don't help me, I can still sell at the auction house." "At the auction house? Have you even tried to do that recently? You underestimate the union." Roland had to stop and think. Some time had passed since his last visit to the auction house. If the union had enough pull there, they would probably be able to ban him from selling there. That would only leave him with either peddling out in the streets or attracting people to his new store. "I'll be fine. I'll figure something out." "I'm sure you will, but what I'm trying to say is that you don't have to." Roland perked up at the words, as the guild master for some reason wanted to continue their relationship. "You want to continue helping me under the union's nose? Something like that. Let me explain. Sit down, this could take a while." While he wasn't sure what to make of it, Roland decided to listen to the guild master's offer. Orden explained the reason for the termination first. The other craftsmen were having a hard time making a living, and it would be an uphill battle that devoured a lot of coin if they wanted to go against the union's deep coffers. He couldn't really blame the other craftsmen for thinking that he was the problem. Before he came along, everything was fine. He would also probably be able to survive even if the union was against him, but he would have to sell his wares less openly. This was also where this conversation seemed to be going. "You want me to do what?" "I'll have to sign a contract. This will keep me from giving you aid openly, but there are other ways of earning money." Orden gave a devilish grin as he just gave Roland a somewhat unethical proposition. "Before I sign it, I can get you in touch with some of my contacts. Through them you will be able to purchase what you need and most importantly sell." The talk was about the black market. It was a whole different entity than what the Dwarven Union and the merchants were running. It was something hidden, and if there was something you could offer, they would take it. Why are you doing this? You could easily wipe your sleeve clean of all of this and be done with it. Why go against the dwarves like this? He asked as he wasn't sure if he could trust this man. What if these contacts that he was talking about were some plot to get him in trouble with the law? The black market was the black market for a reason. If the ruling power in the area caught him, he would be in a heap of trouble. Why go against them? Because I am greedy. Orden spoke up with pride as if there was nothing wrong with that statement. I don't like when things are taken from me. I would enjoy nothing more than to see those shitty dwarves eat shit. I also know a good investment when I see one. You have a bright future ahead of you, but it's not going to be easy. Roland wasn't really sure where this trust came from, but this deal gave him a way out of this mess. He knew what Orden was going for here. He wanted to still keep him on good terms while appeasing the Dwarven Union. The old man was clearly trying to play on two fronts. If he would take his side if this all came out remained to be seen. So what will it be? Wayland, we don't have much time. After I sign the contract, my hands will be tied. Roland looked at the guild master's large hand that he was holding out towards him. It was clear that this would only be an agreement between two men. It would depend on their character if there weren't any ulterior motives. Thus a big decision needed to be made. Would he cut his ties with the guild and try to do everything on his own? Or would he try using Orden's contacts to soften the blow from losing his suppliers? A loud sound of a door getting slammed could be heard. This loud thud was followed by the rumbling of footsteps that were coming down the stairs. Mr. Wayland, is everything okay? Elodia, that was about to head over to the guildmaster's office, was the first to notice to whom these loud footsteps belonged to. She could see a rather mad-looking young man rushing down the stairs. Ms. Elodia? He stopped for a moment to look at her, but then just as quickly decided to move past. It was clear to her that he was in no mood to talk. Everything is fine. You don't need to concern yourself with me. Before she could figure out what this was all about, Wayland stormed out of the guild. She was left to wonder about the look on his face. The young runesmith had a somewhat grumpy expression devoid of a smile by default, but this one was a bit more serious. She moved up the stairs to the guild master's office as she was tasked to bring over some papers. It seemed that Orden wanted her to write up a contract and bring it over to one of the scribes for magical imprinting. While she could write up the proper papers in a legally binding way, she didn't have the proper class to create a magical contract. Guild Master. Elodia? Just come in and lock the door behind you. She entered the office, and the first thing that she noticed was a lot of torn-up papers on the floor. Out of habit, she started picking up these papers to only notice that they concerned a certain runesmith. These are... Oh, that? You can burn them, we won't be needing those anymore. But that's not why I asked you to come here. I need you to do your bureaucratic magic. She wanted to ask the reason why these torn-up papers were there. It didn't really take much for her to figure out why she saw Wayland being so mad. The guild master had clearly broken his ties with him for some reason, and this reason was soon revealed to her. What would you like me to do, guild master? Elodia posed her question, and she quickly got a response. The theme would be the Dwarven Union, and the contract would forbid their involvement with a certain runesmith. It appeared that Orden had bent the knee to the Union and decided to cut his ties with Wayland, at least when crafting was concerned. What it all came down to was an agreement between both the Union and the Guild. The dwarves would stop using their connection to force the prices down and allow their guild-run stores to operate normally. They would even be tasked to supply them with some magical weapons and armor. Sir, do you really want me to fashion a contract like this? I think Mr. Wayland has been working fine with the Guild. Elodia, you are a good worker, but this does not concern you. Just do your job and stop asking questions. Were you always this chatty? She was quickly shut down by the burly man in front of her and had to move her head down. Ever since the Armand debacle, she felt like the work environment had become tenser. Why she even asked about the reason was a bit odd. This was not something she would have done before, at least not if it didn't concern someone from her own foster family. With all the information in her notebook, she returned to the floor below. There she needed to find the guild's mana scribe that would fashion the contract. The sun had gone down already, which meant that she would be stuck explaining the final details of the contract for quite some time. The guild master wanted to have it by the next day, which meant that she would probably need to come in earlier than usual to continue the work. These sorts of papers weren't done in an hour, and she also needed to run it through another advisor to see if she didn't make any mistakes. Why do I put up with this? She gave out a long sigh before wandering into one of the side rooms. Inside she found her coworker buried in some papers which soon would increase. While Elodia was stuck with more overtime, Roland was on his way back home. He had a lot to think about as the guild master brought up some concerning things. He was sure that he would be able to sustain his home by his own volition. He had convinced himself that his runic items were just too good to not be bought up by the adventurers. Even if the Dwarven Union came for him, he could match their prices as he was the one building everything. Then his worldview was shattered as Orden had mentioned that he would not be able to use the auction house. This was his main strategy if things went wrong, using the establishment that had previously brought him money. But apparently, the dwarves were already working on banning him from participating in the auctions. The only realistic way to go about this would be to hire someone to buy and sell for him. The biggest problem with that was trust. He would need to find a trustworthy merchant that would work with him. If he was on the Dwarven hit list, almost all of the good merchants would ignore his plea of help. They were still out there to make profits, and angering the Union would only make things troublesome. This only left inexperienced merchants or ones with shady backgrounds. Due to Roland's networking skills, he had gained no real business partners. The only thing that he ever did was to give his wares over to the auction house or hand Bernier them to do it for him. There were no good deals or people in high places that were looking out for him. The guild was supposed to do it, but they buckled under the pressure at the first sight of the problem. This just showed him that if he ever wanted to get something done, he would need to do it himself. While the guild master offered him a way out, he was not sure if he was willing to go through with it yet. Not like I won't have anything to eat, but I've already started to build the store. While he could still earn his keep as a silver-grade adventurer, he had already put other things in motion. The contract with the construction firm was signed, and the construction of his new store building was not going to be cheap. Without money, he would need to halt his golem construction. Golems required an astonishing amount of resources and time. The little magical robot that he made wouldn't really be of use for anything. It could only move around and be a mild annoyance, and without figuring out golem software, he wouldn't be able to program in more actions. If he relied only on his adventurer income, it would force him to spend most of his days in the dungeon. This would force him to lower his time as a runesmith. It would be hard to compete with the other craftsmen if he wasn't able to produce enough stock. Should I really trust that Baldy? He looked down onto a piece of paper. It was another one of those letters. He was given it by the guild master along with instructions. Roland was given a way of getting in contact with some friends that would help him out with his material problem. For now, he decided to place this letter in his spatial bag for safekeeping. Soon he would need to make a decision as he was already running low on funds. On the next day, he was to go back to the guild and take his earnings from this month. This would be the end of his relationship with the guild stores, at least the open one. If he took the guild master's advice and if it worked out well, he would be somewhat indebted to him. Before he gave him any more credit, he would need to find out if his claims were correct. Bernier would also give him some advice. He was the person that always went to the market. Maybe he could point out someone that could work with them. Finally, he returned home to give his only worker the bad news. Bernier didn't react in kind to the way the Union was treating them, and this was magnified by his history of being ostracized from his own community for being only half-dwarf. Damn bastards! Who do they think they are? Let's go over to them and blast a couple of grenades through their windows, boss. I know a good spot. They won't know what hit them. Calm down, Bernier. If we do that, we'll just end up in prison. While he wished to do nothing more than lob a few runic bombs into the dwarven shops, this would clearly cause him to go under in a day. If he wasn't caught by the guards at the shops, he would probably be quickly given a wanted poster. There were too many ways to apprehend people in this world, and he was not the stealthy type. But what will we do? If we can't buy any crafting materials, will we go out of business? Are you going to move to another city? The easiest way to get around this would be to move elsewhere. The biggest problem with that option was that he would need to build himself up from scratch again. Even then, it could not pan out without signing off with a bigger company for support. The union could easily ban them from the next auction house they moved to, and he could go back to square one. First, calm down, it's getting late, we will go to town tomorrow and see how bad it really is. You have some people that you know. I need you to ask around if there would be any merchants willing to supply us with materials like deep steel. Roland decided to try working out an agreement with some merchants. On the dawn of the other day, he and Bernier parted ways as they began their search for a business partner. Just as he had suspected, though, no one was willing to hear them out. He quickly realized the power of networking and how he should have been actively participating in it. Roland went out of his way to avoid interaction with other people due to his trust issues. If he actually showed himself to be someone trustworthy, he might have not been in this predicament. How was it on your end? Roland asked Bernier, who just shook his head. Those bastards work fast. Every merchant that saw me averted their eyes. It's clear that they have all been paid off or are too afraid to offend the union. While Roland could probably do business with the merchants if there was anything else than metals and smithing involved, the union held a chokehold on the entire kingdom when his craft was involved. With most of the mines and smithies occupied by them, no one else was willing to go out of their way to go against them. They didn't just give up on the first day. Roland and Bernier continued going through the city, though the half-dwarf did most of the work as his boss quickly found out that he didn't really know anyone in the city. The only people that he really talked to were the adventurers, and the guild already showed that they wouldn't be working with him. Just like the guild master had told him, when he went over to the auction house, he was given a long-winded explanation of why he was not allowed to sell anything there. He was considering trying to hide his face and sneaking in to sell some wares. But there weren't that many runic items going around. The people from the auction house could force him to reveal his face or use some identification. He was sure that the dwarves made sure to increase the examination requirements on any runic wares coming from unidentified people. Roland even tried visiting the stores that he used to work with. One of them was where Diana worked. Even though the woman showed interest in him before, she was now looking out for herself. I'm sorry, Wayland. This isn't anything personal, but unless you can give me a better deal, I'm stuck here. Not like he didn't understand where she was coming from. It was either to work with the dwarves that had all the money in the world or try helping him out with no real incentive to be had. But if you ever need some help with other things, don't be a stranger. They only told us not to sell your wares. They never said we can't trade in other services. If it's anything besides a runic item, I could probably sneak it in. She gave him a little wink before sending him on his way. While he wouldn't be able to sell anything in their stores that gave his involvement away, he could still hand in other items which would actually give Bernier an outlet to place his armors in. This wouldn't fix the issue that he was battling now. Regular armors and weapons didn't sell for that much. They were mostly used by low-level adventurers. The real money was always in magical items and gear. After a few days of not really making any progress, Roland was stuck with a backlog of runic swords and daggers. They had already been delivered for runecrafting, and due to him already finishing the order, he was unable to return it. The guild informed him that due to the deal with the dwarves, they would not be able to sell them. With that, his only real revenue stream that he could gain good money from was repairing runic equipment. He was still the only runesmith in town and could handle the orders at his home. The word was slowly spreading, and neither the guild nor the union could stop the adventurers from coming over for his services. Even though he could take a lot of money for the repairs, this wouldn't fix the problem. The items that he was fixing were already rare and not like they broke down every month and needed constant repairs. Roland stayed up late the night, and while going through some of the golem research, the guild master's letter caught his eye. If he did nothing about this predicament, he worried that he would be run out of town. He invested far too much time into his home and now store to just roll over and take it from the union like this. While he might have been able to survive in the short term, there could come a time when the union brings over their own runesmith. Then they could easily price him out of his repairing services, maybe even run some kind of smearing campaign to undermine his future runic creations. This was a critical moment in his life. The city was about to go through another gold rush. More and more adventurers were arriving and everyone was expanding. If he didn't follow the trend, he would remain stagnant. Now was the time to act and to seize his future. If he did not, he might as well sign a contract with the Dwarven Union and be done with it. The black market, huh? He glanced at the letter and knew what it entailed. While he was apprehensive to work with the people that would be the first ones to rob him blind, he knew that they would not hold the Union in many regards. They were profiteers first that didn't really align themselves with anyone or anything. On the other hand, it was a good chance to see how the criminal underbelly in this world looked like. He already knew that most successful people somewhat rubbed shoulders with the Thieves' Guild, and ignoring them could come biting him in the behind later on in his life. They sure picked an odd spot for this. Roland found himself looking down an old well. He had put on his runic glasses so he could see all the way down, and it was quite a large drop. After leaning back, he looked to the side and could spot people moving back and forth by the road. This well that he was standing at had once been used by the old Albrook farmers. It had long dried up and was left close to the road that led to the Albrook dungeon. Roland had the letter that the guild master had given him in his pocket. That day, when he had a conversation with him, he was given some instructions. The letter was supposedly an introduction to the people that run the underground businesses in this city, the Thieves' Guild. How the guild master of the Adventurers' Guild knew the Thieves' Guild was a bit perplexing. But after further consideration, he realized that the two guilds didn't really have anything at odds with each other. Not like they had conflicting interests, they were actually quite similar. While the adventurers from the guild were more like mercenaries and hired soldiers, the guild members from the Thieves' Guild were more like hired assassins and information gatherers. If a task was too difficult for any adventurer, it wasn't wrong to go to the underground and hire someone that was more prone to taking risks. The Adventurer Guild was a proper business, and this limited their scope of actions. They had rules that kept their adventurers from getting into too much danger. They had ratings for each one of them and the missions they were expected to take. Thus, they limited the loss of lives through a vetting process. The thieves, on the other hand, didn't care about things like that. They somewhat had an internal rating between each other, but nothing of the sort as the adventurers did. They would not keep their members from accepting difficult jobs that could cost them their life. Their masters didn't care, and most of the time the job's pay was proportional to the guild member you got. This somewhat made it more difficult for the one hiring to get a good deal, but that was one of the reasons why these types of people were called criminals. There it goes. Roland threw the letter into the well while somewhat looking in all directions. To others, it would look as if he was throwing trash into this well, and that was mostly what people did here. How this message would reach the Thieves' Guild was unknown to him, but magic was probably involved. It made sense that if a person wished to get involved with them, needed to know a person that was a Thieves' Guild member. It was somewhat of an exclusive club that was difficult to get into, but even more difficult to get out of. This was something the guild master had warned him about, but not like Roland wanted to become a member of the Thieves' Guild. His purpose was to get access to the black market merchants. First, Roland was concerned about this letter. Anyone could see him throwing something into the well if they wanted to look. Then, after thinking it over, it was clear that the thieves were just trying to be smart about it. Who would think that they were actually using easily accessible places for contacting each other? This was also apparently not the only contact point. The guild master informed him that it changed every couple of weeks. While it was a well now, it could change to a tree stump in the forest or even a loose brick in one of the houses in the city. This was also why he needed to do it within a short time frame. If he didn't do it now, he would have no way of knowing what the next contact point would be changed to. From what he said, "I need to wait a few days for a reply," which Roland did. While his letter of introduction was going through, he decided to venture into the dungeon for a change. He had managed to reconstruct his old armor, but with the lack of funds, he still needed to go with the Mana Stone variant. It looked mostly the same, but he decided to ditch the characteristic crimson coloring. For now, he went with a more pitch-black variant, which also made the runic symbols stick out less if they weren't being used. If used, he would stick out even more as they did glow in various colors of the rainbow. The golems and Tier 2 monsters on the lower levels didn't really pose much of a threat to him as he was slowly gaining levels. The speed of his progress had slowed down since his last dungeon run, but thanks to him getting the Tier 3 schematics, he was slowly going for that 100th level. Name: Roland Arden L90. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord L15, Primary. T1 Mage L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, Tertiary. HP: 3351/3351. MP: 8157/8865. SP: 3022/4529. Strength: 90. Agility: 67. Dexterity: 118. Vitality: 90. Endurance: 99. Intelligence: 151. Willpower: 139. Charisma: 17. Luck: 10. Not yet, huh? Roland looked at both his own and Agni's status screen. Agni was at the level cap of 50, but the mystical Ruby Wolf variant was still grayed out. He had progressed through the levels by leeching from his master and did it too fast. Even now he was a few levels short with his mana-related skills. While to most people the 100th level meant their second Tier 2 class, for him it would take a bit longer. Only when he reached the 125th level would his Runesmith Lord class be maxed out. He still could get a new one when he hit it, but there wasn't really a reason for it. He was thinking about using a class change crystal when he achieved the 100th level. It was still possible for a person to look at the classes they could change to without switching to them. He could even go through some of the trials as a test without passing through them on purpose. It wasn't odd for people to reach a level cap for their class and then try to gain hidden titles or traits. From what he knew, this was how people in the old days went about discovering new classes. They continued to gain new skills, titles, and abilities, and then went to see if any new classes become available to them. Even then, some classes remained hidden away from the public eyes, like his Runesmith Lord class that probably only became accessible to him through skills like debugging. His noble birth could have something to do with it as well, but he wasn't quite sure of the importance of bloodlines. I wonder if I could use any of this for crafting materials. Roland gave a pile of red rocks a swift kick to reveal a golem core under them. These were the remains of a volcanic golem that after so much time he had learned to defeat with ease. Some of the books say that some of the golem parts can be smelted down into proper ingots. Roland examined a piece of the rocky golem. Regretfully, this one wasn't of the metal golem variant that had enough raw metal in its body to be used as a resource. These rocky golems would be suited towards the enchanted golem models more. Apparently, there was a way to reanimate the remains of these rocky monsters and have them work through the use of mana. The only problem, as always, remained was the mana uptake. Only a powerful mage would have enough mana to support a whole golem and have it work full-time. Roland was somewhat a mage himself, but if he would be able to learn such spells remained to be seen. He could ask the cat professor if it was feasible, but he was somewhat afraid that he would be laughed at for asking a stupid question. There was a possibility of mining some rare minerals in this dungeon. The biggest problem was that most of it fell to the Adventurers Guild and the Dwarven Union that liked to monopolize anything involving mining. Even now he could see some dwarven workers hitting the dungeon walls with pickaxes while being protected by a small adventurer battalion. If he wanted to join the mining, he would probably catch the ire of the people working here. While no one really had any rights to the dungeon, it was forbidden for him to get involved with the mining efforts. If he did, he would be fined by the guild or even banned if they caught him doing it. This only left him with the option of finding a spot that was not mapped out by the others. Thus his gaze turned to the large lake of lava that had the entrance to that large pocket of rare metals and minerals. If he was only able to get strong enough to farm it, his future would be assured. "Come, Agni, let us go back." "Whine." Agni wiggled his tail while snorting at the volcanic golem. "What's wrong?" Roland asked while Agni started scratching the golem's body a bit. "Ah, do you want a mana stone?" The golems didn't come with any mana stones, so his wolf remained without his favorite snack. Roland did try to feed him the crumbled golem cores one time, but Agni didn't seem to like them too much. "Okay, we'll get one salamander, but then we are going back." After slaying, One of the salamander-type monsters Agni had his mana stone to nibble at, and the two returned to the upper levels through the shortcut. Then, when he was right at the exit from the dungeon, an unfamiliar person bumped into him. Oh, excuse me. Just from the outset, the whole thing looked fishy. Roland, with his new parallel thinking skill, was now more aware than ever. He clearly saw the person shift their weight and bump into him on purpose for some reason. He wanted to grab this hooded person by the hand and ask him what this was all about, but then he noticed him trying to force something into his hand. When he realized what it was, he just let it be, and the person soon disappeared down into the dungeon. Roland made sure to walk away from the dungeon before he opened his hand up again. In it was a crumpled-up piece of paper. Instantly he knew who the man that bumped into him was, and the piece of paper confirmed it. That was fast. How did they know that I was down in the dungeon at this time? What was on the paper was a set of passages and also an address. He was sure to read through it and remember everything before setting the piece of paper ablaze. It felt a bit eerie that he had been contacted this soon by the members of the criminal underbelly. He started thinking about how they could have discovered him this fast to deliver this crumbled letter. It was possible that they had a lookout at that dried-up well that collected his invitation letter. Then he had been watched all the way until he descended into the dungeon, and they waited for him to get out. It was either that or magic was involved in some way or other that could give him the current location. With the knowledge of his next step, he returned home. There he informed Bernier that he would be going out into the city for the night. Going to the city, boss? Are you going to the tavern? Roland nodded, as this was actually the meet-up place that he needed to go to, while Bernier was mostly the one leaving towards the city to get drunk. This time around he would need to remain home with Agni. This little expedition into one of the more peculiar establishments would require a switch in gear. He might as well put a big neon sign on his back with the words, "I'm Wayland the Runesmith," if he went there while wearing his usual full-plate armor. Luckily, before making the decision of throwing the letter into the well, he had already made some preparations. He bought a black robe and fitted his half-plate armor under it so that no one would be able to tell what he was wearing under it. His face would be covered by the hood and his mouth by a specially made metallic mask. From the outside, he would look like any other thieving type. The mouthpiece that made him look like a medieval ninja had a special voice-changing rune as one of its features. With it, not even people that he knew would be able to recognize his voice. He had no idea who he would meet at the den of thieves. It wouldn't be strange if some dwarves from the Union were trying to make some change by selling some unusable gear down on the black market. If they discovered that he was down there, it could cause more drama. While returning to the city, he still needed to show his face to the city guards that didn't recognize his hooded form. With the new getup passing the test, he made his way into the red light district. When he stepped in here, he could smell the strong perfume, which made his nose a bit itchy. This was the time to cover his mouth, as he knew that this perfume had a small aphrodisiac mixed into it. He overheard a conversation between some adventurers that ventured into this district and knew that it was a way to take more money from the more unsuspecting customers. On his way through the street, he could see many working ladies waving to the passers-by. This road that he never really visited was quite long, and on each side, there was a large building. On some of the balconies, he spotted scantily clad women looking out. Some were just resting and looking tired, while others were winking at the potential customers. While Roland's disguise gave him the opportunity to be anonymous here, this wasn't the case for others. He recognized some people from the Adventurers Guild. This was quite the regular thing these sorts of people did. After days fighting monsters, they used their money on women and booze. These things were widely accepted as the norm in this world, quite different from the one that he came from. Is this it? He remembered the note well, and now he was standing before the establishment that it pointed him to. The sign in front of it depicted a heart that was shot through with an arrow. Even with his mask on, he could faintly smell the strong aroma of womanly perfume. Hall of Heavenly Delights, huh? Roland wanted nothing more than to sigh out and leave. While he was younger, he imagined how it would feel to take part in the services of a professional lady. Now, on the other hand, when he got older, it got less intriguing. This still was his way into the underground market, where he could buy his materials from which would keep him from having to seek alternative routes. "Hey, mister, are you looking for a good time?" While standing in front of the entrance of this brothel, he was spotted by one of the working girls. It was a girl with cat ears. She was quick to shake her hips around while beckoning him over. Normally, he might have even found this alluring, but at the moment he was far too nervous to concentrate. This was supposed to lead him into the den of thieves, and he was not sure what he should expect from it. There were a couple of options here. Either he would find the right black market merchants that would supply him with the resources he needed, or he would be robbed blind. The guild master assured him that nothing bad would happen to him, as the Thieves' Guild is still in the building process. Apparently, the rumors about it being a place that a person could get stabbed for any small transgression was blown out of proportion. This made sense, as no merchant would be willing to do business in a place where their life was in constant danger. There were rules that people needed to follow while being there, but he still needed to conduct himself accordingly. If the thieves and ruffians saw him being fidgety, they might see that as an opportunity to start problems. Thus Roland straightened up and looked at the smiling cat girl while nodding. This Hall of Heavenly Delights was the largest brothel in the city. On the inside was the gateway for him. There he would be led to the criminal underbelly not only of this city but of the whole kingdom. The black market was a large entity, and this would be his introduction to it. He took one step forward, and the cat lady seemed glad to see a new customer heading their way. There was a specific sidebar inside of this large brothel, and this was where he was heading. Thus he called out to the alluring woman with a question. "Yes. Could you show me the way to the bar?" As Roland stepped in through the wooden doors of the brothel, he was already happy that he had brought his new mouthguard along. People couldn't really see it under the fabric, but it was made from metal and had several runes inscribed on it. The strong smell of cheap perfume, sweat, and something unfamiliar made him quickly inject a small amount of mana into this mask. It was a filtering rune that quickly dispatched the awful smell and filled his lungs up with fresh air. This face mask covered both his nose and mouth. It was specifically made for the sole reason to hide his real voice and filter out poison. He was going into a place filled with rogues, and he knew that those types liked to employ various poison gases. There were even classes that made these poison attacks more potent. The best and easiest way to protect someone from this type of attack was a gas mask. He made a smaller magical variant for himself that didn't require him to wear an oxygen tank. On the inside, he could hear a lot of chatting and laughing. He could see many beautiful women of various races talking to various burly-looking adventurers. There was a stark contrast between them, as the men clearly didn't bother to dress themselves well. "Welcome, weary traveler." While the cat lady that greeted him at the building's entrance went away, another beauty approached him from the front. This girl looked elvish in nature, but the ears were somewhat shorter. Her hair also had an uncharacteristic red color, which made Roland think that she was probably a half-elf instead. "Dear customer, you look confused. Could it be your first time here? Do you wish for me to explain the rules?" This was indeed Roland's first time in such an establishment. Due to the amount of skin that was being shown, his eyes did trace to a couple of the scantily clad women. With his new parallel thinking skill, he was actually able to get a good look at all the goods even while talking to this woman. "Ah, not that won't be necessary. I heard that you had a pub here." While this was mainly a brothel, there was a smaller pub inside of it. That was where he was heading, as the entrance to his destination was there. "Would you like one of the girls to accompany you? I'm sure that such a handsome man as you would love to have some company." The elven woman got closer. Roland was on the taller side, so while looking down he had a clear view at her rather exposed cleavage. If he had to compare the women from this world and his old one, it was obvious that the ones here outranked them by several points. To this moment he had never seen a bad-looking elf or half-elf. Even the average human would be above average if they visited his old world. He had to attribute that to the stats like charisma that probably made everyone somewhat more attractive if they leveled up. "No, that's fine. I just need something to drink." After a little back and forth, he had managed to shake the half-elven hostess and arrived at the bar. Inside of it, he could see some patrons having their drinks poured to them by beauties. It was hard not to notice one of these clients, as he stuck out like a sore thumb. "You're so strong, Armand." A cat girl was poking Roland's favorite idiot friend's biceps while he was flexing without a shirt. His face was flushed red, so it was clear that he was fully drunk and probably under the effect of some of the aphrodisiacs. Luckily for him, he was far too busy with what he was doing to notice Roland walking in. After passing some of the drunks, he arrived at the bar counter where he sat down. "What will it be, honey?" He looked over to the bartender. He needed to do a double take as the person behind him was quite the muscular man. This wasn't the reason why he was taken aback. The reason was that this man had an awful large amount of makeup on his face. Rosy cheeks, red lipstick, and fake eyelashes. Then to top it all off, he was wearing a one-piece dress with open shoulders. His arms were thick as a tree trunk, and he could give the Adventure Guild master a run for his money. "Oh, are you a shy boy? I love shy boys. What will it be?" The bartender giggled like a little girl while leaning in. The moment he did, Roland could notice his 5 o'clock shadow. "Ah yes, I'm not really here to drink. I seek the passage below." "Passage? What do you mean, cutie? I'm not sure I understand." Roland was not beginning to doubt the letter that he received, but it was hard to turn back now. While the bartender lady was playing dumb, she could have just been wary of people that would come to disturb the guild. This is also why he leaned in so that no one else would hear the password that he was supposed to say. "The password is Schwertfish." He felt a bit silly saying it while trying to not stick out. But this was all according to the guild master's instructions along with the crumpled up paper. He was supposed to get the password and just tell it to the bartender in this brothel. If this turned up to be some elaborate joke, on the other hand, he would probably have a bad day. "Oh, haven't heard that one in a while. Do you have the entry fee, sugar?" Luckily for him, the exchange was going through just as the guild master explained to him. The password that he was given identified him as a newbie black merchant, not as a guild member. It was more of an introduction to the guild, and he would need to pay the price to enter inside. Of course. He placed 5 small gold coins on the counter, and the large person quickly swiped it. Roland wasn't sure where his gold disappeared to, but it was apparent that this bartender was not simple. This fee was steep, but it identified him as a potential black market merchant. The actual thieves that wished to join the guild would go through different testing methods. He, on the other hand, would be seen as a potential business partner. The coins were there to show that he actually had enough money to use their services. "Rika, take over. I'll be back in a moment." The bartender was replaced by a tall lady with long white rabbit ears while the man in the dress started leaving. Roland followed behind him, and the two entered the back room of this pub. There was a long corridor through which he went through. There were several tired-looking women smoking cigarettes and putting on various lingerie inside. It looked like this was the dressing room for the working ladies, and it reminded him of the back room of strip clubs from his old world. At the end of the corridor was a door, and before it stood a somewhat imposing-looking man. With the bartender leading him there, the man just stepped to the side, and both of them descended into this room. The inside was dark, and the smell of booze filled his nostrils. It seemed that they had entered a wine cellar, as there were many bottles and barrels with alcohol everywhere. "Now listen, sugar. I'm not sure who gave you the invitation, but you'll be on your own when you go inside. Try not to start trouble, or you might regret it." Roland nodded as the large man in a dress gave him some pointers. The two arrived at the end of the wine cellar, and after pushing one of the bricks in a mechanism was turned on. The wall started to slowly spin, and another path was revealed to him. "Well, good luck." "Wait, aren't you forgetting something?" Roland asked as the words of the guild master were still stuck in his head. He clearly told him that the person at this pub was supposed to hand him something that was paramount to his visit down there. "Oh, did little me forget something?" "I don't think so." The man tried playing cute, but Roland could see his muscular body getting stiff. It was clear that he was getting ready for battle. Without backing down, though, he stuck out his hand as if he wanted the item that he was owed. "Don't play stupid. I paid for it. Are we going to have a problem?" The two people began staring at each other without saying anything. It looked as if a fight could break out at a drop of a hat. Roland did come with a sword strapped to his side, but even without it, he could activate various spells almost instantly. "Ho ho ho! I was just being silly, sugar. Here you go." The large man that continued to talk like a young girl finally gave in. After a moment he took out an emblem that looked like a triangle with an eye above it. This was the symbol of the underground merchants which he would need if he actually wanted to trade here. If he entered there without it, he would be able to go around but no one would actually trade with him. Then he would also not be able to return without paying another 5 small gold coins. The guild master warned him that the gatekeeper could decide to test him. This was something that he needed to watch out for as there were few rules that these criminals adhered to. While he told him that no fight should break out, this depended on his deposition. If the large dress-wearing man thought that he was easy prey, he would have probably robbed him blind here and there. Roland quickly swiped the symbol and entered through the open passage. As it closed behind him, he could see his guide smiling and sending a flying kiss towards him. If not for his masked face, his frown would be noticed quite fast. Everything is going according to plan, at least somewhat. The corridor that he was in now was lit up with some torches on the side. He placed his hands on the walls and could instantly tell that they were hardened through some magic. It felt like this passage was constructed recently. He continued further and his narrower corridor connected to a larger one. This larger one looked to be the main space and also the gathering spot. There were many other passages connecting to it that he could see. These were coming from other similar locations like the brothel that he came from. While he was looking around, he noticed someone walking through one of the other smaller corridors. The person was dressed up in similar black robes as him, but instead of a mouth mask, he or she had a full face mask. Without introducing themselves, the person just passed by him and continued on their way. The way that this person was holding their hand to their hip didn't go unnoticed though. There Roland saw a dagger strapped onto a belt. The person was clearly wary of him and ready to attack at a moment's notice. I need to watch myself. This could quickly turn sour if I don't pay attention. This made him be more on his toes. He was now underground in the city where the laws didn't reach. It was probably a daily occurrence for the people down here to end up dead and never to be seen again if they offended the wrong person. He continued through the larger passage and soon he could spot more robed people. Some were hiding their faces while others didn't seem to care. It became louder and louder the more he continued. Then after about 5 minutes of walking, he found out where the voices were coming from. It was a large underground cave with various small wooden shacks placed all over it. In these shacks, he could see people peddling their wares. Some had weapons, others had various gems, and then others some peculiar-looking potions. This was the underground marketplace that he had heard about. From what he knew, these kinds of places existed all over the kingdom and their scope increased depending on the city they were placed in. While he was at first confused about how something like this could exist under the city, he realized that something was off. The crummy shacks looked hastily put together and the ceiling support pillars were even being worked on as he was looking. It seemed that this underground black market had been hastily put together and it had not yet taken its final form. This made a lot of sense as Albrook was still in the process of developing itself. Okay, I'm here. What now? While he had arrived in this place, Roland was not sure how he should approach the black market merchants. It didn't seem like the people here cared that he was here. Mostly they were just annoyed due to him just standing there and looking at everything. It would have been nice to have some kind of guide to show him around, but it didn't seem that there was such a convenient person around here. Though after further investigation he noticed a blackboard with some words written on them along with a sort of map. When he approached it he realized that it was a conveniently drawn layout of this underground. There was the large corridor that he came from and the name Hall of Heavenly Delights was written over one of the buildings which were represented by a rectangle shape. This was quite handy as now he also discovered a few other places that were connected to this underground area. One was the brothel, another was an inn that he knew, and then the third one was the tavern that he had the scuffle with that adventurer party. It seemed that he would probably be able to get here through one of the three. Some of the exits were also marked there, but they were in other locations. Apparently, one was not supposed to leave the same way that they came in. The guild master had mentioned something like that, and Roland now looked to the passage that would take him to the exit. With his escape route now being recognized, he decided to take a look at the seedy merchants. For the time being, he was not interested in selling anything. His purpose was buying exotic metals and minerals for his runic creations. This place was rather large, and by each merchant stall, He could at least see one imposing man standing. It was clear that the black market merchants had to hire their own muscle. When he approached one of the merchants that he was potentially interested in, he heard some noise to the side. "What are you trying to pull here, you bastard? What's your problem? You got what you wanted, there are no refunds. This is clearly fake. Give me back my money." A little scuffle unfolded as one of the customers was not happy about what he had bought. Roland saw him throw some kind of vial with a green potion to the ground. He then pulled out a curved dagger and started pointing it at the person that he bought it from. Roland wasn't stupid, as he instantly backed away while looking at the other people here. In situations like this, it would not be strange if others used the ensuing chaos to try some tricks like pickpocketing. The other people were of the same mind, as everyone was on full alert. "What's this noise? Calm down, you idiots. Fighting here is forbidden." To his surprise, someone actually confronted the man that was shouting. Two hooded people appeared out of nowhere. Their robes seemed somewhat better than the rags everyone else was wearing, and there was a certain symbol that indicated that they were actual thief guild members. When the man that was making noise noticed them, he instantly put his dagger away. The bodyguard of the merchant also backed away. It was clear to Roland that there was some degree of protection here and fighting was indeed forbidden. This didn't mean that this man couldn't take his grudges elsewhere. The merchant would probably need to worry about getting stabbed in a dark alley now. With the commotion, Roland turned back to the stall that he previously spotted. There he saw a strange merchant covered in rags. While he couldn't see his face, he could tell that this person was not a human. The elongated fingers that were covered in fur and ended in claws gave it away. "Welcome, welcome. What are you buyin'? What are you sellin'? If I'm not mistaken, that's a deep silver ingot, and is that durium or?" After activating his analyzing skill, he noticed that this merchant was selling various exotic metals, some that would normally be quite hard to come by. It looked that he would actually be able to trade. Now it remained to be seen if the strange merchant gave him the right price for his troubles. Roland found himself face to face with a member of the ratfolk race. This race of sentient rat people was known for living underground and shying away from the sun. There weren't that many of them around, but whenever the black market was involved, they were there. They were a race of mostly stealthy merchants. Most of their people were poised at hiding, which allowed them to sneak through the night unnoticed. While their bodies didn't allow them to be the best warriors, they were good at subterfuge and espionage. Many of the information guilds had a good relationship with them, as they were quite good at spying. Their enhanced hearing skills allowed them to listen in on various conversations while being unnoticed during the night. It wasn't surprising that Roland managed to find one of them here. If he would get a good price was still up to debate, though. Yes, that deep silver ingot and that durium. How much? The human has an eye for quality. Skeek will give him a good price. Through the years of living in this world, Roland had also gone through a few stores. Even though this was the black market, the bartering was not much different. After going back and forth, he managed to get the ingot's price down that was only about 10% over its regular market value. While normally he would not take any materials over the market price, he didn't really have a choice. What he could do now was either shake on it and pay or look around some more to see if other merchants gave him a better price. This could bite him in the behind, though. If there were no other merchants selling metal ingots, this rat here could increase the price further. This was a basic tactic from all merchants. Watching the potential customers to see how much they were willing to pay was something they did. This market here wasn't that large, so it wouldn't be hard to figure out that he was here for the crafting materials. "This as far as skis will go, you buyin'? Fine, you got a deal." This time around, Roland decided to take a small hit to his purse. While getting some of the resources, he also started asking some questions. He was only getting a couple of ingots and some ores, but this would not be enough for him and Bernier to produce much. What he needed was a constant supply of these metals, not just a random ingot here and there. It was a bit too early to strike a long-lasting deal with the first person that he was doing business with. It would be better for him to stake this place out and see how the prices fluctuate. With what he got today, he would be able to make a few items that could fetch a good price. While the Dwarven Union was trying to keep him from selling, he wasn't sure if they would be able to bribe or blackmail everyone. It wouldn't be odd if he could find a proper merchant that would be fine with taking some of his stock and selling it in a different city. The other options that he had were doing it here on the black market and then using his own shop where he could earn the most. The only thing required to create a shop was owning or renting the land that it was on. From what he could tell, the union did their business in a legit way. They did use tactics that were considered legal by pricing out their opposition. This was something that Bernier confirmed as well. The dwarves were somewhat prideful and would not use force to get rid of the competition. Thus, he should not see any hired ruffians visiting his store to mess it up. At most, they would try to smear his image by trying to discredit his craft. Luckily for him, that would not be that easy, as his runic weapons were already spread through Albrook. Some of the weapons and armor that was given to him for repairs was made by him. After getting some of the materials that he needed, Roland spent the rest time looking around the black market. This was a good time for his analyzing and mathematical skills to shine. With their help, he started identifying the wares that were being sold along with their prices. Thanks to his high intelligence stat, he was able to easily remember the current market prices and compare them to these wares. He expected to find that everything was somewhat over the normal price, but he was surprised that there were a lot of items below it. There were probably various reasons for these prices, one of them being if they were stolen or not. A stolen good could be sold for a lot less and the merchant could still make a profit. The thieves mostly dumped their items to these merchants here at a low price, and depending on the deal it reflected what they cost here. Besides the rat person, Roland did manage to spot a few other merchants that could provide him with crafting materials. The prices didn't vary that much, as the people here were probably aware of what they could get away with. The biggest issue was to get himself a steady stream of materials. Going between 3 merchants that would probably constantly barter the prices up would be a headache. If he could actually get a proper steady supplier was still up to debate. I guess I should head home. After going through all the vendors and their wares, Roland now had a good idea about this black market. There was a clear focus on shady weapons, as daggers and poison was even sold as a bundle. If he managed to figure out a poison rune of some kind, he would probably be able to sell assassination tools like hotcakes here. For now, he was eyeing one of the archer stalls which possessed arrows dipped in paralyzing liquid. Making runic arrows required special mana conductive wood, but it would actually be possible for him to get it. Down in the dungeon, there were some special trees that were able to survive the blistering hot environment. Arrows that could be given magical effects could be made from it. Previously he ignored them, as he was easily able to use the guild connections to fashion runic swords instead that sold for more. Now on the other hand, he could use that as a side job if he ever decided to push his item onto this market. He still had to think this through, as he wasn't sure if he wanted one of his creations being used to kill innocent people. Normally his weapons and armor were made with the intent of fighting monsters. But he did not fool himself into believing that the people using them would only use them for the intended purpose. He would be surprised if some of his runic scrolls were already used to kill some innocent people instead. While thinking about what he should do, he started looking at the people here. It was somewhat loud, as the merchants and customers were furiously bartering with each other. It's a lot more peaceful than I expected. Roland was still a bit on edge, but after going through this marketplace a few times, he realized that it wasn't much different than the one on the surface. There were surprisingly fewer thieves here than above ground. It seemed that these people at least didn't steal from each other. He also used his identification skill on the people here. While most of them were wearing similar trinkets to him that blocked him from seeing their names, some didn't. Was this just the barrier between the ones that had more money, or did they trust that the people here would not give them away? From what he knew, there was some honor between thieves, but he only knew what other adventurers told him. Apparently, the thieves would not steal from each other, at least when being down here, nor would they report each other to the city guards. If there was an issue between them, they would clear it up in their own way. It seemed that they didn't trust the powers that run their kingdom and had their own version of the king as well. There were many guilds spread through this kingdom and the others. On the very top existed someone called the Shadow King that no one actually knew the identity. It was apparently the strongest thief guild member, and he was apparently comparable to the top class holders in the land. If it was true or just a tale to keep the rowdy thieves in check was anyone's guess. Maybe if he stayed here longer he would be given the answers. He soon ended up with the map that showed him the places that he could exit through. It wasn't drawn too well, but it was very easy to read. It was clear that it was made with simplicity in mind, as the exits were drawn in with red circles while the dead ends with red X's. While this was only the black market portion of the underground, there still was the Thieves' Guild down here. Roland could see a tunnel leading in one direction, and it was guarded by several thuggish-looking people. Sometimes they let people in, but he never saw anyone go out, and they always gave off an aura of hostility when they were approached. Could be where the Thieves' Guild is being constructed. Or maybe it's the place where they store the stolen goods. It would be nice to know what was past that corridor. He was not in a hurry to get himself killed. Now came the time to leave, so he followed the map to the closest exit spot. It took a moment for him to register the exit route, as even though the map was easy to read, there were a lot of winding tunnels that could confuse someone that was here for the first time. After entering the tunnel, he started walking. With a slow pace, he continued towards his destination. After 5 minutes of walking, he noticed something that he had been worried about. Someone is following me. This was what he was afraid would happen after he descended into the black market. It was the first time for him, and he didn't have any real connections. The guild master gave him a warning that something like this could happen if he stood out too much. Probably spending a prolonged time looking over all of the black market merchants put a nice sign on his back. It wasn't hard to pick out someone that was out of their element. Even more when the people around were trained thieves whose job was robbing people. Roland increased his pace as he realized that someone was trailing behind. While underground, he would be forced to fight. If he managed to get to the exit, the people following him would be unable to do anything. It also could have been someone that was heading towards the same exit. He was wearing a set of runic half-plate armor under this black robe. On his side, he had a sword that could also produce magical effects that he had made. The only thing that he was missing was a shield that was a bit too bulky to take along down here. Then, when going past a corner, he came to a halt. Before him stood a robed figure with their mouth covered. The light was quite dim here, as nothing else than one torch on the wall was illuminating this corridor. What do we have here? Fresh blood. The person started talking, and the voice was not something that he recognized. Almost instantly he tried retreating, but the path behind him became blocked by 2 other people. Where do you think you are going? It was another male voice, but from the tone, he noticed that it probably belonged to someone younger. Next to this person stood someone a bit shorter and with a bow in hand. From the robed figure, he could tell that it was probably a woman. What do you want? He asked while using the item that masked his voice. Due to going down into the den of the thieves, he was sure to make it sound somewhat menacing. Even then, the person in front of him didn't seem convinced and continued. What do we want? He asks. The person that was behind him started laughing along with the one that was talking. The girl with the bow continued to point it without moving a muscle. That is, until he laid his eyes on her and he could see her twitch slightly. It felt that she was not used to this kind of thing. Even though he was surrounded, he wasn't scared that much, as he could somewhat tell that all these 3 people were below his own level. Their names were masked by something, but he could see that the highest level person here was the archer, and she was just a tier 2 class holder. Give us your purse and you can pass. If not, then we'll have to take it by force. The hooded person proclaimed while also pulling out a nice-looking dagger. Now Roland had a decision to make. Would he fight or give these people his items? He was not someone that shied away from conflict, and he was also wearing a set of his own crafted armor. How about I give you a proposition instead? He replied while looking at the person that was probably the leader. Oh, we'll forget that this ever happened and you get to keep your lives. Ha! We got a tough guy here. The person in front of him didn't seem to be taken back by his reply, as he just laughed. Roland knew that they wouldn't be backing away without him showing his hand. Thus, while the person was still talking, he raised his hand in his direction. While his palm was going up, a green glow burst forth from under his robe. The thief in front saw this and tried to quickly move to the side, but the spell that Roland was using wouldn't allow for such a thing. The spell that was used caused a burst of green wind energy to fly towards the person brandishing the dagger. Due to the lack of space in this corridor, the thief had no place to dodge, and he was sent flying in the opposite direction. Shit. While the man in front of him was blown away, the other male behind him started shouting, "Fuck! Get him!" The archer woman stalled for a moment but then quickly released the arrow from her bow. It was a good shot that went straight for his thigh. Before the arrowhead connected with his leg, though, a burst of fiery energy incinerated it on the spot. It was a simple Tier 2 fire shield spell that was engraved on his chest plate. With his runic skills working, he was able to shift through spells with no casting required. A normal mage would quickly be piled on by these three thieves here, but Roland was not a simple mage. With another burst of green energy, the two people behind him were sent flying and collided with the wall behind them. There was enough power in this Tier 2 wind blast spell to knock the wind out of the two. This gave him enough time to gather mana for a more lethal spell. In front of his hand, an orb of red light started forming, which expanded to a large ball of fire. While he did not intend to kill anyone here, sending a message to the Thieves' Guild that they should not attack him would be in order. It was clear to him that these people would only take him seriously if they knew that he could not be trifled with. But, before shooting the ball of flames at the two people, he noticed something. Due to the wind blast that he produced, the hood was blown off the woman's head. It revealed her face and somewhat elongated ears. Roland had to stop himself from blowing this ball of fire into this girl that he knew. This didn't mean that he cancelled the spell altogether, as she would need to explain herself before he would let her off the hook. "Lobelia? What do you think you are doing?" "I'm truly sorry, Wayland. If I knew it was you, please forgive me and these idiots." "Hey, who are you calling an idiot? Put your head down, you dim-wit. Do you want to die?" Roland was now looking at the three people that attacked him. All three of the thieves turned up to be Lobelia and her friends. It seemed that the half-elven girl was actually part of the Thieves' Guild. "Also, please don't tell this to Big Sis, or that big idiot. They will kill me. That is, if you don't do it now." Lobelia peeked her head up to look at Wayland, that had lowered his hood a bit. He was still wearing his mask, which would protect him from any gas attacks that these thieves could try to employ. "I'm not going to kill you, but you'll have to explain a few things to me." "Yes, I'm very good at explaining things." While Roland somewhat knew Lobelia, he wasn't so sure about the other two that were with her. For now, he continued to point his hand on them. A small orb of fire was still there, and he had no problem in keeping it there. "First, why did you try to rob me? Didn't you see this?" Roland pointed to the small emblem that he was given by the bartender at the brothel. This symbol that he attached to his robe was supposed to get him through the Thieves' Guild without a problem. After the guards saw it, they did allow him to trade, and the merchants didn't have a problem in interacting with him after taking a glance. "Ah, well." Lobelia shifted his head to the side and glared at one of the two young men. Both of them looked to be of mixed races. One had long animal ears that made him seem similar to a fox but was lacking a tail. The other one had floppier ears that were more dog-like. Sometimes it was hard to tell them apart, but most of the time they had less animalistic features. Pure beastmen had more animal-like faces, along with fur below their knees and on their forearms. Their fingers also had sharp claws or talons depending on the beast tribe. These two, on the other hand, mostly looked like regular humans with some added accessories. He could also use his analyzing skill to see their race after the scuffle they had. "Well, that's just a black merchant insignia, but you didn't have any bodyguards with you, so we thought you would be an easy target." The young man with fox ears was the one to reply. "Rennie, I told you that you got ripped off with that thing." Apparently, the dog boy was named Rennie as the young fox man started talking to him in an angry tone. "I'm sorry, Jasper, but the magician said that it should work." Rennie slumped his head down even more while Jasper started berating him. Roland, on the other hand, raised his brow and gave another question. "That thing? Could you elaborate?" "I'm sorry, Wayland. I'll explain. You two be quiet." This time around, Lobelia replied and gave him a more detailed explanation. The thing that the young man was talking about was an identification eyeglass that was supposed to measure a person's level and present their stats. Apparently, the young thieves started examining him as he was acting a bit suspicious. The readings that the magic item gave them put him down at a lower level than them. Thus they decided to try their luck and rob him. We never intended to hurt you. We would have just taken the money, that's all. Roland frowned, but it went unnoticed as he was wearing a mask. While he believed Lobelia, as he wasn't so sure about the other two. During the fight, the half-elf did aim her bow lower towards his legs. The arrow also was coated in some kind of paralyzing agent. The story somewhat checked out, as after he was paralyzed they would be able to rob him blind. If they would have left it at that was anyone's guess. It did look like the item that he received from his old gnome boss was still working. It was not a runic item, thus he could not examine it. From his testing, he found out that it gave various readings depending on one's skill level and even time of day. Sometimes it showed him as a totally different class. Other times it would block out the text from showing at all, while on different occasions it would present the status window all jumbled up. It appeared that for these three he showed up as a low-level merchant, which made him appear as an easy target. You didn't think that I was wearing an item that blocks people from seeing my status? It did cross our minds, but we thought that we could still escape from one person. Lobelia laughed a bit while slowly sitting up. Roland had slowly started moving his hand to the side, as he didn't really intend to kill these three. This didn't mean that he would just let it be. They did try to rob him, and for that they would need to pay. You two can leave, but you, Lobelia, we need to have a talk. While he was somewhat annoyed that they attacked him, it seemed like this would actually be something he could profit from. Just as he had an emblem for black market merchants, these three had their own. He wasn't quite sure what rank these three had, but they were clearly members of the Thieves' Guild. Lobelia, are you going to be all right? Rene asked her while looking at Roland. This didn't go unnoticed, as he realized that the two young men were somewhat apprehensive about letting Lobelia be left alone with him. It's fine, I know him, I'll be fine. Just go back and say that everything is all right. The two nodded and looked at Roland with a bit of a glare. This stare down he returned in full, as he didn't move his eyes away. Ever since coming to this world, Roland noticed that showing weakness would get him nowhere. Thus he kept eye contact, which made Jasper the Foxman flinch slightly before vanishing behind the corner. First, let us get out of here, and then we will have a long talk. Lobelia gave Roland a weak smile, and the two continued through the path to the nearest exit. On the wall there was a lever, and after lowering it the wall shifted in a similar fashion as in the brothel. The two ended up in some kind of basement that was filled with some old tools. First time. Is it that obvious? Roland replied to the question, as he was clearly slow with walking up towards this strange basement. Lobelia showed him how to leave it, and the two found themselves in the backyard of some house in the city. There are many places that are associated with the underground like this. You mean the Thieves' Guild? Does that signify that you are part of it? Roland pointed to Lobelia's emblem that was in the shape of a kite with a circle in the middle. It was different from the one that he received, which meant that she was not part of the underground merchants like him now. You are right. This is a sign of my rank. Roland wanted to ask about the Thieves' Guild ranking system, but they were still dressed in their robes while being in someone's backyard. The person was apparently affiliated with the guild, but this didn't mean that he wanted to stay here. The two soon left and removed their clothes along with the emblems that were put into spatial bags. Then they went to the closest tavern, as Roland insisted on getting more information from Lobelia's lips. While Lobelia gave out a sigh, Roland was quite happy. He had no way of knowing about the inner workings of the Thieves' Guild. It was a secret organization that didn't write down its rules but went by word of mouth. With someone that was a member here, he could get all the information that he needed. Maybe he could even use her to get a better deal on the black market. I won't ask you about why you would be in a place like this, but by what you said, you would like me to not tell Elodia about it. Please, don't tell Big Sis. Before he could even ask the first question, Lobelia had a loud outburst. It seemed that Elodia was her weak point. It was clear that there was something personal there, which Roland didn't really want to poke his face into. This didn't mean that he couldn't use this to get more info out of Lobelia. I won't if you answer my questions. Don't leave anything out. Lobelia sat down while blushing a little bit as her outburst got some of the other tavern patrons to look their way. Sorry about that. What do you want to know? I would like you to give me some information about the Thieves' Guild and about the black market. If you're a member, you must know the people that trade there. Roland started with an explanation of his problem. He made Lobelia aware that he was looking into the black market for trading. He wanted to know which of the merchants were somewhat trustworthy and for what he needed to watch out for. It was clear that he made a mistake by looking like a fish out of water the first time he was there. Thankfully, the only people that came for him were guild members that he could handle. Normal people would probably not be able to fight off 3 Tier 2 ruffians in a narrow corridor as he did. Lobelia started listing down the guild's secrets without going into too much detail. She also made it clear that as a guild member she was somewhat limited to what she could say. This was similar to the contracts with the debuffs, though here on the other side the Thieves Guild used more drastic measures with curses. If she started listing the names of the leaders, she would find herself affected by some kind of flesh-eating curse. The only way to get rid of this high-level curse was to move up in the ranks and become one of the trusted members. Becoming a Tier 3 class holder was one of the ways of getting rid of it for good. There was also nothing limiting the Thieves Guild members from traveling. They were mostly free but just couldn't talk about the guild to non-members. While their lips were sealed when talking about the more intricate secrets with outsiders, this didn't keep them from discussing it among other members. Luckily, Roland had acquired the Black Merchant emblem, which would allow Lobelia to talk about it with him without being in danger of a curse backlash. First, he got some information about the timeline. The underground had not been there for long as the construction had been started a few months ago. The black market had not even existed for longer than a month, and he was informed that it was still in its infancy. Is that so? Do you know any merchants that could take more specific custom orders? Is such a thing possible? I don't see why not. The black market isn't really that much different than the one above ground. Perhaps the disputes are handled differently. How so? There was less bureaucracy down there, and the guild didn't care about keeping the peace as much. All the black merchants paid taxes to the guild and mostly had to also use their own bodyguards for protection. This was also why he was singled out from the crowd as a potential robbery target. Even if he went back to complain, he would only be laughed out by the guild top brass. Then he would probably get robbed by them for being a bother. The talk continued for a bit till it went back to the black market. There Lobelia mentioned a name that he was familiar with. I should trade with Skeek? Definitely, those rat people like shiny things like metal and sparkly ores. That's what you are looking for, right? If you ask him to get you something, he probably will. I wouldn't really get involved with the other merchants. Most of them are crooks. You better watch out. A lot of them will try to sell you counterfeit goods. It was a bit strange to hear someone that tried to rob him call others crooks, but apparently Skeeks was the person he should invest his time in. The biggest downside of this whole black market deal was that he would need to do it himself. It would be hard to get Bernier down there without some protection. You said that a merchant needs protection down there. Otherwise they could be picked off like me today, right? Lobelia nodded while Roland rubbed his chin and looked at her with intent. While he could probably go down there without protection, this wasn't the same for others. Bernier would be able to get him the required items if he had the right guide. Think I heard enough. Will you keep your word? About not telling it to Elodia? Are you sure you can keep up this lie? Roland didn't want to pry too much in, but if he was in Elodia's shoes, he would like to know about his little sister's involvement in the Thieves Guild. From his standpoint, the girl was probably afraid that she would be banned from participating in the Thieves Guild activities. She wouldn't understand. We need the money, and even if it does look bad, I promise that I haven't killed anyone. Roland recalled the bowmanship that Elodia performed. It didn't seem that she was aiming for a killing blow. The intent was to injure and not to kill. This didn't mean that he was fine with what she was doing. This world was different than his old one. His old morals didn't really apply to people that were starving and living in poverty. It was easy to tell someone not to steal, but when family and friends were on the lines of what was right and wrong became blurred. I won't tell her, but on one condition. Lobelia perked up at the first part of the sentence, but her brows furrowed the moment the latter part was mentioned. Yes, you do remember Bernier, right? You mean that perverted drunk? Yes, that does sound like him. What I would like you to do is... Roland started giving his terms. There wasn't really much that he wanted. Elodia was only supposed to act as Bernier's bodyguard whenever he needed her to be. If he had a member from the Thieves' Guild on his side, there would be no problem in sending him to get materials. She would also be tasked with showing him around. The whole underground life was very new to him. It would be good to figure out how things worked and how he could use it to his advantage. This was a very critical moment in his life as he was expanding his knowledge and wealth would come with it. If he could get some protection via the local mafia, then it might be a good idea to lose some gold. But if it was worth the hassle was the big question here. From what his friend here told him, the Thieves' Guild did make contracts with outsiders. If he could trade some money for their protective services and not be ripped off, then it might be a good idea. Until he got an operational golem and tower defensive system, this could save him some trouble. The biggest problem here was trust that he did not really have. Would these thieves keep their end of the bargain, or would they try to squeeze him for more and more cash? Would they actually get involved if he got attacked, or would they just ignore his plight when the time came to act? I could do that, but how long would that take? It would be best if we didn't need to go there too much. Is once every 2 weeks fine? Lobelia nodded at the request and they shook on it. They agreed to meet up later and she would show him the ropes. Now it was time to head home as it was already nighttime. If he showed his face, the guards would let him leave as they knew him well. I hope this won't be more trouble than it's worth. I need to get stronger. Roland gave out a sigh while walking towards the city gates. While it seemed that he would be able to get some crafting materials, working with the black market was still not something he was looking towards. There, will you get off my back now? This will do. A certain large, bald guild master was frowning while looking at a smaller dwarf. Both of them didn't seem to like each other, but they were in the process of signing a contract. The two dwarves were the same that Roland had seen a few days ago, and they were now looking over some signed documents. Good. Now stop price gouging my stores. Ye don't need to worry. Dwarves, I follow a contract. Orden gave out a snort while watching the two bearded men leave his office. He glanced at the written contracts one more time before remembering a certain runesmith that he once employed. The kid should be fine. His eyes soon turned to a different kind of parchment. It looked somewhat strange as the paper was black as coal while the writing was white instead. Seems he had a little run-in with the locals though. Guild master, can I come in? Without answering back, Orden glanced at the piece of paper. In a matter of seconds, it went up in flames after he injected a tiny bit of his own mana. Come in. A certain young woman with glasses and her hair up walked into the room. Orden nodded at her while handing her the contract that he signed with the dwarves. It would have to be stored down in the vault together with all the other contracts the guild had made. You can leave now, that will be all. He noticed that this guild receptionist had been taking interest in this whole case. Even now he noticed that she took a longer glance at the piece of paper. This was somewhat out of character as she was normally somewhat more professional. Is there something going on between those two? Well, not like it matters. Orden pulled out an empty piece of paper. This little shop enterprise that he created might have gone under, but this didn't mean that the work was done. Even though he wouldn't be able to undercut the dwarven magic items, he still had other venues he could profit from. Then there still was the dark horse, Wayland the runesmith. It seemed that he had followed through with his advice and would be remaining in the city even with the dwarven resistance. Orden knew how those drunks operated, and they would certainly not get involved with the black market merchants. From his perspective, both the regular market and black market were the same thing, one just had fewer restrictions. Time to get back to work. While the guild master was busy with his own business, Bammer and Dunan were walking back to their workshop. The two were quite happy about how they managed to handle the issue with the runesmith. Thinking that the young human had no right to delve into something their ancestors were known for was enough to justify the actions that they took. That should day it, Dunan said to Bammer while walking through the large iron door of their headquarters. The moment they entered, they could feel the heat going up. Inside were various other dwarven craftsmen hammering away at various metals, shaping them into swords and axes. "Do ye think that human wool come to us? If he does, we'll just send him awa. We don't need him a ruined heir." Dunan replied to Bammer, and the two soon went on their own way. While the two had the highest levels from the smiths here, they were still young craftsmen with a lot of pride. This debacle had already taken away from their own work, and now with it being done, they wanted to concentrate on their own craft. Thus the two delved into their own private workshops that were dug into this large building. Dwarves liked to operate underground while being surrounded by heavy machinery and heat. The sound of hammers was like music to them, and being intoxicated while working was just part of the course. A day turned into a week, and then a month had passed. This was the time for their monthly meeting to discuss how the Albrook project was underway. "Can we get this hour? Needn't finish that set o' arms," Rune said in a grumpy voice while the group of dwarves sat down around a table. While he looked a bit annoyed, the others weren't saying much. "What's wrong, why ye? Did your mums die or something?" "Nah, we just had word aboot human runesmith. He is actually expanding and building a shop. It doesn't look he is struggling at all." One of the dwarves that was responsible for gathering information spoke up. Rune was the last one to come to the meeting, so he was not informed about this information. From the reports that they were given, the human runesmith was close to finishing building his workshop. "Impossible. Did he hay more coin than we anticipated? Building a damn shop and stocking it up shouldn't be this easy. Did the guild lie to us? You are I helping him get by?" Rune asked while the other dwarf shrugged. "We checked. It doesn't seem like he is getting help from other sources." The dwarves didn't just let this slide. The moment they noticed that Wayland was doing fine, they investigated. Their informants stated that neither Wayland nor his assistant was getting anything from the marketplace. The people that they knew, like the other shop owners, were not helping them either. He was getting his resources from an unknown place. Either someone is providing him to meddle, or he is using some old stock to get by. "I say we hold and see." Bammer spoke out this time around. Knowing well that it would be hard to compete with runic items with a runesmith, he didn't see a way of pricing him out of business. While he could go for the lower-level adventurers, the ones with a lot of money would not skimp out on good gear. Their lives were on the line, and they knew that paying a bit more was better than being dead. There was also the perception of price to quality that was attributed to magical weapons that Bammer knew existed. If he lowered the prices of his enchanted items, people would think that there was something wrong with them. Thus, before acting, they decided to wait. More information was needed. They sure do work fast in this world. Roland stood before the new building that had been created in a bit over a month's time. It looked like a nice small brick cottage with a slanted roof that made it look like a pointy triangle. There was a large round window on the upper floor where the attic was at. This place was now empty and still required furniture that would be arriving soon. He wasn't sure what he would do with the attic that could be accessed by an extendable ladder. The space up there had enough room for someone to sleep, or it could serve as a storage facility. The store was built into the wall that was going around Roland's house. It wasn't that far from the main gate, and behind it was an additional storage where most of the goods would be placed. The plan was to place the less costly items up on the display while the good stuff was placed in the back. This would keep people from touching dangerous runic weapons that could blast a hole through his store. "Well, there she is, what a beaut." "She?" Roland looked to Bernier, that eyes were sparkling. It seemed that his assistant was happier than even he was that this store had been built. While Roland was somewhat happy that he could make this, it was just the beginning of his journey. For him, it wasn't really about building a store and more about being free. This store and company that he was trying to create was in place so that he could be independent of others. His true wish was just to someday relax without feeling the impending doom coming from all directions. You come up with a name for it yet?" "Name, huh?" Roland looked at the spot above the large wooden entrance door. There he saw nothing besides the brick wall. Soon he would need to place a sign that would give the people an idea about what was inside. He also intended to put a sign at the road where the adventurers were heading towards the dungeon. It would point them in the direction of this store with the promise of high-quality runic items. These items would range all the way from weapons to his mapping orb that he also intended to sell for a hefty sum. With some work on the orb's inner workings, he hoped to include a smart mapping system that would work somewhat like a GPS. With a lack of satellites, though, he needed to figure out a different way of keeping track of the person holding it. Maybe in the future, he could build some kind of tower that gathered some signals and helped him map the whole dungeon, but that would need to wait. How about we just call it the Runic Shop? Eh? That's a bit too simple. Shouldn't it be something grand like the Godly Runeforge? Runeforge? It's not a forge. It's just a store for runic items. Roland went back and forth with Bernier as his assistant was resolute in giving the store a good name. Roland, on the other hand, didn't want to be too cheeky with the naming sense as it might give the customers the wrong idea. There was still a need for something catchy that would bring the people over with an idea in their head that they would be getting some high-quality runic items. I guess Wayland's Runic Emporium should do the trick. After going through the shops in the city and the others, he noticed that everyone seemed to put their name in front of it. With that in mind, he decided on something that would encompass a larger range of runic wares than just armor and weapons. Emporium. I know. It's somewhat small to be called an emporium, but didn't you say that I should think big? Roland gave Bernier a pat on the shoulder while heading out of the store. It had a large reinforced door that was hard to close due to its weight. Now comes the hard part. There was still some time before this place became ready to receive customers. First, it needed to be furnished, and he needed to place something shiny behind those reinforced windows that could take a gunshot. Then the next important part would be getting the right people to work here. He was slowly running low on funds, but he was able to sell some protective trinkets down at the black market. Due to his moral compass, he didn't feel like selling deadly daggers would be the correct way of proceeding there. The black market was there to help him get the base materials for his wares, but not for him to fold it with weapons meant for killing. Instead, he chose to buy some cheap items from the goldsmith and place some barrier runes on them. While they wouldn't last much, they would be able to protect the water from a few sword strikes. Okay, boss. I'll go get the sign done. Thanks. I'll head to the city. Take care. Bernier and Roland parted ways. Agni was left behind to chomp on more mana stones while also training his mana skills. With how the Ruby Wolf was doing, it wouldn't be long before he could advance to a Tier 2 stage. What Roland was setting out to do today was to find some help for the store. Elodia was still someone that he would like to hire, but he didn't really have time to pay her another visit. Today would be the end of the deadline. If she didn't want the position, Roland would be forced to place a job offer and try to hire someone adequate for the position of the shop clerk. Elodia was a good pick for him, as he hoped that she could take on tasks that required more than looking good and being able to sell. He needed someone to take care of the books and also hire other staff members. Her responsibilities would be more in line with a manager status than an actual seller. In his hand, he had two pieces of paper, one a job offer for a shop clerk while the other for a guard. While he was pushing on with his golem initiative, it was far from being perfect. He needed more time before he could place metallic protectors around his land. Thus, the best option was to hire some adventurers, as they did take on boring tasks like this and didn't require as much payment as professional guards. There was also something that was a requirement to have a successful business: advertising. He knew very well that if a person was fed through the day, they would sometimes develop a craving for that advertised item. While there was no internet or TV in this world, there were banners and signs. Most of the people in this world didn't really know the proper way to advertise. They usually just placed signs outside of their store and picked names associated with the items they sold in their stores. Outside of this, they sometimes placed one person outside of the shop to shout at the people passing by. This was something that he also intended to do. The way to the dungeon was free of pesky taxations, so he could place a nice large sign pointing towards his home and store. Then hiring a good girl to point the adventurers in the right direction would seal the deal. His name was already known, so he just needed to embed it in his customers further. Whenever they thought about magical items, he wanted them to think about him and his store. First thing first, though. He looked at the adventurer guild that he was standing in front of and slowly entered. Inside, he could see a plethora of people going back and forth. There he saw his favorite guild receptionist that he used to mostly avoid in the beginning. Now, on the other hand, he much preferred going through her side, as it went by much faster. As always, there was a little line that he needed to go through. This was something that he was already used to, so he just waited without making much of a fuss. Then, before it was his turn, a little scene unfolded. "Hey, can't you give me a better price? These mana stones should sell for at least a few more coppers." "Sir, as I've explained, The prices of mana stones have gone down this month if you look at the price board. It seemed that she was trying to explain to an adventurer that the rates for mana stones were down. This was a normal occurrence as they tended to fluctuate through the month. They had been on a somewhat decline the more adventurer parties formed, but not by so much that they couldn't bring in a livable wage. While normally Elodia was somewhat stone-faced without any emotion during such matters, today she looked a bit more annoyed. With his now sharpened senses, he noticed her eyebrows twitching a bit as the man continued to lean in and talk. Hygiene wasn't that great here, so Roland could only imagine how bad the man's breath was. She didn't break character though, and after some back and forth the old adventurer decided to take his money and go. He didn't look happy, and he displayed it by spitting to the side on the floor. It was finally his turn, but before he got there, he saw a woman in the same receptionist getup as Elodia approach her from the back. The two started to whisper between each other, and the other girl seemed somewhat apologetic for some reason. This was followed by more eyebrow twitches from Elodia as she turned to face him. "Ah, Mr. Wayland, how can I help you today?" While she was holding it back, Roland could tell that she was angry. He didn't really feel like it was his place to ask her about her daily life, so he decided to go with what he rehearsed earlier today. Yes. Did you think about my offer, Ms. Elodia? It's still open. It would be..." Before he could continue and list some perks of being his employee, Elodia decided to slam her hands on the counter and look at him with wide eyes. "I accept. And I could offer you a free..." "Huh, you accept?" He was baffled by her reply, and this was noticed by some other people in the guild. Mostly her co-workers looked at her in astonishment with wide eyes. It seemed that Roland had gotten his second worker. Now together with Bernier he would have two people to command. Was that really the right decision? Elodia was standing outside of the Adventurer Guild. She wanted to hit her head against the wall after recalling what had happened not so long ago. After having spent a whole day dealing with pesky adventurers that just didn't understand how the prices of mana stones could change, she was tired. Then a coworker appeared out of nowhere asking her to stay a couple of hours more as she had something important to take care of. Elodia knew well that this was untrue and that the girl would be down at the local tavern having fun with her friends. This has not been the first time, but Elodia always needed the money, so she didn't care much about the excuses. That is until a better deal arrived at her doorstep. Why did I have to agree when everyone was watching? She grabbed her hair while looking down on the ground while not knowing what got into her. The moment he walked over to her counter, she had lost it. All the stress from this work that had been building up caused her to lose her composure for the faintest of moments. So then she took him up on the offer while everyone watched. It would be hard to go back on her statement. The people from the guild had been there along with Solana that heard it all. "Ms. Elodia, is everything all right?" A manly voice that should not belong to a 17-year-old called out to her. There he was, the handsome runesmith that was on the helm of her current troubles. While the offer that he was giving her was quite good, she wasn't sure if the man could deliver on the promises. Elodia was quite aware of the debacle that he was going through with the Dwarven Union. In her opinion, the best move for him would be to either leave the city or find some common ground with the dwarves. No news of him ever attempting any diplomatic resolution ever reached the guild, so it seemed that Wayland was quite stubborn, just as the dwarves that he was going up against. "Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Wayland. Glad that you waited for me to finish." "That's fine. I understand that making such a decision wouldn't be easy. I'm glad that you have decided to take me up on my offer. We can write up a proper contract in a few days. That is if you are fine with it." She spaced out for a moment as Wayland continued to talk. Things seemed that they were advancing rapidly, and that was not something that she liked. Elodia wasn't very prone to taking risks, and while working for an aspiring runesmith could be lucrative, a steady job at the Adventurers Guild was much safer. "Ah yes, the contract." She paused a little bit as contracts were kind of a specialty. There was a possibility of getting a good deal, but she didn't think Wayland would go through the trouble of signing a one-sided contract that favored her. "Great. I've already got one ready. I'll give you a copy tomorrow. Then I'll be counting on you from now, Ms. Elodia." Soon Wayland was off to go somewhere while Elodia was left standing beside the street. It was the first time that she said no to a coworker that was now stuck working the longer hours. The shock on the young girl's face was something new that she was not used to. While thinking about her own future, she returned home to the orphanage. As always, it was quite loud, and the kids were playing with some other young adults that came over from time to time. Lobelia and Armand had their own cliques that they tended to hang out with, and these two were people that the half-elf knew. Rene, Jasper, thank you for keeping the children company. While she was grateful that there was some outside help, Elodia wasn't so sure about these two young men. They seemed somewhat sketchy, but Lobelia vouched for their morals, so she let it be. She could only hope that they wouldn't go down a bad road while taking a couple of her children along with them. Leave it to us, Elodia. I hope you weren't teaching them anything strange, though. Elodia glanced at something that looked like a lockpick in Jasper's hand. The young man quickly moved it into his pocket while whistling. Don't worry, big sis. I'll keep them in line. I hope, for your sake. Elodia narrowed her eyes while glancing at Lobelia. These two half-beastmen were proper adventurers, but she did not have the opportunity to glance at their adventure cards. Sometimes they joined Armand and Lobelia during their dungeon runs, but she knew that the two were only here due to her younger sister. Hey, I heard about the big news. Are you really quitting from the guild? Lobelia was quick to change the topic as she was getting cornered in a spot by Elodia. It seemed that rumors were already spreading. Her younger sister had always been good at gathering information. It was as if she was doing it for a living. Who told you that? Oh, a little bird told me. But isn't it great? I think working for Wayland might be a great change of pace. You have been looking tired lately. Just look at those bags under your eyes. You must start taking care of yourself. Elodia was taken aback by Lobelia's reply. She didn't seem to be aware of the problems that may arise by her leaving her steady post at the Adventurers Guild. Before she could bring that up, Lobelia walked over and gave her a big hug. Don't worry about us or the kids. We can take care of ourselves. Do what you want to do. Also stop being so stiff, big sis. The two soon parted, and it became quite loud as the kids zoomed in on the adults. The kids started chasing after Lobelia while laughing. Elodia could just smile and give it to her younger sister. She still felt responsible for this whole house, but the paycheck that Wayland was offering seemed enticing. Her only gripe was the uncertainty of him lasting in this hostile environment. Is it true? Did that bastard really propose to you? What are you talking about? Are you drunk again? After half an hour, Armand decided to show his face. It was dinner time and everyone was ready to dig in. Apparently, the muscle brain had heard some rumors about Wayland proposing to Elodia in the guild and her accepting in an instant. I did accept, but it... You did? This can't be happening. So it really was true. Maybe if I get him when he isn't wearing that blasted armor, I can beat some sense into him. Good luck with that, P-Brain. I'd put my money on Wayland. I second that. Thirded. Rene and Jasper were still here while munching on some homemade stew. It seemed that for some reason they thought Wayland would not have much trouble in taking care of Armand. Why, you little shits? Calm down, Armand. No one is getting married. Mr. Wayland just offered me a job at the new shop that he is making. Nothing is set in stone and I haven't left the guild yet. She had to slam her hand down on the table to break up a fight from happening. Most of the time when those two went against Armand, the three ended up in a fight. The big brute always came up on top though, so she was more worried about the two half-beast boys. Wouldn't it be fine though? I'm just saying, would it be bad if you married Wayland? What are you even saying? Elodia replied to Lobelia that raised this question after finishing her meal. What would you want that bastard to? Armand raised his fist at Lobelia that just started whistling. What's the problem? You do know that he is loaded. All of our problems would go out the window if Big Sis got together with him. Elodia smirked while looking at Lobelia that was at a loss for words. It looked like her little sister was mostly interested in Wayland's monetary value and not really the person behind it. He isn't bad looking, is tall and has money. Maybe I should go for him if you aren't interested. The half-elf grinned at Elodia, showing off those pearly whites. It was clear that she raised this in a mocking tone, but as soon as she did, the two half-beast men jumped into the conversation. No, you mustn't. You can't do that. Lobelia just gave out another sigh as the people in the room started to shout at each other again. It was clear to her that her younger sister should realize the feelings of these two boys before she ever thought about marrying anyone. She had to worry about her own future, though. Her younger sister for some reason thought it was a good idea to switch professions and that Wayland would be making a lot of money in the future. People that could create magical items were said to be able to bring in a lot of money. But most of the time they ended up contractually obligated to large conglomerates like the Dwarven Union and forced like her to work long hours. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to sign up with someone like that. He certainly looked like he was driven by something. For one reason or another, an image of a smiling Wayland with her and the kids popped into her head. She was making some food in a large house and a pricey ring adorned one of her fingers. What am I even thinking about? She quickly shook herself back to reality and looked over to Lobelia that was egging Armand and the other two men on. Stop shouting and help me clean, all of you. Well, that went better than expected. Roland was back at his house and looking at a stack of papers. Since he had been employed several times and had other contracts to look through, it wasn't that hard to formulate his own. People in this world worked a lot longer than in his previous one. No one really went with the 8-hour workday and free weekend variant here. People were lucky to even get one day off in a week. Due to this, the workforce was mostly populated by men, while the women remained at home to take care of the kids. This made what Elodia was doing seem like madness, as she was trying to be both the man of the house and also the mother. Not like that was his problem. He had to focus on creating a good contract that would put too much strain on himself. Even though Elodia agreed at the moment, he wasn't so sure if she was truly convinced yet. If the contract wasn't good enough, he feared that she would go back to the guild. I don't really need to keep the store running for the whole week. Roland felt that the market for the runic weapons wasn't that large and that the adventurers would wait for the right product. He did not want to be stuck around his workshop for the entire week, so closing for the weekend was something that he wanted to do. In those 2 days, he could do other things like visit the dungeon to level up and gather more resources. With the store open, he felt like he needed to remain close to the goods. The first reason was for safety, as he wasn't sure if anyone would come to cause trouble. He could see people like the Dwarven Union hiring thugs to go mess up his store. Bernier, on the other hand, said that the dwarves would probably not do something like that. Surprisingly, his race, being money-hungry as it is, despised doing things in a non-business way. While they were fine with undercutting prices, buying out land and stores of their competition, they would not hire people from the Thieves' Guild. Roland, on the other hand, was now working together with the black market merchants. He had even spoken with Lobelia and her two friends if there was a way to guarantee that his business would not be targeted by higher-level thieves. The people that attacked his home while Bernier was home alone had not been part of this thieves' guild. They were apparently just passing by and wanted to escape before giving the guild in this town their cut. There were actually some strange rules between these thieves. If a person from another thieves' guild came to a city, they would need to pay a few of their earnings to the guild in town. Of course, they could try to skip town but would be put on the blacklist and hunted down if they ever returned to the city the guild was placed in. Not everyone agreed with the ways the Thieves' Guild did their things, and a lot depended on their guild master. Thus, some of the thieves liked to work alone or in small groups and were seen more like bandits. To his surprise, Lobelia mentioned that there were some ways, but it would cost quite a bit. The only real way of getting proper protection from the Thieves' Guild would be going and speaking with the guild master. Due to how well that went with the other guild master, Roland didn't feel like it would be good to go speak with one that was probably a Tier 3 class holder and unhinged from any specific rules against killing. Lobelia did give him a tip to go around this without having to involve the guild master. Though it might not work, it would be good to hire someone from the Thieves' Guild as protection. They would be able to monitor what was happening in the guild and tell him if any jobs were posted to steal something from him. He was wondering if he should give some pocket change to the half-elf and maybe her two friends for that reason, though he wasn't sure if he could trust any of them. Maybe while her big sister works here, Lobelia will be more inclined to help me out. With that thought, he looked at the plans of his shop. While it wasn't that big at the moment and not that many items would fit into it at the moment, there was room for expansion. He purposely placed it at the beginning of his fence so that he could build in more sections later. This would of course depend on his monetary gain, but he hoped to add more sections to create a large store. With enough space, he could place items by a specific category, armors in one part, weapons in another, magical runic bathtubs in the other. With enough time and money, he hoped to create a proper magical store that was similar to the one he worked back in Edelgard. While he did live outside the city boundaries, this didn't mean that he wouldn't need to pay any taxes. Just like anyone else in the city, he would need to properly register his building. This might have sounded like a long process that required a lot of paperwork, but it didn't. There were no institutions that checked if the building was safe to work in and if there was a fire exit. Here, a business owner was only required to pay a flat sum each month that was proportional to the store size. Once per year, a person wouldn't be tasked to go over the items that were being sold and through the store's ledgers. There was a requirement to keep records of what was being sold, but it was not as detailed as it was back in his old world. While there was some leeway, most people were not crazy enough to try and cheap out on the kingdom. If it was found that a person was evading taxes and withholding information, it was jail time or even death. I'm glad I have someone like Elodia to help me out with that part. Hope those pesky dwarves finally leave me alone. Only time will tell. Roland gave out a sigh while returning to his planning. When he finally got Elodia to sign this new contract, he could shove some responsibilities on her shoulders as his were already somewhat buckling under the stress.